Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 763 Sun Wukong 2. The Heavenly Demon. What do you mean? Erlang Shen looked confused. However, he could not help but keep his mouth shut after seeing the face of the man walking on the other side of the road. On the surface, the man looked much older than the heavenly demon he knew, but the overall impression the man gave off was like that of the heavenly demon. However, the similarities ended in their outward appearance. Digging a little deeper, the man seemed very different from the heavenly demon. There was no divine aura or the attempt of masking one's aura from the man. He seemed to be a human being who resembled the heavenly demon only in appearance. But the problem was, for whatever reason, the essence of his being feels similar. Of course, Erlang Shen would never be able to accurately assess the essence of the heavenly demon, who outclassed him in every regard. Still, Erlang Shen was able to make out the general temperament of the heavenly demon to some extent. The nature of the man across the street was similar to the heavenly demon's temperament. But again, looking at his soul, it's clear he's a completely different individual, but funnily enough, I can't read him. It's hard to come to any conclusion. Erlang Shen's thoughts became complicated. Let's follow after him. Alright. When Yi and Wu took the lead and started to follow the suspicious man, Erlang Shen quickly followed suit. You also. When Yi and Wu tilted his head to ask if Erlang Shen also could not read into the being, Erlang Shen kept his mouth shut. The man was a being that the alternate ego of the Black King could not assess, so Erlang Shen wondered if such a mortal could exist. Though Erlang Shen felt the urge to forcefully kidnap the man and conduct some tests. I don't think the Death King would appreciate that. Yi and Wu had reminded Erlang Shen several times that their identities should never be revealed. Thus, Erlang Shen decided to remain quiet. Of course, his eyes and senses were fixed on the man, so Erlang Shen was ready to open and release his powers if the opportunity presented itself. However, although Yi and Wu and Erlang continued to follow the man, they could not find anything suspicious. The man seemed to be the first singer in the festival being performed at Hyundai that day. He was the guitarist and vocalist for the band, Will. The man warmed up his vocals and was faithfully practicing during rehearsal while happily mingling with his band members. The man must be quite popular. Even though there was still a lot of time before the start of the festival, there were already a few fans who came to cheer him on. It's a little suspicious, but he doesn't seem to be the heavenly demon. Indeed, although it has been said several times that he is of human origin, there is no way that the being who resides in the Chenggong library would come down from his lofty perch to play like this. I also don't feel any outliers in those who surround him. Erlang Shen gave a bitter smile as he crossed his arms. In fact, the more Erlang Shen observed the man, the more he was sure that there was nothing special about the man. For a Wang level being to descend to the lower world and go undetected like this, the heavenly demon was the one who turned the wheel. Simply projecting his thoughts and making a physical body would have a significant impact. However, seeing that no one had recognized this being done up to now, it was clear to Erlang Shen that the similarities the man possessed were just a coincidence. Reading the memories and thoughts of the other band members, it also seemed like the man had a long-standing relationship with his fellow bandmates for quite some time. Moreover, no matter how crazy the heavenly demon was, Erlang Shen did not think that the heavenly demon would be enjoying a carefree time amongst humans, especially when his real son had just died not too long ago. However, Yi and Wu looked at the man who resembled the heavenly demon for a long time without saying a word. It's similar but different. What is this? Yi and Wu brought out Alphorone Vivaspot's memories. He was able to easily do this since Alphorone Vivaspot had long ago been fully devoured and integrated into his being. In Yi and Wu's memory, the image of the heavenly demon appeared. That was a time when the heavenly demon was faithfully living a life as a mortal, human. The image of a father who was infinitely kind and warm to his son J1, or Vivaspot. Alphorone Vivaspot followed his father, the heavenly demon, and realized what a transcendent was, and he desired to walk the path between heaven and earth. The appearance of the heavenly demon, who was called Sun Ji-ho, was similar in many ways to the man standing on the performance stage. The similarities did not stop there. The man was part of a band, the way he spoke, the look and feel he gave off looking at the man, Yi and-woo could feel a yearning from Alphron Vivasvat, a yearning to call out, "Father." But that was all. Conversely, the remaining vestige thoughts of Alphron Vivasvat were stating that the man was not his father. Yi and-woo had asked Alphron Vivasvat about it several times. The legend of Vivasvat shakes his head. The legend of Vivasvat says that no traces of his father remain here. Judging by what Alphron Vivasvat was saying, it seemed as though Yi and-woo mistook the man's identity. Still, the legend of Alphron Vivasvat was reacting hostile towards the man, exemplifying that his anger against the heavenly demon had not yet disappeared. Am I just being too sensitive? Yi and-woo thought this and eventually turned around. Nothing good would come about from wasting time in a place like this. Once Yi and-woo turned around, the man glanced in the direction where Yi and-woo had just been and gave a faint smile. He then concentrated on playing the guitar again. Now, the next song I'll sing will be Fade Heaven, my most popular song. Erlang Shen guided Yi and-woo to Hyundai's beach. Since the day was still warm and bright, there were quite a few people surfing and enjoying their time on the beach. I think you can make out the great sage even if I don't point him out. Yi and-woo quietly nodded. Even an idiot could make out who Sun Wukong was. There was a man surfing on the rough swaying waves. Every time he shook the surfboard with a movement that was close to divine, his white hair, which came down to his waist, danced and bounced around. He also had a face that looked exactly like the Monkey King's Exuvi. Even their temperament was the same. Open hollow corner bracket. Look at that bastard. Someone was toiling away in a cave while the other is enjoying a marvelous day playing on the beach. The Monkey King's Exuvi, who was seeing the scene through Yi and-woo's gaze, grumbled with an annoyed voice. Needless to say, Sun Wukong looked happy. No one could fault the Monkey King's Exuvi from feeling a sense of hurt and injustice after having to spend millennia in the tower doing all sorts of dirty work. Sun Wukong had a handsome face and a strong physique, so men and women were sitting on the beach watching him surfing with rapt interest and wonder. Open hollow corner bracket. I can't. Hey, let me ask you for a favor. Single quote question mark single quote. Open hollow corner bracket. You're good at stabbing people in the back, right? Where the hell did he get that idea? Yi and-woo frowned for a moment. I'm not very good at. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Are you sure? This guy, I think his name is Shannon, he sings this song non-stop about how you stab people in the back with gusto. Single quote. Open hollow corner bracket. Anyway, can you just stab that guy in the back, just this once? I can't bear to see him like this any longer. Yi and-woo pressed his temples with his index fingers. I didn't come here to play. Open hollow corner bracket. HMPF. So you're not going to do anything, huh? Yi and-woo sighed. Yi and-woo had awakened the Monkey King's Exuvi so that he could help Yi and-woo speak with and convince Sun Wukong. However, it was becoming harder for Yi and-woo to ask the Monkey King's Exuvi for help, as the Monkey King's Exuvi did not seem to be in the mood. For now, let me strike up a conversation with him and see where it goes. The moment Yi and-woo was about to move towards Sun Wukong. Open hollow corner bracket. Wait a moment. The Monkey King's Exuvi spoke in a serious tone. It seems like a gate is opening. Yi and-woo and Erlang Shen both looked up at the space above Sun Wukong's head. The Sage Lion King is descending. The Flood Demon King is descending. Then, the air above Sun Wukong's head momentarily swayed, and the red-haired Sage Lion King and the skinny figure of the Flood Demon King appeared. They both landed on the surface of the water. Boom! The impact was so intense that the seawater rose several meters high and caused high waves to crash on the shore. Hey, what is this? Weren't all the gates closed? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Run. Couples and families, who were enjoying their time surfing and sailing or peacefully strolling along the beach, were soon seen busily running away from the sudden abnormal occurrence. Their eyes were suddenly filled with dread and terror as if a dungeon break had occurred. Why are the 7 Demon Kings here? Erlang Shen frowned. The Sage Lion King and the Flood Demon King were the 4th and 2nd Demon Kings respectively in the 7 Demon Kings. They were formidable powers that symbolize dragon power, and pride, respectively. For Yi and-woo, the unfolding scene was uncomfortable. Those in the enemy camp were contacting Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong ever joined them, the power dynamic would greatly tilt in favor of his enemies. The weight that the great sage Sun Wukong's existence carried was enormous. We have to stop this. Erlang Shen released his divine powers and was about to take a step forward. Stop. Yi Yanwu shook his head as he placed his hand on Erlang Shen's shoulder. Erlang Shen swung his head to look at Yi Yanwu. His expression seemed to ask what Yi Yanwu was thinking. Bam! In an instant, they heard an explosive sound, like a watermelon being smashed. Yi Yanwu and Erlang Shen opened their eyes wide and refocused on Sun Wukong. For whatever reason, Sun Wukong was stomping on the Sage Lion King and Flood Demon King, both of whom had made a grand entrance just moments ago. Arg. Wait a second, let's talk this through. Ack. You little, do you know what I had to do to set this day up? Did you forget about your brother's temper? Shall I remind you both about my past? Huh. Come on, wait a minute, the youngest, in our own words. Ah. Boom, boom, smack, the Sage Lion King and Flood Demon King, symbols of fear for the Chan sect, were being beaten without the chance to muster a defense. If they tried to use their power, Sun Wukong would forcefully cancel it and counter-hit them, and if they tried to run away, he would follow and kick their behinds. The sound of the beating and the two Demon Kings' screams were louder than the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. Ah! The sound of a squealing pig rang out. The people who were running away because of the tidal waves looked back at the source of the weird sound with bewildered faces. Do you want to be in their shoes? Quote. Yi Yanwu stated quietly to Erlang Shen, who kept his mouth shut. Erlang Shen recalled the painful memory of the Chan sect being roundly beaten up by Sun Wukong. Open hollow corner bracket. That guy. So much time has passed, but he hasn't changed at all. I guess that stupid personality and temper have nowhere else to go. HMPF. As if unsatisfied with the unfolding scene, the Monkey King's Exuvi clicked his tongue. Yi Yanwu decided to watch the situation a little further. The Sage Lion King had already become bloody and was starting to lose his consciousness, and the Flood Demon King's face was turning a deep blue. Sun Wukong still had a sarcastic expression on his face. Stop, stoop, I made a mistake, so please forgive me. What was your mistake? What did you do wrong? Because I ruined your surfboard. You still don't know. A few more smacks ought to sort you out. Ack. After seeing the Sage Lion King and the Flood Demon King being smacked around and treated like ragdolls, a thought popped up in Yi Yanwu's mind. He shouldn't release his powers right now. If that was the case, how could he avoid those two's gazes and approach Sun Wukong? Open hollow corner bracket. Want me to help you? The Monkey King's Exuvi grinned. It seemed the Monkey King's Exuvi had come up with a funny prank. Chapter 764 Sun Wukong 3. The Sage Lion King, who had been lifelessly lying on the ground, came to his senses and opened his eyes. Bam, 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 he saw the Flood Demon King being roundly trampled on. Ack, it was pitiful to see his brother shriveled up and beaten like a ragdoll. Who would look at that figure and see the cruel, iron-handed tyrant who ruled over Mount Meru, which was surrounded by the four seas? The word, flood, originally meant a gigantic sense of overflowing pride, that is, the pride of a flood dragon. He was a great demon king who others needed to be wary of in the heavenly world. It was not for nothing that the Flood Demon King was considered the second most powerful among the 7 demon kings, who, with only 7 members, was comparable in power to the Chan or Jia sect. The Flood Demon King was well known for possessing a cunning and stinky temper, so he commanded respect and dignity. However, his dignity was thoroughly being neglected and trampled on at the moment. The recognition of the Flood Demon King's dignity only applied to the outside world. Within the 7 demon kings, he was largely a neglected being. Though the Flood Demon King led the 7 demon kings, instead of the Bull Demon King who did not pay much attention to internal affairs, none of the demon kings, his siblings, listened to him. This was especially the case for the youngest, who was the rowdiest. Although he was called the youngest, Sun Wukong was the most reckless amongst the 7 brothers. He only listened a little to the Bull Demon King, and he often abused the other brothers based on his whims. Thanks to this, the Flood Demon King was pressed from above and hit from the bottom like a little child's drum. When the Bull Demon King ordered the Flood Demon King to bring Sun Wukong, the Flood Demon King had felt a sinking feeling. Ah, how did I end up like this? Bring over the youngest. Why me? There's Sage Lion King and Macaque King. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? Since the eldest wants the youngest to come, the second oldest brother should carry this responsibility. Fuck, no way, it's obvious that he's playing around. If he's bothered, he's going to unleash that temper on whoever bothers him. So, you won't do it? Of course not, who would want to do this? I guess it can't be helped. Phew, it's good to see that you're being sensible. Since you're so concerned about being beaten by the youngest, I'll have to beat you with my own hands. The sage Lion King could not shake off the image of his oldest brother smiling gently while loosening his hands. Although the sage Lion King did not back down from anything, the pressure he felt at that time, even though it had not been directed towards him, was more than he could have imagined. Though his personality had greatly improved, the Bull Demon King still was the king of demons who used to beat and destroy the Chan sect all by himself. The Bull Demon King's temper did not go anywhere. If his brothers decided to walk the wrong path or not listen to his words, the Bull Demon King was more than willing to use other, more forceful, measures. The Bull Demon King was the first beast-like opponent and the first, level being. He was a monster that achieved two seemingly impossible levels at the same time. It was reassuring to have him as an ally, but the sage Lion King broke out in a cold sweat considering the possibility of having to face the Bull Demon King. The problem was that the youngest was just as scary of an entity. Hey, have you already fainted? How can you be so weak? Soon, the Flood Demon King drooped down lifelessly while foaming at the mouth. Sun Wukong clicked his tongue, threw the Flood Demon King to one side, and turned his head towards the Sage Lion King. The Sage Lion King quickly closed his eyes to avoid eye contact with his youngest brother. The Sage Lion King saw his life flash before his eyes. Step, step, he could hear Sun Wukong's steps getting closer and closer. He even felt the sensation of Sun Wukong squatting and observing him from above. A breath-stopping tension ensued. Cold sweat dripped down the Sage Lion King's back. Fourth brother, won't you wake up? You know I know you're awake, right? Why don't you just get up? Sun Wukong's voice was full of life. The Sage Lion King flinched several times and almost stood up. If their eyes met, the Sage Lion King felt he would really face his own death, and that thought constantly cycled through the Sage Lion King's mind. What, you're really going to keep this act up, huh? I'll give you until the count of 3. If you don't get up, this youngest sibling will smash your head in. 1, 2, 3. Hey, are you really asleep? Well, it's not much fun to smash the head of someone who's asleep. The Sage Lion King breathed an inward sigh of relief after hearing the sound of Sun Wukong getting up and clicking his tongue. I just needed to hold on like this. Once Sun Wukong's anger subsided, the Sage Lion King would pretend to regain his consciousness and get up. This was what the Sage Lion King decided to do, at least until he heard what Sun Wukong said next. I guess I'll have to see how far I can kick you. Like kicking a soccer ball. It looked fun seeing others do it on the beach. I wonder how far my fourth brother will fly. The sound of Sun Wukong lightly loosening his legs could be heard. And once the tense aura of an oncoming kick was felt, the Sage Lion King quickly got up. Just regained my consciousness. The Sage Lion King tried to speak in an awkward, cracked voice, but Sun Wukong had already started his soccer kick with a cold smile on his face. It's too late, brother. Boom. The Sage Lion King soon became a star in the distant sky as he drew an arc and fell into the sea. So you need me to find Lee's fragments, right? Why yes. This is Big Brother's order. Hearing that the Bull Demon King had personally given him an order, Sun Wukong stroked his chin with his hand and fell into deep thought. Sun Wukong knew that his oldest brother would not call on the brothers unless it was something important. This was especially the case for him, the youngest brother. The fact that the Bull Demon King called for Sun Wukong directly meant that the matter was that important. While Sun Wukong was deep in thought, the Sage Lion King and Flood Demon King were on their knees tending to their badly bruised faces. They felt relieved that they no longer had to suffer from the youngest, but their current situation, of being thoroughly beaten like rag dolls, was very depressing. Why did the heavenly demon turn the wheel and bring back such an existence? The Sage Lion King wanted to verbalize and shout out what he was thinking in his heart, but of course, he did not. Brother, you look quite dissatisfied. You were just thinking why that stupid heavenly demon brought me back to life, right? It was as if Sun Wukong received some sort of divine message. Ha, how could that be the case? Ha, you know I love my siblings, youngest brother. Sage Lion King denied having such a thought. All the while, sweat dripped down like a waterfall from his brow. With narrowed eyes, Sun Wukong looked at his fourth brother for a while. The Sage Lion King knew that if he showed any gap, he would be finished. He focused on maintaining his composure, as his life depended on it. If you're ever caught, just once, you wait. I'll make sure you're cleanly cut into 2. Anyway, you said you're looking for Lee's fragments, right? I understand that it would be nice to find the face of the heavenly demon there, but why is the older brother looking for the fragments suddenly? No matter how many times the wheel turns, if it doesn't interfere with his work, he's not one who would care about such matters, right? Sun Wukong made a puzzled face. He could not make sense of the situation. The Sage Lion King looked at the Flood Demon King. Though the Sage Lion King was present when the Bull Demon King gave his orders and explained the situation, he did not really pay attention. Thus, the Sage Lion King was looking at the Flood Demon King to speak up and fill in the blanks. The Flood Demon King frowned, but he had no choice but to answer, as Sun Wukong was staring at him. To obtain Gnosis spirit power. Spirit power. The eldest has no need for that. Sun Wukong stopped in the middle of speaking and crossed his arms as he clicked his tongue. Is it because of Ji-Ho? The Flood Demon King nodded. It's because the current heavenly demon's strength is scraping at the bottom of the barrel since he's constantly turning the wheel. Eldest brother seems to think that if things keep going on like this, something big might happen. I'm sure the heavenly demon will take care of his own matters. To be precise, it's because of you, youngest. Because the heavenly demon and you share a soul. Sun Wukong stroked his chin with his hand. He already felt the feeling that the endless battle between the heavenly demon and the Black King had now reached a critical limit. As they were tied together with the comprehensive concept of face, the heavenly demon and Sun Wukong also shared a soul. Thus, Sun Wukong was also well aware of the hardships that the heavenly demon was currently having. This was also the reason why the heavenly demon was confining himself to the Chenggong library. He was trying to replenish his Gnosis, to build up the spirit energy he was running out of. This was also the reason why the heavenly demon built the tower. It was his last gamble. It seemed that the Bull Demon King was determined to actively help the heavenly demon. Still, why join hands with that goblin? Phew. Sun Wukong lightly clicked his tongue while recalling the contradictory existence of Yvelok, the Black King's ego that also possessed the face of the heavenly demon. Sun Wukong knew very well what that existence's wish was. A world free of the heavenly demon and the Black King. The ultimate goal would be the birth of a safe haven, Erpion. Although this was quite in line with the goal that Sun Wukong and the heavenly demon hoped to achieve someday, it was not an easy task. Nevertheless, Yvelok worked tirelessly to achieve his goal. He tried to somehow find a way in the constantly turning wheel, and it seemed that he had found something. However, because Yvelok had brought upon too much damage in the process, Sun Wukong had always disliked Yvelok. Even if they shared the same soul, not all the heavenly demons' faces were the same. Although they could be called faces, each of the heavenly demons' faces pursued different purposes and possessed individually unique identities. I'll think about it. In the end, the answer that Sun Wukong gave to the Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King was that he would think about it. But the eldest is considerate of you, the youngest he wants to help you. Okay, you both can go. The Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King shut their mouths when they saw one of Sun Wukong's eyes slightly perk up. Up until now, Sun Wukong had treated them in a half-joking manner, but right now, Sun Wukong had become serious. I'm well aware that eldest brother is trying to help me and that heavenly demon fool, but Lee's fragment shouldn't be touched recklessly. What if an accident happens again, like in the case of Lucille? At the mention of Lucille, the two demon kings were at a loss for words. I'll think about it for a day and give you an answer, so go. Aren't you both going to leave? Shall I help you on your way out with my foot? I'm sure it'll help you get back quicker. Oh, no, we'll be going, ha ha ha. Well then, youngest, we'll await your answer. The Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King ran away as if the bottoms of their feet were on fire. Sun Wukong let out a deep sigh with an annoyed expression as he quickly turned his head to one side. It seems like you've overheard my conversation. Who are you guys? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the space opened up and Erlang Shen and Yi and Wu stepped out. Long time no see. It looks like the Jia sect has latched onto the eldest brother. Did you come here to ask me to stop it? Similar. But more than that, this person here wanted to talk to you. Erlang Shen slowly stepped aside and introduced Yi and Wu. At the same time, Erlang Shen did not neglect his preparations so that he could release his divine powers if needed. After seeing the Sage Lion King and Flood Demon King beat up for bothering Sun Wukong's surfing, Erlang Shen felt that the same fate may befall him. However, Sun Wukong did not pay much interest in Erlang Shen. His gaze was fixed on Yi and Wu. He used fiery golden eyes, the shining golden eyes he obtained from the fiery path of Palgui. Are you like Yvilk? In an instant, Yi and Wu frowned. Sun Wukong seemed to be smirking as if he was having fun. You stink. It smells like darkness. How could that be? Did you rob the Marble Mountains or something? Yi and Wu gave off a strong scent of the Monkey King's exuvie. While Yi and Wu was contemplating what to do to avoid the Sage Lion King and Flood Demon King, the Monkey King's exuvie offered a solution, to intentionally let out the Monkey King exuvie's scent to let Sun Wukong recognize their presence. The reason why Sun Wukong had pushed away his brothers by stating that he would give them an answer later was because he had recognized the scent. SS's. Yi and Wu's shadow flowed out and soon took the shape of the Monkey King's exuvie. For whatever reason, the Monkey King exuvie's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. It's been a while. Hey, I don't know who you are, but you have a very handsome face. Open hollow corner bracket, stop spewing nonsense. I have a favor to ask you. What? Open hollow corner bracket, let me smack you once. The Monkey King's exuvie was being sincere. Having worked hard and having carried out his responsibilities, the Monkey King's exuvie was infuriated at the sight of Sun Wukong fooling around and having fun. However, Sun Wukong just smiled. Why don't you try? Open hollow corner bracket, what? If you think you can smack me, go ahead and try. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. Crack. The Monkey King's exuvie gritted his teeth. Even though he knew that his main body would come out like this, he still felt dirty when it happened. Flash. However, that dirty feeling only lasted a moment. The Monkey King's exuvie smiled widely as he looked at Yi and Wu. By the way, did I mention that any promise I make also applies to my true body? I represented the Monkey King in the tower. That was the condition for me being left in the tower. Is that so? Yi and Wu nodded while speaking in a monotone voice, as if he was reading from a textbook. Sun Wukong felt that something was off and frowned. The Monkey King's exuvie smiled brightly as he stated, Daddy has arrived, why are you not greeting him, son? Chapter 765 Sun Wukong 5. Before they made their appearance in front of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King's exuvie revealed a secret to Yi and Wu. Has it ever occurred to you why I agreed to be locked up in a cave? Come to think of it, I never thought about it. It is strange though, especially with your temper. Huh, what's wrong with my personality? Are you really asking me because you don't know? Once Yi and Wu threw out the question, the Monkey King's exuvie clenched his fists. Just because you've improved a little. Based on his temper, the Monkey King's exuvie would not have responded to such a question. He would have already smacked Yi and Wu's head by now. However, he knew this was not a possibility anymore since Yi and Wu's power level was already beyond what he could comprehend. If he acted rashly, only he would get hurt. I've always been on an upward trajectory. Anyway, don't you think it's time to honor your promise? What, son? Yi and Wu said as he pointed at the Monkey King's exuvie. Dad, Yi and Wu said as he pointed to himself. The Monkey King exuvie's face quickly turned red with anger, but soon, he let out a heavy sigh. How long did he have to be stuck like this with a bet he made a long time ago? Hadn't enough time already passed for one to forget about such silly things? These were the thoughts that the Monkey King's exuvie had. On the other hand, the Monkey King's exuvie was amazed at how Yi and Wu could cling on to something without ever letting it go. In such a time like this, the Monkey King's exuvie thought that this aspect of Yi and Wu's personality might actually be more helpful. Hey, that's it. Quote? How you'll approach my true body. Can you explain clearly? I have no idea what you're saying. When I was left in the cave, my true body made a promise to me. My end of the bargain was that I protected the Marbled Mountains, 5 Elements Mountain, and helped players find their right paths. Hearing that Sun Wukong was concerned about other players finding their right path, Yi and Wu was about to tell the Monkey King's exuvie to stop talking nonsense. However, the Monkey King's exuvie was speaking with such a serious expression and tone of voice that Yi and Wu decided to let this contradicting flaw in logic pass for the moment. When I asked him why I needed to waste my time and work so hard, he said it was because he needed to do something important. Looking back, I'm sure he was just too lazy to do it himself. So, I asked for something in return. What was it? If something were to happen, I wanted him to give me the authority to represent myself as the protector of the horses, the great sage, and the fighting Buddha. Since the true body had so many great achievements and legends, he used different names and titles in each legend. Moreover, the identity of those in each legend possessed different, unique personalities. I myself was an exuvi created from the Monkey King's legends. I requested that he give me the authority to officially become the representative of all those legends. Since unexpected things happened in the tower all the time, I wanted to make sure I had a hidden card. And then, I met you. Yi Yanwu quietly nodded. He finally understood what agreement was made between Sun Wukong and the Monkey King's exuvi. Thus, Yi Yanwu knew what the Monkey King's exuvi was about to say. Therefore, you're going to say that all the promises and agreements that you've made with me also apply to your true body. Yeah, that's all good and fine, but you still haven't called me daddy. When are you planning to keep your promise? Quote. For Sun Wukong, ignorant of the conversation Yi Yanwu and the Monkey King's exuvi had previously, the Monkey King exuvi's sudden words hit him like a lightning bolt. To be told to call someone daddy, out of the blue, Sun Wukong's face contorted miserably. What kind of prank are you playing? Of course, Yi Yanwu remained calm. It's not a prank, it's true. What, you possess the fiery golden eyes, right? Check it out for yourself. Sun Wukong injected divine power into his fiery golden eyes to determine whether Yi Yanwu was telling the truth. He soon received his answer, truth. What Yi Yanwu stated was the truth. What the fucking hell is going on? With a face full of wrinkles and lines, Sun Wukong stared at the Monkey King's exuvi. He made a face as if asking the Monkey King's exuvi what the hell he had done. Of course, the Monkey King's exuvi just shrugged his shoulders. However, the satisfaction of sucker punching Sun Wukong this one time was written all over the Monkey King exuvi's face. It was just that Sun Wukong had lost his time, and it was enough to make him feel refreshed. Yi Yanwu spoke up, anyway, son, this father of yours has a favor to ask you. You can't be serious. Sun Wukong seemed as though he would launch an offensive at any moment. His divine powers blazed on his body and seemed to be on the cusp of exploding with vicious force. However, Yi Yanwu remained calm. It's not like the great sage to go against his word. But it wasn't the great sage, it was that asshole over there. Doesn't he represent the great sage? Fine, if you're going to cling on to this, I'll accept it. Quote. Yi Yanwu and the Monkey King exuvi's eyes both grew large. They wondered why Sun Wukong, who had a stubborn personality, was willing to accept something so out of the blue and absurd without a fight. However, Sun Wukong just smiled coldly, like someone missing a few screws. Instead, since I sowed, I'll reap. If I beat you to death, then your damn title as father disappears with you, right? Yi Yanwu was appalled by Sun Wukong's simple-minded approach of dealing with everything with brute force. However, Yi Yanwu quickly collected himself and concluded that nothing good could come out of fighting Sun Wukong in this place. He felt it was time to backtrack a bit. Of course, I have no intention of forcing such nonsense on you. Instead, I have a request. That was the main purpose of this whole act. What is it? Sun Wukong had not retrieved his released divine powers. Yi Yanwu looked at his surroundings. The area was devastated due to Sun Wukong dealing with the Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King. He suggested, it's too noisy here. Let's go somewhere quieter. Yi Yanwu and Sun Wukong moved to a cafe in the downtown area of Busan, a neighborhood called Siamian. It was a short distance away from Hyundai. Hyundai had already fallen into a state of commotion as many people suspected that a dungeon break had occurred. Many of the association's players were moving to the Hyundai area. Even though the previous player system was completely shut down, not all the abilities that were already given to players were removed, so there were still some players continuing their previous line of work. They had also heard that the planned large-scale festival had also been cancelled. However, none of them cared about that fact. Sun Wukong held a straw and angrily stirred the caramel macchiato in front of him while glaring at Yi Yanwu. He did not forget to send out an aura so that the others around them would not notice and bother them. So, you're asking me to tell you the objective of the 7 Demon Kings? Yes, if possible, I would like you to teach me how to break their alliance with Yvelk. Sun Wukong made an exasperated expression. Ha, look at this guy, are you asking me to bring out everything right now, when we just met? Sun Wukong wondered how Yi Yanwu could be so shameless. Open hollow corner bracket, he's definitely quick. It seems my true body already sensed what's going on. He properly assessed your personality in an instant. The Monkey King's exuvi nodded with his arms crossed. He was agreeing with Sun Wukong's assessment of Yi Yanwu. Yi Yanwu, however, did not care at all. Fine, let's say I tell you. What are you going to do for me in return? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and put down his straw. He then continued, as you can see, I'm living a very satisfying life. To give this all up and to start helping you is a very poor business decision, no. Moreover, I don't even know you well. On the other hand, even though what my brothers are doing looks stupid, no, they are stupid, but I know that they're doing things for my well-being. It doesn't make sense to interrupt what they're doing and help you, right? The moment they sat down, Sun Wukong stated that he and the Monkey King's Exuvi were two completely different existences. Though it was true that one was created from removing one part of another, they had lived lives with different identities for hundreds of years, so they were essentially, for all intents and purposes, different beings. Yi and Wu felt that what Sun Wukong stated was reasonable enough. Additionally, it did not seem like the Monkey King's Exuvi wanted to rejoin with Sun Wukong. Thus, Yi and Wu had no intention of emphasizing and using the relationship between the Monkey King's Exuvi and Sun Wukong as leverage. He was determined to logically reason with Sun Wukong and convince him. You said that you're satisfied with your life right now, but it seems that you're not truly satisfied. Am I right? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. Actually, you seem rather dissatisfied. Stop talking nonsense. I have seen you a few times in the many dreams I have encountered. What? Sun Wukong frowned as soon as he heard Yi and Wu's unexpected words. At first, I didn't know why you were so dissatisfied, but I later realized why. Each time I saw you, you said the same thing, damn it, another failure. At first, I had no idea what your words meant. But now, I know. Sun Wukong, don't you want to save the heavenly demon, who is essentially imprisoned in the Chenggong library? This damn bastard. Sun Wukong's face turned beet red as if his heart pressure had shot up to astronomical levels. He jumped up from his seat and stood up. A strong gust of wind blew around him. However, Yi and Wu interpreted these actions as something positive. Who in the world would have known that the fact that the heavenly demon was in the Chenggong library was it not something he chose on his own accord? Yi and Wu, too, would not have been able to guess this fact if he had not earlier overheard the conversation Sun Wukong had with the Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King. Sun Wukong had stated that the heavenly demon was in the Chenggong library to fill his depleted spirit power. His reduced power levels must have been the result of having to constantly turn the wheel countless times and having to deal with the awakening from each dream. After successfully recreating the world, the heavenly demon no longer had any involvement with worldly matters, so it seemed that he buried himself in the expanse of the Chenggong library to replenish his powers. And it seemed that Sun Wukong had tried to save the heavenly demon in each dream's iteration. In the many dreams Yi and Wu had peered into while dealing with the other egos, Sun Wukong had always been a being who busily ran about. And when each dream came to an end, Sun Wukong would always look up to the sky and cry out. With a face full of anger, Sun Wukong would shout out that he would succeed next time. I recall hearing that Sun Wukong sacrificed something for the heavenly demon to awaken as a Wong-level being and achieve the creation of the universe. Afterward, the heavenly demon started to turn the wheel and bring Sun Wukong back to life. Sun Wukong, he's been trying to save the heavenly demon, who has been suffering for hundreds of thousands of eons. Although the many faces of the heavenly demon shared the same soul, they each operated with distinct personalities and identities. The existence of Yvilk, who was active as an ego of the Black King, and Sun Wukong demonstrated this fact. Sun Wukong had always tried to save the heavenly demon. As the heavenly demon Rapunzel or something, sheesh, Yi and Wu seemed to imagine the heavenly demon as Rapunzel, someone who was trapped high up in a tower, and Sun Wukong as Rapunzel's savior, his knight in shining armor. Of course, if the two of them heard this interpretation, they would surely state that Yi and Wu was crazy. Perhaps that was the reason why Sun Wukong left the Monkey Kong's Exuvi within the cave. The tower was essentially a restraining device made by the heavenly demon to suppress the Black King. If a part of Sun Wukong remained somewhere within the tower, and if he could contribute to making the players stronger, the weight of the tower would increase, making it more difficult for the Black King to awaken. However, since Sun Wukong wanted to find a way to help the heavenly demon, he had no choice but to leave something else in the tower to replace him. And that was the Monkey King's Exuvi. Because the legend of the Monkey King refers to the developmental phase of Sun Wukong. In fact, thanks to that, I benefited a lot as well. Thanks to the Monkey King's Exuvi, Yi and Wu learned the heavenly brackets and the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Essentially, the Monkey King's Exuvi was just as much of a special person to Yi and Wu as the Martial King was. Didn't you delay making a decision when the Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King came because you wanted to see if their actions would benefit or hurt the heavenly demon? Sun Wukong said nothing and just stared at Yin Wu. Therefore, I will help you. You, how can you help me? The reason why the heavenly demon is restricted to the Changgong library is because of the Black King. Right. So, I will make sure that the Black King never opens his eyes again. Yin Wu utilized his fiery golden eyes. They shone brightly, just like Sun Wukong's. I will make that happen. In an instant, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. All sorts of emotions could be seen passing past his eyes. And after a while, Sun Wukong spoke, do you have any siblings or family members? Chapter 766 Sun Wukong 5. When Sun Wukong asked that question suddenly, Yin Wu was about to tell him not to ask such stupid questions. However, Sun Wukong's eyes were so sharp and his gaze seemingly unyielding that Yin Wu felt he had no choice but to answer. I do. How is your relationship with them? I don't think it's bad. The Monkey King's Exuvi intervened in the conversation. It's not that bad. This guy, he started climbing up the tower after hearing that his younger brother had been betrayed and killed. Yin Wu bit his lips tightly. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and said, I also started training in a relatively unknown mountain called Mount Waguo. The reason I left that place and came out into this world was because a friend I considered a brother had been killed. To get revenge, I took up the Ruyi Bang. That's how it all started. Yin Wu wondered what Sun Wukong was getting at. You intend to make the Black King unable to open his eyes again. Explain in detail what you are planning to do. Yin Wu calmly explained his plans. His plan was to defeat Sage, currently the main ego of the Black King, to absorb Yvelk, awaken as the complete Black King, and completely fall asleep. Although Kronos had caught wind of his plan, it was the first time Yin Wu verbalized his plan, so his voice trembled slightly as he explained what he was planning to do. Yin Wu's younger brother, a father, a mother, they would all be opposed to his plan. Even now, Yin Wu constantly asked himself if he was traversing the right path, but each time, Yin Wu concluded that his plan was the only solution. As soon as Yin Wu finished giving his explanation, Sun Wukong frowned. You mean you're planning on saving your family by sacrificing yourself? Yes. The moment Yin Wu was about to answer. Whoosh. You have been forcibly summoned to the illusory world, Monkey Mountain. Suddenly, the world around Yin Wu seemed to twist in an instant. Yin Wu found himself in Sun Wukong's illusory world. And then, bam, Sun Wukong opened his powers to the fullest and attacked. His fists contained the wild flames of the flame wheel. Although Yin Wu was surprised by the unexpected attack, he crossed his arms to block the incoming strike. Rumble, boom, the shattered flames spread out and swirled in all directions after being blocked. Boom, boom. However, Sun Wukong continued his attack, as if he was not satisfied with something. Yin Wu had no choice but to frown as he blocked each blow one by one. What the hell is this? Someone like you needs to be straightened out. That way, you'll regain your senses. What? Yin Wu wanted to argue, but Sun Wukong did not seem willing to listen. Sun Wukong just hardened his expression and bombarded Yin Wu with all his might, laying attacks one after another. He moved using flowing water and attacked using lightning strike. It was as if Sun Wukong was proving to Yin Wu why he was given the title as Great Sage and Fighting Buddha, and why the Chan sect and Jia sect trembled in fright whenever they heard his name. Bam! Yin Wu could not help but get annoyed. Even for Yin Wu, Sun Wukong was a formidable enemy who could not be ignored. Of course, there was no reason for Yin Wu to lose to Sun Wukong in terms of skill, as Yin Wu had almost completely mastered the teachings of the Martial King while overcoming the many egos of the Black King. Moreover, Yin Wu was certain he could defeat Sun Wukong if he brought out the darkness. There was hardly any being who could stop Yin Wu, who had become the alternate ego of the Black King. This was what Yin Wu thought. However, to bring out the darkness, Yin Wu would have to consume some of his law of causality, which would further imprint the executor's will upon the world and hasten the end of days apocalypse process. Although he had awakened his position as the executor to escape Zheng Wu, he was not yet planning on proceeding with the end of days. More than anything. Why isn't the Monkey King's Exuvi saying anything? As if understanding why his main body was acting in such a way, the Monkey King's Exuvi stood back at a distance and chuckled as if he found something funny. He seemed to have no intention of stopping the fight. However, whether he truly understood Yin Wu's explanation and circumstance, Sun Wukong continued his offensive, which was becoming more cumbersome for Yin Wu to handle. Each skill strike was comparable to any beast-like opponent or Wong level being. Sun Wukong's self-developed power level was incredible. It was understandable why gods of martial arts and gods of fight were being Sun Wukong considered as insignificant bugs. Boom, boom. At a certain point, one of Yi and Wu's shoulders got turned from one of Sun Wukong's strikes. Yi and Wu had exposed a gap. Sun Wukong was not one who would miss that moment. His outstretched palm flew out like lightning. Ah! The bottom of Sun Wukong's palm struck Yi and Wu's upper left chest and exploded. Yi and Wu's chest area was singed black as if the area had been burnt. Yi and Wu received a shock so strong that even his soul vibrated. Eventually, he was flung back. Bam! Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Yi and Wu and slammed his fist on Yi and Wu once more. Boom! The attack was far more powerful than any attack Yi and Wu had ever faced. Because of this, Yi and Wu thought that he could no longer block the attacks and be on the defensive, so he pulled his shadow up and parried the attack. Rumble. The executor's will, which had been subdued and quiet for a while, becomes active again. The process of the end of days apocalypse has quickened. The illusory world also started trembling, as if it would crumble and break apart at any moment. Damn it, shouldn't you at least tell me why you're doing this? Yi and Wu had lost his patience and activated his seventh step dragon body awakening and poured out his darkness. The sight of Yi and Wu's dragon eyes gleaming menacingly with his whole body covered in dragon scales was ferocious. The air in the illusory world became boiling hot. The murderous intent Yi and Wu projected outward was so terrifying that most gods would have already fainted just by being in the area. However, Sun Wukong did not seem affected. Sun Wukong narrowed his brow. Even after all this, you still don't understand? Ah. Are you an idiot? What? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. Sun Wukong took a moment to look at the Monkey King's Exuvi, who was watching the fight from a distance. Hey, Exuvi, how the hell did you maintain your sanity while being with this guy? The Monkey King's Exuvi shrugged his shoulders. His singular pursuit was somewhat refreshing. Refreshing. He may be strong, but there's nothing in his head. Open hollow corner bracket. Do you know how fun it is to watch him blunder around? It kind of reminded me of the olden days when we were young. Stop speaking nonsense. I was never like this. Open hollow corner bracket. Sure. That's why you were imprisoned on Marble Mountain, 5-element mountain, for over 500 years. Hey, don't bring up our dark past. Open hollow corner bracket. Everyone tends to glorify their past. The Monkey King's Exuvi started to giggle. Anyway, you were so thoroughly cynical of the world, and in the end, you were just a foolish figure running around to try and save the world. You and Yi and Wu are very similar in that respect. In the process of pursuing what you guys want, you don't pay any attention to the damage or wounds that other people around you receive and suffer. Ah, so that's why you brought him to me. The Monkey King's Exuvi continued to laugh without answering, but Sun Wukong quickly realized that the Exuvi's reaction was an unspoken affirmation. Moreover, it seemed that the Monkey King's Exuvi was vicariously taking revenge for being locked up for so long in a cave. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi and Wu, who could not intervene in their conversation, thought that he was being made fun of. His face had gotten extremely red from anger, and he was about to completely release the law of causality reservoir at any moment. Sun Wukong turned to Yi and Wu. But, contrary to how he somewhat playfully spoke with the Monkey King's Exuvi, his expression was extremely solemn. Just like he said, looking at your mug, I was reminded of my asshole self when I was young, so I threw a bit of a tantrum. Yi and Wu bit his lips tightly. If Sun Wukong continued to spew nonsense, Yi and Wu was not planning on holding back. Yi and Wu had only endured until now because he wanted to cooperate with Sun Wukong. Moreover, he thought Sun Wukong had some reason for doing what he did. Let me ask you one thing. If your brother sacrificed if he died again in your place, what would you do then? For a moment, Yi and Wu envisioned a scene where Jung Wu died in his place. I'm doing everything I can so that something like that never happens again. So, how would you feel if things were the other way around? Quote, you'd probably think like this: if you sacrifice yourself and erase yourself from everyone's memory, everything will become peaceful. You will no longer have to worry about the end, and your family will no longer have to suffer. Isn't that right? Yi and Wu had to keep his mouth shut as Sun Wukong read his thoughts accurately. But aren't you just deceiving yourself? Quote. Finding peace by disappearing. What kind of peace will your family get if you're successful? From my perspective, only you would be self-satisfied, right? The Black King. Fine, This is my first time meeting you, and I have no idea what kind of personality you have or what kind of disposition you possess. I don't know anything about you, and I don't want to know. You may be trash or a true self-sacrificing hero. Why would I want to know so much about you? For me, if you are successful and get rid of one of my troubles, I would welcome you with open arms. Sun Wukong had run all over the place to somehow save the heavenly demon. In the endless turning, wheel, and in the repeating iteration of dreams, Sun Wukong tried various tricks so that the heavenly demon could completely win. But he had not been able to come up with any measures as sure as Yin Wu's plan. From Sun Wukong's vantage point, why would he not be welcoming of the Black King self-destructing of his own accord? This was something Sun Wukong welcomed. The heavenly demon would no longer have to suffer. However, Sun Wukong did not grab onto this opportunity. Actually, he opposed it vehemently. Just like what the Monkey King's Exuvi mentioned, it was because Yin Wu reminded him of his young, naive self. Sun Wukong was naturally indifferent to others. If he could achieve his goal, he tended to not care too much about who else was sacrificed or injured. But this time, that mindset was not possible. Then why are you stopping me? Because I know what the rest of the people are thinking. Quote, I've been on both sides. That's when I found out that my thoughts were childish and short-sighted. It's never a sacrifice. Your type of actions just hurt people around you while giving you plausible self-rationalization. Quote. And do you know what one calls a person with these types of actions and thoughts? Sun Wukong smirked. An idiot. Quote. The legends of Sun Wukong were so diverse and expansive that it was impossible to weave them together. There were many times when he ran rampant in the universe and complained of its small size, but, in the end, Sun Wukong found himself spending more time fixing the accidents he had committed. His titles as the Great Sage or Fighting Buddha were just names Sun Wukong had picked up along the way of remedying his past transgressions. Leader, please retreat and run away. Leader, you probably don't know how fruitful our lives have been after meeting you. Our lives have carried purpose and meaning after we met you. Thus, please continue living, leader. There were many subordinates that had sacrificed their lives for him. Why the hell is your arm like that? Why are all the other brothers in such a terrible state? We just got scratched up a bit. Your arm has been completely cut off. What do you mean by a scratch? It's just that those Jia sect guys were gossiping about you. So, what did you do? We went over to the Jade King and kicked his face in a few times. Ha ha ha. Crazy bastards. Eldest brother, you forgot to mention that we made their holy territory a wasteland. Ha ha ha. It was so refreshing seeing them squirm and run away with their tails between their legs. I can't believe I have such crazy bastards as siblings. He had brothers and sisters who would fight on his behalf, cry alongside him, and laugh with him. It seems our monkey-brained brother has gotten into another accident. Xuanzang. This time, it wasn't me. Master, I saw everything. Silence. Why is it so loud here? He met colleagues who became friends who understood and cared for him. Also. Wukong, I'm not sure if I ever mentioned this to you. What is it? Wukong, you're really ugly. How can someone be so ugly? Everyone probably has their own reasons why they're so ugly, but I'm really overwhelmed and surprised every time I see your ugly mug. What did you just say, fucker? There was the heavenly demon. Sun Wukong had a relationship with many beings. He knew what they thought and understood the loss and pain they felt when he was gone. Was this not the reason why the heavenly demon revived him while turning the wheel over and over? Thus, Sun Wukong was determined to correct Yin Wu's misguided thoughts. It was stupid to think that only one would suffer and that everything would become peaceful with one's sacrifice. Sun Wukong did not want this idiot, Yin Wu, to make the same mistakes he had made and suffer through the same consequences. Sun Wukong had shared his memories with Yin Wu without any edits. Yin Wu learned the truth of Sun Wukong through his draconic eyes and fiery golden eyes. He even felt all the pain Sun Wukong had gone through. Moreover, through association, Yin Wu knew what pain and suffering his family members would have to endure if Yin Wu succeeded in carrying out his plan. Even if Yin Wu successfully deleted his existence and everything regarding himself that was engraved on this world, in the end, he would only be manipulating and deceiving their emotions based on his sole interpretation and whim. Thus could Yin Wu truly say that all this was for his family? Or was it for himself? Your choice is not viable. It won't bring the result you seek. The problem was that there was no alternative for Yin Wu. It's not like there's another way. Yin Wu shouted out in a voice filled with anger. Even though he used his life like a tool, that did not mean that he took his life lightly. Though Yanwu may not have been absolutely sure about his reasons before, it was different now that he got his family back. He also wanted to enjoy a happy life with his brother, father, mother, Sesha, and Adora. He wanted to hang out and laugh with them. Yanwu also wanted to raise his own family by having children of his own. Like his father and mother, he wanted to create a happy family unit. But no matter how much he thought, he could not see such a future. No matter how much Yanwu procrastinated and delayed the end, the Black King would eventually rise, and this dream would eventually come to an end. This meant that his whole family would once again disappear. It was an irreversible, definite, and absolute future. In the end, Yanwu had to choose this path. From the start, there was no chance of happiness in his cards. However, Sun Wukong was now stating that Yanwu's thoughts and plans were crazy. Sun Wukong's statement had finally made Yanwu's resentment, which he had been holding in and carrying by himself, explode. What do you know? Yanwu's gaze, who had been cold and stable, trembled greatly. I don't know. As I said, I don't know you, and you don't know me either. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous of me to rebuke you like this. It's not like I'm going to take up any of your responsibilities. Then why? But I can help. Yanwu was about to shout something but stopped before finishing his sentence. Sun Wukong offered, I don't know any other solution. But let me help you find it. Didn't you say you'd help me too? Then why don't we help each other? After all, both of us have the same purpose, right? Little by little, Yanwu's eyes became wet. His gaze trembled. So, live, somehow, in any way possible. If you promise me that, I will help you somehow. Drip. Hearing those words, a single tear streamed down the corner of Yanwu's right eye. Chapter 767 Lee's Fragment 1. How? Michael looked down at the long blade that pierced his chest with a look of disbelief. Of course, at Michael's power level, he would not die right away even if his heart was pierced or even if his head was cut off. The most important thing for an existence at his level was divine power, one's legends, and divinity, as these were the elements that sustained divine beings. Moreover, Michael had a lot of divine power, so he would easily be able to recover from the physical wounds he had sustained so far, and considering that he also possessed a soulstone, this piercing was materially unsubstantial. However, Michael felt a sense of tension and looming danger. The blade had not simply penetrated his body but also his spirit. The spirit was the underlying framework that bound his legends to the existence known as Michael. Scythe had made this possible. Kronos' existence had already surpassed his previous power level when he was the king of gods. Because of this, Michael was forced to look with disbelief at Scythe. He then raised his head to look at Jungwoo, who was firmly holding onto Scythe with an indifferent expression on his face. Clearly, until recently, Jungwoo had been struggling against Huyi. Jungwoo faced a crisis wherein he had to fully focus his concentration on contending against Huyi. So at what point did Jungwoo come towards Michael? But you were clearly. Huyi had stepped back, and Jungwoo had shot out a wave of light strike in, presumably, Huyi's direction. However, contrary to what Michael expected, the wave of light was not directed towards Huyi but towards Michael. Michael hastily tried to block the strike, but he could not avoid Scythe, which had approached him from his blind spot, from digging into his chest. You know what I hate the most in the world? People who stab you in the back. I suffered a lot from that when I was younger. Jungwoo snorted as he stared back at Michael's wide-eyed gaze. He knew that Michael was looking for an opportunity to attack him from behind while he was preoccupied with Huyi. Michael was planning to stab Jungwoo in the back, literally. Michael was waiting for the two of them to lose their strength or waiting for one to show a gap. However, since neither Jungwoo nor Huyi wanted such a result to occur, they had silently agreed to finish off Michael before continuing their battle. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, Jungwoo drove Scythe into Michael's spirit. Scythe's curse is being transplanted onto the target. Death. Freezing, is processing. Death. Execution, is processing. Death. Starvation, is processing. Although Yanwu was a being who embodied the concept of death, before his appearance, Kronos was widely known as the strongest being among the gods of death and the demons. Thus, it was not that difficult to transplant the concepts of death into Michael. Open hollow corner bracket. She was an evil mother to me, but I guess she also left something helpful for me. Kronos received inspiration for the death concept transplanting method from Gaia's curse. Thus, through being cursed, Kronos had learned the mechanisms of transplanting concepts. In a small way, he had received help from Gaia. Soon, the son of Day Eros begins to absorb the light it had bestowed upon the opponent. The target's divinity is being denied. Oh, no, Michael realized what Jungwoo was doing and tried to shake him off. Crack, crack, cracks soon appeared and spread all over Michael's body. The divinity bestowed on Malik was for the maintenance of day and for day's opposition to night. However, as Jungwoo became the leader of day and received recognition from the elder gods, the qualification to retrieve the divinity bestowed upon those of the day also fell under Jungwoo's authority. Knowing this, Michael had planned to kill off Jungwoo first if he could. If someone else held the right to your life, who would like that? Michael thought that, fortunately for him, he was in possession of a soul stone, so he felt that he would be able to protect his divinity as long as he did not get too seriously injured. However, since Michael's legends began to be destroyed by Scythe, there was no way to protect his divinity. Michael's divinity was quickly sucked into Jungwoo through Scythe. Michael opened his mouth to say something, but the cracks had reached his face and soon covered his entire face. Crack, whoosh. As Michael broke into tiny pieces, he was sucked into Jungwoo. Although Michael wanted to say something, it was already too late. Due to the sudden intake of divinity, Jungwoo's light distribution shone even more splendidly. After the divinity retrieval process was over, Jungwoo narrowed his eyes. At that moment whoosh, a gust of strong wind blew and swept through the place Michael had just been. Boom, without even a moment to enjoy the lingering and uplifting feeling of devouring, Jungwoo swung the side wildly to repel the strong wind. In his left hand, Jungwoo held the virtue stone, the soul stone temperance. When Michael disappeared, Jungwoo had grabbed the soul stone that had fallen. Damn it, did I fail? Meanwhile, the strong wind took the form of a human. Looking at the soulstone temperance in Jungwoo's hand, Huyi made a frustrated expression. Due to the effects of Jungwoo's ruling steps, Huyi's ability to move was greatly limited. Huyi had aimed to obtain the soulstone in order to overcome this barrier. Whoosh. However, Jungwoo was not about to let Huyi obtain any advantages. On the contrary, Jungwoo was quickly pushing the soulstone temperance into his mouth. You have swallowed the virtue stone, soulstone, temperantia temperance. There is a resonance between the son of Day Eros and the virtue stone, soulstone temperance. The problem for Huyi was that the soulstone's quality matched perfectly with Jungwoo. Having united with Kronos, having devoured Michael, and having obtained the soulstone temperance, Jungwoo's power had expanded exponentially. The amount of power that was rushing into Jungwoo was massive. It would have been an overwhelming amount for any other divine being, but Jungwoo was able to absorb the incoming powers without much difficulty. Whoosh, boom, Jungwoo gathered his divine power onto the tip of Scythe and lifted it up. When he swung Scythe down, a single flash of light seemed to connect the ground and the sky. And in the path of the strike stood Huyi, with his ankles caught by ruling steps. Huyi's left arm was subsequently cut off and flew into the air. He lost an arm, which was a lifeline for an archer. As if he had no intention of stopping with just a single limb, Jungwoo increased the intensity of ruckling steps and struck down on Huyi's head with Scythe. For now, all you have to do is collect all the soul stones. Sun Wukong waited quietly for Yianwu to clear his mind, and when he felt that Yianwu had settled down to some extent, Sun Wukong slowly spoke those words out. It was not something that Yianwu had thought of, so he asked for clarification. The soul stones you're referring to Lucille's soul fragments? Right, you have some with you already, right? Yianwu nodded. Out of the 14 soul stones, he already possessed the soul stones of superbia, arrogance, gula, gluttony, and luxuria, lust. Atop of those three, Yianwu also possessed the stone of castitas, purity, which did not fit with his personal qualities. Among the gods and demons, Yianwu possessed the most soul stones. However, even though he probably possessed the most soul stones, Yianwu did not know very much about Lucille. Lucille was originally the keeper of light, but he became greedy for the first light, the fire of the beginning, and made himself the public enemy of the heavenly world. Thus, when he was ultimately defeated, Lucille's soul shattered into many pieces, leaving behind 14 fragments. Most of that information was picked up from here and there from other gods and demons. Yianwu was never really interested in Lucille. But since Sun Wukong was specifically mentioning Lucille, it was clear that there was something special regarding Lucille. Lucille was originally the keeper of light. Do you know what that means? I know that he was the existence responsible for protecting the first light. Then, do you know what the first light is? The origin for the creation of the universe. And who created the universe? Heavenly. Right, the remnant that the heavenly demon left in this world is the first light. Also, one corner of Sun Wukong's lips curled up. It's also referred to as quote question mark quote, Li's fragment, quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu gulped. It's exactly what Yvilk and my older brother, the Bull Demon King, are looking for right now. Sun Wukong continued his explanation. It'll take too long for me to explain everything in detail regarding Li's fragment, so I'll skip the introduction and get to the main storyline. To begin with, the soul stones are pieces of Li's fragment before becoming the soul fragments of Lucille. Had one ever considered why the soul stone was so powerful? Holding just one soul stone amplified one's power severalfold. Even a mere mortal could rival and threaten the existence of a divine being with a soul stone in his or her possession. The heavenly demon had asked this before. In fact, it was also a question that Yi and Wu had always harbored at the back of his mind but could never resolve. Sun Wukong further explained that there was a great possibility buried in Li's fragment. The origins of the heavenly demon are buried in Li's fragment, so of course it's a great item. Lucille always kept it next to him, so he eventually became blinded by greed and wreaked havoc on the world. When the gods and demons first found Li's fragment, they knew that if one person came into possession of it, there would be dire consequences and huge disasters. Thus, the societies made an agreement amongst each other to prevent this. They agreed that no one should possess Li's fragment. If there was an existence that broke the agreement, all the other societies agreed to work together to bring that existence down. And Malik, who always advocated for the absolute good, was tasked with the safekeeping of Li's fragment. At that time, Lucille was chosen as the keeper of light. Back then, Lucille was Metatron's right-hand man because Lucille exhibited outstanding talent and character, so much so that many felt he would become the next in command to Metatron. At that time, all the other societies judged that Lucille could be entrusted with Li's fragment. It was because the power and moral fiber he portrayed was greater than even Metatron's. Sun Wukong let out a laugh. However, a very strong force that can magically seduce and possess a strong-willed and strong-minded being. Thus, Lucille touched Li's fragment. Quote, quote, what you must do is simple. Gather all the soul stones in one place and pick out the pieces that contain Li's fragment. With that alone, you'll be able to traverse a much wider area and open more possibilities. Can you tell me how exactly it widens and what possibilities may show up? Sun Wukong frowned. Am I supposed to spoon-feed you? Do I have to explain everything word by word? I'll give you a hint. Exuvie. Ah, Yi and Wu seemed to realize what Sun Wukong was getting at. Sun Wukong was a face of the heavenly demon. If he possessed Li's fragment, Sun Wukong would inevitably cause a big change. Even Lucille had become strong enough to threaten the heavenly world, so what would a face of a heavenly demon be able to accomplish? Furthermore, Yi and Wu possessed the Monkey King's Exuvie, which can be said to be a part of Sun Wukong. If Yi and Wu could possess Li's fragment, he would be able to gain some positive effect. This also meant that Yi and Wu would have the possibility of becoming, like the heavenly demon. Yvilk is a madman who has the same face as me but also acts as the ego of the Black King, right? If he's able to do that, why can't you? Sun Wukong chuckled as if he found something funny. And the fragments attract each other. Even if Yvilk and the Bull Demon King find the fragments, it will be easier for you to find their location and intercept them later. However, Yi and Wu knew that Sun Wukong's objectives did not stop there. Yvilk stated that he would create a world that would never collapse, a safe haven or peon, with Li's fragment. This meant that the power of Li's fragment was that great. Thus, if Yi and Wu could get his hands on Li's fragment, he would be able to open further possibilities. Yi and Wu could open a world where the dream did not collapse, a world where he would be able to exist. The approach Sun Wukong offered to help Yi and Wu survive was Li's fragment. Yi and Wu thought so, and as soon as he collected his thoughts, Yi and Wu immediately moved. He raised his head towards the sky and closed his eyes. Quote, quote. This world was the dream of the Black King. It was the same as being under the consciousness of Yi and Wu, who was the alternate ego of the Black King. Thus, Yi and Wu quietly focused his consciousness and projected his will to scan and assess the entire dream. He did this to search and find the soul stones that were scattered and hidden throughout the dream. It was clear that the tower's collapse had scattered the soul stones all over the place. Searching for soul stones. Searching. After searching for a while, you have found the sin stone, Acedia Sloth. The moment the message popped up in his mind, Yi and Wu immediately performed shukuchi. Chapter 768 Lee's Fragment 2. From that point in time Yi and Wu began traveling to various universes and planets. Hey, I'm not hallucinating, right? Is this really rain? It's rain. It's raining. Thank you, thank you. The rain will relieve us from this famine, and our reservoirs will be filled with water. We'll see fields of gold once again. It's God's work. God has heard our wishes. Soulstones existed in various forms. In some places, a soulstone was simply buried in a subterranean rock formation. But that alone had a huge adverse effect on the planet and its inhabitants. It disturbed the circulation of the atmosphere and planted disruptive energy throughout the strata, which prevented crops from properly growing. As a result, the inhabitants' crops did not grow properly for over a decade. There was no rain, and only the hot sun continued to shine. Due to this, many plants and animals were not able to survive the famine and died. The humans on the planet were barely able to survive by eating the remnant roots of dying plant life and the bark from trees, and when that was not enough, they resorted to cannibalism. The scenes of blue skies and green golden lands quickly became reddened, scorching skies with dry desert lands. However, the moment Yi and Wu collected the problematic soulstone, the planet rained down torrents of rain as if to wash away all its past wounds. Things that had been delayed and put off for over a decade had found their place again. Animals jumped out of their caves and opened their mouths towards the sky, and the seeds that had been dormant for a long time underground began to germinate and spring to life. All the humans burst into tears and sang of God's greatness. All the divinity derived from this influx of faith was funneled into Yi and Wu. The blizzard has stopped. Fire! Come and bring the fire. Finally, that seemingly never-ending hellish tsunami is over. Who survived? Are there any other survivors? Has God answered our call? In another place, a terrible ice age took effect after the sudden appearance of the soulstone on the planet. The sudden ice age made it difficult for civilization to properly develop, so once the ice age was lifted, and the sea, which had been raging incessantly, quietly subsided, the development of civilization resumed its course. The monster wants another human sacrifice. Nonsense. How long do we have to sacrifice the young women of our village? Oh, God, please save us. My daughter, such a pitiful life and fate. Hey, the monster, what is it? That terrible monster is dead. What? All glory to the God. There is a merciful God after all. In some places, wild animals accidentally ate the soulstones, turning them into terrible monsters. Based on their poor spirit framework, the beings tried to replace the lack of their own spirit framework by eating humans directly. This caused the terrible beings to hinder the development of civilization on each planet. After these monsters and other barriers were eliminated from each of the planets, a completely different story began to unfold. As the suppressed desires and ambitions exploded all at once, new developments began to take place. Naturally, everyone's faith was given to an unknown God who suddenly appeared, saving them without a word, and just as suddenly left. Ah, my God, save us. Of course, there were also cases where there were no soulstones at the place where Yi and Wu arrived. Someone else had either already retrieved it or the effects of a soulstone were being applied to the place through some other route. However, wherever Yi and Wu passed, cheers and praise followed. Of course, the new amount of faith he received from these new believers was very small compared to the faith that Yi and Wu received from his original sources. Yi and Wu was the one who collapsed the tower, the main god of Olympus, and the alternate ego of the Black King. The faith he received from transcendental beings who knew of him was enormous, and the faith that was fervently sent by the gods of Olympus and otherworld gods was so vast that even the sum of all the faith from these newly acquired creatures could not compare. Strangely, though, Yi and Wu rather liked this new source of faith. The faith had a fresh, pure nature about it and was very different from the faith he had ever received before. This is the planet, Desturudo. Yi and Wu stood at the edge of the highest cliff on the planet and looked down at the planet's surface. The sky was painted black, and the earth was red. Thousands of humans could be seen trudging on the surface. They had all become terrible monsters that were neither dead nor alive. They were undead. It was a type of monster Yi and Wu had seen countless times in the tower, and the methods of dealing with the beings and their fighting tactics were widely known. However, the methods of dealing with the undead were effective up to a certain level, but once the undead exceeded a certain number, the story was different. The infection rate for the undead was high. They could multiply in numbers quickly and easily tilt the natural balance. Thus, whenever the number of undead begins to spread, the surrounding areas would fall into disrepair and tend to become wastelands. Desturudo was an example of that fact. It was a planet filled with an aura of death. Yianwu felt rather terrified to be in the area. The quality is poor. Since Yianwu became a conceptual existence of death, he was easily able to discern the qualitative differences of death. This place was a rather unpleasant place for him, so he intended to clean it up quickly. Yianwu pointed his finger and flicked it lightly at the center of the planet's surface. Rumble. With a flashing spark, an explosion occurred. The chain reaction of the explosion spread across the planet's surface at once. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The strange thing was that the violent explosions, which were accompanied by aftershocks and heat, roiled past the surface but only affected the places where death had taken hold. Screech, screech. Without knowing what was happening, the undead were instantly incinerated and became particles of ash. It was a rapid extinction that gave no time for the undead to struggle or wriggle in pain. Hey, what's going on? All the undead have disappeared. God's punishment. A god has laid down his punishment. Yianwu spread his arms wide as he heard voices filled with hope, something he was growing accustomed to. Then, something was pulled from the middle of the spot where the undead had previously congregated in. The object quietly landed on Yianwu's palm. You have acquired the Soulstone, Ira Wrath. Soulstone, Superbia Gula Luxuria Acedia Nvidia, reacts strongly with Soulstone, Ira Wrath. The Hades, spirit-eating sword, is attempting to forcibly devour the Soulstone, Ira Wrath. Soulstone, Ira Wrath strongly resists. Soulstone, Superbia Gula Luxuria Acedia Nvidia, crushes Soulstone, Ira Wrath's resistance. Hades' spirit-eating sword, reattempts to devour. The Soulstones have merged into one. 6 Sin Stones have been gathered. If you absorb the remaining Sin Stone, a complete Sin Stone shall be created. The Philosopher's Stone has become more complete. Yianwu could feel the Philosopher's Stone resonating and hardening within his chest. It was a reaction that occurred while absorbing the energy of a new Soulstone. However, the change Yianwu felt was not as huge of a change as when he first acquired the Stone of Superbia or the Stone of Gula. No matter how great a Soulstone was, each additional Soulstone was like river water pouring into the vast sea, nothing changed very much. However, as he was slowly completing the Sin Stone, Yianwu was vaguely able to feel and understand why Sun Wukong had told him to obtain Li's fragment. Within the energy that made up the Soulstones, Yianwu could feel faint traces of Li's fragment. Even for someone at Yianwu's level, he would not have noticed the faint traces unless he paid close attention. However, as Yianwu collected the Soulstones one by one, they started to regain their original form. A solid fragment was forming at the center of the Philosopher's Stone. Yianwu was curious about what the final form would look like. It's responding well to the incoming faith. This is a bit strange. Yianwu wondered if it was because Li's fragment was derived from a Wang level being to begin with. As he wandered around the planet, his newly harvested faith was in the process of linking with Li's fragment. Having received only negative qualities of faith that stemmed from his fight and death, receiving this kind of positive quality faith, from hope and salvation, somewhat tickled his being. If Yianwu was asked if it felt bad, he would not say yes. Perhaps the proper description would be that he felt weird. Faith is a drug. At that moment, Erlang Shen approached Yianwu with a smile as if he knew what Yianwu was thinking. Throughout Yianwu's journey, Erlang Shen had accompanied Yianwu and helped in collecting the Soulstones. Whether it's gods or demons, quite a few transcendents acquire a taste for faith. The power of faith is sweet. Moreover, the amount of faith is not really the addictive quality. Rather, it's more dangerous and addictive when one acquires faith that has a completely different nature than what one possessed before. Erlang Shen seemed to be warning Yianwu to not be swayed by the momentary high. Though Yianwu was much more powerful than Erlang Shen in terms of strength, Erlang Shen had lived a much longer life as a divine being than Yianwu had, so Erlang Shen was much more knowledgeable and wiser in this aspect. Yianwu nodded as if he understood. It was certainly the first time he had acquired faith of this nature, so it was true that he was possessed by a sense of uncontrollable high for a moment. If he had felt this kind of faith when he just exuviated, Yianwu felt that he may have fallen into danger. However, Yianwu also thought, to acquire a type of faith that I didn't possess before, it probably means that greater development and opportunities can be made. Legends, divine domains, and divinity were all based on faith. At the same time, the size of one's faith was determined by how many believers one had and how much support they were willing to give the deity. Moreover, based on the knowledge base of the believers, the legends they understood, and how they perceived each god, the type of faith that was sent out would be completely different. For example, in Erlang Shen's case, humans regarded him as the god of water. In the early days of civilization, humans had to be very sensitive to flood damage as they lived nearby rivers and bodies of water. Naturally, the control over water was an important task for the development of civilization, so early humans naturally sent fervent prayers and faith to Erlang Shen, who embodied the legend of water. In a similar vein, all the legends that Yan Wu achieved were related to fight and death, so all his incoming faith was related to those two concepts. In particular, his legend as a god killer was widespread, so much of his faith originated from that concept. However, the faith Yan Wu was receiving now was completely different. It was based on hope and salvation. These new qualities and their respective faith breathed new vitality into Yan Wu's legends. As the executor and ego of the Black King, these two types of faith were definitely foreign and difficult to acquire. Yan Wu suddenly had a thought. Perhaps, if he could properly utilize these new sources of faith and their effects, they might present him with the key to escape from the clutches of the Black King, who was essentially holding Yan Wu hostage. I may transcend. Yan Wu had not yet achieved transcendence even though he had accumulated so much power. Having this thought in his mind, Yan Wu moved on to the next location. Finding a new possibility in an unexpected place, Yan Wu kept that thought close to his heart. This is the Sirius star system. The moment Yan Wu arrived on a planet, he suddenly encountered an unexpected message. The opponent has achieved a complete awakening and transcendence. The opponent begins to move to prevent the execution of the end of days apocalypse. The end of days apocalypse process, which was momentarily stopped, shall resume. Quote exclamation mark quote. The messages appeared on one of Yan Wu's retinas. And then, whoosh, the Legion of Death returns. Night Nox returns. Dis Pluto and the otherworld gods, who were ordered to stop Zheng Wu, returned to Yan Wu's shadow all at once. Chapter 769 Li's Fragment 3. Hu Yi's arm fell to his side before shattering into particles of dust. Amid the countless particles of light raining down, Zheng Wu frowned as he stared at the spot Hu Yi had just been. Whoosh, Hu Yi has successfully logged out. No traces of the entity known as Hu Yi could be found. I can't find him. Zheng Wu quickly raised his senses to the maximum to try and triangulate Hu Yi's location and chase after him. However, Hu Yi disappeared without a trace. Zheng Wu was unable to find any trace of Hu Yi's divine power. It was as if Hu Yi had completely disappeared from the world and jumped into the emptiness. Shell exuviation. Like the literal meaning of each word, shell exuviation was like a cicada leaving its intact shell behind while its body moved out into the world. Using one of his arms as sacrifice, Hu Yi successfully made an escape. He had left a bit of his divine power behind to completely disappear without leaving any trace. Damn it. Because of this, Zheng Wu frowned. He wanted to avenge Brahm, but the most pressing issue now was to find out about Yavilki's main objective. Without that understanding, nothing would change. The good thing, though, was that there were still bits and pieces of Hu Yi's arm remaining. Skill, Draconic Eyes, is reading the target. Decryption is being performed. Decryption is being performed. You have succeeded in deciphering 32% of the amount of information the target subject has left behind. Just before Hu Yi's arm completely disappeared, Zheng Wu succeeded in deciphering a part of the data that was engraved on Hu Yi's remnant divine power, that is, Hu Yi's legends. Thanks to that, Zheng Wu was able to catch a glimpse of some of Hu Yi's vestige thoughts. Within the vestige thoughts, Zheng Wu found himself peering at Yavilk from Hu Yi's perspective. Whoosh, you what? You're a face of the heavenly demon. Ha, don't kid around. The guy who smells like darkness is a face of the heavenly demon. Get out of here. Oh, I know what you're thinking, but, as the owner of the moon bow, you're able to see into my light, right? Yeah, but what the hell? What kind of existence are you? I'll tell you the secret I carry later when we have more time. However, I must first suggest something to you. What, don't you want to awaken the heavenly demon? Quote exclamation mark quote. Since the heavenly demon was constantly turning the wheel, he always locked himself up in the Chenggong library and only periodically looked down onto the world. He simply observed the numerous events that took place in the world, and only occasionally, when gods and demons intervened in the lower world's affairs beyond their given boundaries, he stepped out and stopped them. Hu Yi had always been dissatisfied with the heavenly demon's hands-off approach. If the heavenly demon could be just a bit more active than the wheel would not be turning aimlessly as it was doing now. Hui thought that the continuing battle between the heavenly demon and the Black King was a reoccurring tragedy because the heavenly demon was not taking the initiative. If the heavenly demon became a being like an absolute god and defeated the Black King completely, all the natural laws of the world would be dyed with his light and the wheel would no longer have to turn aimlessly. However, the heavenly demon seemed to be wasting his efforts on fruitless endeavors. Of course, Hui was not ignorant of the position the heavenly demon was in. The path between heaven and earth. The heavenly demon's original goal was to completely sever the connection between earth and heaven, to free the mortal creatures from their bondage to the gods, and to give those mortal creatures complete freedom. However, in truth, although Hui followed the heavenly demon's orders, in his heart, he could not quite understand the heavenly demon's actions. Allowing an unqualified being, like the Jade Emperor, to become an absolute god would only lead to greater sorrow and tragedy, but if a being with the proper qualifications became an absolute god and was able to properly determine good and evil, then a more perfect and peaceful world could be created. Hui thought that the heavenly demon had the right qualifications, so he had tirelessly tried to persuade him to traverse that path. But each time he had the opportunity, the heavenly demon shook his head and declined to act. And as the heavenly demon's repetitive fight with the Black King continued, the heavenly demon would often chuckle and state that his work was progressing smoothly. He was continuing this seemingly ineffective stalemate even though he knew it was binding his hands and feet. He did not hesitate to make sacrifices, saying that one day the wheel would stop turning and the dreams would come to an end. Hui could not understand how this could be the case. Thus, he made a vow. He would forcefully awaken the heavenly demon. Hui would shake up everything and cause the heavenly demon to step out from his ivory tower with his own 2 feet. It was for this reason that Hui joined the Sea of Time and agreed to help Yavilk. If he continued to help Yavilk, Hui believed that the heavenly demon would either be forcefully awakened or would be forced to step out of the Chenggong library under his own power. I plan to collect the remaining Li's fragments that I'm not in possession of. Li's fragment, yes. If I'm able to collect all the pieces, I will obtain the properties of light and darkness. I will be able to create a new beginning, a new creation. So, Ohio, you still don't get it. I will create a new world that is free from the reaches of the heavenly demon and Black King. Once that occurs, a world where existences that are free from the influence of the heavenly demon and Black King shall rise and multiply. Wouldn't that force them to mobilize? They both want to control everything in the palm of their hands. No one could confidently state that they would know what would happen if a world that cannot be influenced by the heavenly demon and Black King was created. Perhaps, nothing may happen, but perhaps, they may inflict a huge blow to the heavenly demon and Black King. They would receive a blow because the legends that they possessed from the beginning would be severed. Maybe, their foundations might be shaken and negatively affected. Yavilk persuaded Hui by presenting such an argument. In any case, Hui just wanted to drag the heavenly demon out from the Chenggong library. If he allied with Yavilk and brought the heavenly demon out, Hui could then release his alliance with Yavilk, as Hui would have achieved his objective. The problem was that the heavenly demon's tenacity and resolve to remain inactive was far greater than what Hui initially thought. Having already come this far, Hui decided to continue honoring alliance with Yavilk even after the collapse of the tower. When Hui bumped into Jungwoo and saw that Jungwoo had been gifted the ruling steps, Hui had fallen into a state of confusion. Even when the previous iterations, opponents died, one after another, the heavenly demon did not even blink, let alone extend a hand of assistance. However, seeing that the heavenly demon had gifted the ruling steps to Jungwoo, Hui surmised that the heavenly demon was finally making his move. Still, Hui had no idea what the heavenly demon's thoughts and intentions were. In the end, one of his arms was cut off by Jungwoo, and Hui had to scurry away. The heavenly demon, what are you thinking, Hung? I know you probably have some sort of plan. Jungwoo had no idea what overarching plan the heavenly demon had. Jungwoo only knew that he and his older brother were just chess pieces on a giant chessboard. Jungwoo decided not to spend any more time thinking about the heavenly demon. He wanted to urgently find his older brother and hear what was going on. And, fortunately, Hui's vestige thoughts reached the point where Yavilk was stating his plan to Hui. Ohio, the soul stones contain Li's fragment. That was enough of an explanation to make Jungwoo move immediately. Open corner bracket. Hey Jungwoo. Wait a second. After reading Jungwoo's movement, Valdebik flew to Jungwoo to stop him. Before Yianwoo left, Yianwoo had asked Valdebik to hold his brother back. However, the son of de Eros does not allow any interference. Jungwoo blocked Valdebik from approaching any closer by emitting a larger light distribution. He did not want to hear what Valdebik had to say. Unless he was an idiot, anyone would know that Valdebik was trying to hold onto Jungwoo's ankles. Though Jungwoo did not know how Valdebik would try and argue his case, Jungwoo was unwilling to hear it. The sunlight from the de Eros fills the entire world. The light defeats the remnants of Night Nox. Night Nox has been expelled. Open corner bracket Jungwoo. In the end, all beings of night, including Valdebik, were forcibly kicked out by Jungwoo and returned to their original places. And then, open hollow corner bracket Sun. Are you planning to go and find the soulstones immediately? Kronos, who knew where Yi and Woo had probably moved to after viewing Hui's vestige thoughts through Jungwoo's eyes, asked a question. No, Jungwoo firmly shook his head. If I do that, I'll always be one step behind. Hung is not a person who is predictable or simple. Open hollow corner bracket then what are you planning on doing? I have to find someone to help me chase after Hung. Open hollow corner bracket who? Kronos tilted his head. Although he had awakened as the opponent and united with Kronos, Jungwoo still considered Yi and Woo as an insurmountable wall. He wondered if there was any existence that could stop Yi and Woo. At that moment, Jungwoo narrowed his eyes. Nocturne. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a word in with Jungwoo. I am sorry. Valdebik had his head down as he reported to Yi and Woo. However, Yi and Woo shook his head as if to say everything was fine. To some extent, Yi and Woo had expected this result. Still, I thought he'd be able to stop Jungwoo for at least a moment. It seems that Jungwoo has already developed a lot. Green Flame tells its father that they were forcefully expelled. Source of uncleanliness sheds tears as it apologizes to its father. Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young confesses that it could not resist de Eros, which its father's younger brother became the leader of. The beings of Night Nox all have gloomy looks at not being able to properly fulfill their father's orders. Clearly, Jungwoo's skill must have been overbearing and great to have cast out all the otherworld gods in an instant. Jungwoo had grown stronger and was helped by his designation as the opponent, the natural enemy of night. The alternate ego of the Black King comforts the beings of Night Nox. The beings of Night Nox are moved by the generosity of their father. If Jungwoo stole any of Hui's data, that would mean that Jungwoo probably viewed Yavilki's plan. I need to hurry up. Yi and Woo narrowed his eyes. Are you sure a soulstone is here? Yi and Woo glanced behind him at Sun Wukong and asked. They were in a place where only a vast barren desert could be seen. Although there was no vitality in their surroundings, Yi and Woo could not detect any soulstone energy. Sun Wukong had stated that a soulstone was in the area and had brought Yi and Woo to this place. Sun Wukong did not even consider offering Yi and Woo an answer. Open corner bracket this place. Huh, what's wrong? Open corner bracket and nothing. Valdebik quickly shook his head, but Yi and Woo did not miss the wavering of Valdebik's gaze. While Yi and Woo was trying to decipher the meaning behind Valdebik's weird behavior rumble. Suddenly, the ground on which they were standing began to shake violently. An enemy has appeared. What? Surely, there was nothing on this planet. Yi and Woo could not help but feel at a loss. The message essentially meant that the enemy had even deceived Yi and Woo's own senses. That was an absurd and ridiculous premise. However, boom, 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 as pockets of emptiness opened in various places in the air, a bombardment of magic-powered strikes poured out non-stop. Open corner bracket who dares? Valdebik let out a roar and lifted his head. Yi and Woo's shadow rose high into the air and removed all the bombardments. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young warns those who dare to bare their teeth at its father. The source of uncleanliness growls. It wants to amend its failure against the opponent. Green Flame states that it is time to spread the majesty of Night Nox. Harbinger is glaring at the enemies. Night Nox reveals their killing intent. Amid the many sharp gazes coming from Yi and Woo's shadow. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ground around Yi and Woo, Sun Wukong, and Erlang Shen rose up, forming a deep canyon with Yi and Woo's group situated at the depressed center. Above them countless warriors glared down. The canyon, no, the planet itself was shaken by an intense fighting spirit. Open corner bracket giants. The moment he saw the warriors, Valdebik's expression hardened. Moreover, the strong smell of a soulstone could be sensed from them. Open corner bracket fathers my people. The moment Valdebik saw the figure at the forefront of the giants group, Valdebik screamed out. This place was the hometown he had left behind as a child. Chapter 770 Lee's Fragment 4. Wondering if there were other giants besides the ghost giants that he had gathered, a sudden thought popped into Yin Wu's mind, the hometown that Valdebik once spoke of. Didn't Valdebik say that there were still a lot of giants that existed even though it was widely accepted that the giants had gone extinct? Once Yin Wu considered this option, it made sense that the giants were here. However, why do I smell the soulstone from them? Hoping to resolve his question, Yin Wu sharpened his senses and expanded his senses to the inner core of the planet. While he was doing this, the Legion of Death appears. The ghost giants look at their old tribe members. The two groups of giants oppose each other. The ghost giants got into formation around Valdebik and glared at the giants that stood atop the canyon. For a moment, as each side's respective fighting spirit collided, the planet shook violently as if it were about to collapse. Open corner bracket based on the aura of their fighting spirit, it seems like they're our tribe members, right? Open corner bracket however, there. Open corner bracket I can smell our scent from them. The ghost giants narrowed their eyes as they watched the giants above the canyon. It was an interesting sight, to see their old tribe members still existing in such a place. On the one hand, it was strange that the giants atop the canyon were exuding a scent of the dead, rather than a scent of the living. Thus, a conclusion was reached. The giants above the canyon were all undead. They were cursed spirits whose souls were bound by the planet. The souls were all from beings that had exuviated or transcended. Open corner bracket traitors. Even though the giants above the canyon were seeing the ghost giants for the first time in their lives, they were all sharpening their teeth and giving the ghost giants ferocious glances. They had called the ghost giants traitors. Open corner bracket traitors. Valdebik thought that something was strange and tilted his head. My head hurts from looking up. Shall we smash their heads on the ground before discussing what we should do next? Sun Wukong raised his fist, expressing his deep displeasure. It seemed that he was prepared to throw out a lightning strike at any moment. However, rather than feeling nervous, the giants above the canyon seemed to egg Sun Wukong on, daring him to make a move. Feeling that no good would come about from staying still, Valdebik was just about to step forward. Open corner bracket bastards. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out from atop the canyon. The giants above the canyon all looked back with bewildered faces. Although smaller than the other giants, a giant with a formidable aura walked towards the cliff. Open corner bracket leader. Leader, why are you here? Open corner bracket why can I not be here? Open corner bracket no, that's not what I meant. Open corner bracket did you think you guys could leave without me noticing? Stand back, what are you all doing? The one the giants referred to as their leader started throwing out accusations without hesitation. Fish-eyed bastards, you can't just face off with anyone. You need to know who your opponent is. Then, the leader stood at the edge of the cliff and bowed his head in Valdebich's direction. In an instant, Valdebich's eyes widened at the very familiar face. Laughing aloud, the leader said, "It's been a while, bro." The place where Yin Wu and his party were guided to was a dungeon-type city located underground. The passageways were intricately connected to each other like an ant's den, and the cavities located here possessed different characteristics. Since it was a place where large giants lived, the spaces were all large and spacious. It was a large city that could have been inhabited by thousands of normal human people. However, right now, less than 100 giants were occupying this space, so the general atmosphere of the city seemed bleak. Most of the buildings looked like they had been abandoned for a long time. Open corner bracket what happened? Valdebik firmly clenched his jaw while observing the city. He personally felt the misfortune that befell on the giants. Open corner bracket what do you mean what happened? Everything went down in a downward spiral. Valdebich's youngest brother, Naratsu, who Valdebik still vaguely remembered, burst into laughter. When Valdebik first saw Naratsu, he was shocked. He was surprised that the face of his younger brother, who had only been a very young child when Valdebik left, remained the same even though he became an adult. Moreover, Valdebik was shocked that such a brother was dead. So, Valdebik asked many questions as the party made their way to the underground city. At each question, Naratsu smiled lightly and replied as if their plight was nothing serious. But for Valdebik, all of Naratsu's replies presented another shock. Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Open corner bracket fine, I'll be more serious. Naratsu shrugged his shoulders. Since you left when you were so young, you probably don't know what happened here, but you do know that many of the elders in the tribe went to the tower before you, right? Open corner bracket yeah, open corner bracket right, but the entire tribe didn't go to the tower. Those who were fed up with the continuous war remained here, and their descendants. Open corner bracket we were the descendants. Open corner bracket right. Thanks to that we were able to maintain our presence here. However, since there wasn't enough of us, there's been a lot of mixing of different bloodlines. This was the reason why Valdebik and his brother were half giants. Open corner bracket however, our race couldn't prevent falling into further turmoil. This planet itself was collapsing. The level of power we possessed as a race was also falling every passing day, so that's how it came to this. Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Open corner bracket the reason why father sent you to the tower was to somehow slow down the downfall of our race. Naratsu added that their father believed that Valdebik would somehow save their race. Open corner bracket then, what about father? Open corner bracket he passed away. All our other siblings as well. The catastrophe that engulfed this planet is too great. Open corner bracket Valdebik bit his lower lip. Open corner bracket then, one day, a shooting star suddenly fell onto the planet. Yian Wu, Sun Wukong, and Erlang Shen, who were quietly listening to the brothers' conversation, were able to realize what happened. It was the Soul Stone. Open corner bracket it was a stone with a lot of strange powers anyway, we were able to continue living with a parasitic relationship with the stone. We felt that this was the only way our race could be preserved. Each soul stone contained an enormous amount of energy. The idea to leech off the stone was made by Naratsu, who was leading the group at the time. By forcibly binding their souls to the soul stone, they sustained their lives. Because of that, the little amount of divinity that they had disappeared completely, and their powers also collapsed. Thus, they ended up being bound to this bleak planet. Naratsu and his tribe members never gave up. They persevered as much as they could. Open corner bracket you expected me to come, right? Valdebik recalled the will of the last king of the giants, who disappeared after transferring his last powers to Valdebik. Our shaman once stated that someone will come and guide us. I believe that you are that being, along with that being next to you. The exact meaning of the prophecy spoken by the last giant king was still unknown, but one thing was certain. Just as much as the last king of giants believed in the prophecy and toiled away for a long time as the crawling chaos, slave, Valdebik's younger brother and his people also had faith, enough to survive at all costs. Just as Valdebik expected. Open corner bracket right, we received a prophecy that our savior would one day come. Of course, open corner bracket and you really came. Naratsu smiled broadly. When I heard that prophecy, I knew it would be you, brother. Open corner bracket why do you believe so much in me? Open corner bracket just a feeling. Valdebik looked at his younger brother with a puzzled expression. Naratsu largely only knew of Valdebik's existence. They had not spent enough time together to build any lasting, deep memories with each other. Moreover, as a child, Valdebik was quite the coward. He was a coward who barely spoke and always acted slowly. But his younger brother had a feeling. Open corner bracket here it is. This is the stone you're looking for. I guess the stone's real name is Soulstone. Naratsu stopped in a certain, large cavity. It was a space that boasted a much larger open area than the other spaces. However, the place was in ruins. Dust covered the altar, and at the center of the altar was the Soulstone, which was firmly protected by a barrier. You have found a Soulstone, diligence. Access is currently not possible. Since the Soulstone was currently connected to the extinct race, the Soulstone shone brightly. Yian Wu ignored the warning messages and walked towards the altar. Crackle, boom, the barrier was fiercely trying to repel the invading entity. Your shadow doma and seeps into the barrier. You are canceling the barrier's operation. You are removing the elements that constitute the barrier. The barrier has been nullified. Yian Wu easily crossed the barrier and approached the front of the altar. Hundreds of pairing could be seen from the Soulstone to various places. It seemed that the giants were barely surviving with the magic power supplied by the Soulstone. Reaching out towards the Soulstone without trying to sever those connections, he was trying to reach out to the Soulstone so that no one could get hurt. Open corner bracket stop. Suddenly, the giants who were beside Naratsu rushed towards Yian Wu. Boom, the ghost giants did not miss a beat as they suddenly appeared in front of the rushing giants and blocked the giants' path. Open corner bracket move out of the way. Open corner bracket don't touch that. The giants tried every which way to free themselves from the ghost giants. The more they squirmed, the greater the amount of magic power that emitted from the Soulstone, diligence. Valdebik looked at Naratsu. Naratsu let out a sigh as he covered his face with his hands. Ah. Open corner bracket why are they acting like that? Open corner bracket no big reason. Just take the stone. Naratsu was about to say something, but before that, another giant shouted. Don't touch it. If that stone disappears, it's the end for us. Valdebeach's gaze automatically turned to the speaker. You guys probably don't know, but our god deals with death. Even if you take the stone, we'll continue to live. Open corner bracket. You don't know anything, do you? Open corner bracket. What? Open corner bracket. Our souls have already whittled away. We're just vestiges at this point. How are we going to ever return to our previous state? Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. It was only then that Valdebeach realized that things had taken a strange turn. They were surviving as vestige thoughts. That meant that if their foundation, the soul stone, disappeared, all of them would instantly perish. It was then that Valdebeach realized that it was not just a simple task to recover the soul stone. The giant who spoke twisted his lips into a sneer. You're going to save us? You, a guy who abandoned his own tribe in the past. Naratsu stated that their savior would come, but the remaining giants did not place much faith in Naratsu's words. How would anyone know if the prophecy was true? What if a babbling fool came and stated that he was their savior? What they did know was that, once the soulstone disappeared, they would all have to face death. It would be a death that would not allow them to reincarnate. Thus, the giants wanted to maintain the status quo for as long as possible. They would rather live a decrepit life than be annihilated. Who knows? Perhaps they would be able to come across a solution to free them from their daily living hell. Open corner bracket. That. Open corner bracket. Sure, you probably have a lot to say. A lot. However, no matter what you're planning to say, does that change the fact that we're all going to face the end of days? Are we going to be able to avoid this through your saving grace? Open corner bracket. Patron, be quiet. Open corner bracket. You be quiet, Naratsu. Even if you're the leader, you don't have absolute control over our tribe's survival. The giant named Patron ignored Naratsu's shouts. The giants were split into two groups, Naratsu and Patron's camp. The two sides started to growl at each other. It appeared as though a fight would break out at any moment. The hierarchy structure of the giant race was very rigid. Naratsu's eyes trembled from anger. However, Patron continued to ignore Naratsu and glared at Valdebeach. Patron glared at Yi and Wu as well. At that moment, what if it's possible? Yi and Wu looked at Patron with a blank face. Open corner bracket. What nonsense are you spewing? What if I said I can bring you back even if you disappear? Patron's face flushed red. Are you making fun of us? Why would I do that? It would be easier for me to just kill you all off and take the stone. Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. In an instant, Patron's eyes fluttered wildly. In fact, he knew that if Yi and Wu made up his mind, he could defeat them all easily. I will make a change. Open corner bracket. What? Once I transcend, I will change all the natural laws and laws of causality that exist in this dream. In that case, you, who have fallen without salvation, will be able to exist and thrive once more. Patron and Naratsu looked at Yi and Wu. So did Valdebeach and Erlang Shen. Sun Wukong looked at Yi and Wu with a faint smile. Open corner bracket. Tell me more. Patron said in a trembling tone. Chapter 771 Lee's Fragment 5. After meeting Sun Wukong, Yi and Wu reflected and began to think a lot on his own. What must I do to survive? The dream must continue. That way, his family members, who had just recovered, could live their lives. Yi and Wu had even considered imbuing them with darkness and forcefully making them into Wong-level beings. However, raising one's power level was not as easy as it sounded, and Yi and Wu also questioned whether his family members would even go along with that idea. Regardless, what Yi and Wu wanted was not just the survival of his family members, but to create an environment where they could all live happily. To do that, Yi and Wu decided to immerse himself in eternal slumber. Yi and Wu thought that this was the best option, and he tried to shun and hide his personal wish to live with his family. If his family could live happily ever after, that was enough for him. He repeated this over and over in his mind like a mantra. However, Sun Wukong came along and said that Yi and Wu was just deceiving himself. Even if one sacrificed oneself, would one's family really appreciate it? Of course, memories could be erased, but then one's happy life would be nothing more than a fabricated happiness. Sun Wukong's words brought out a truth that Yi and Wu had tried to avoid. In truth, all Yi and Wu was doing was deceiving himself. Once he understood this fact, Yi and Wu tried to find a new way, a new path. Although he still felt like he was wading through a thick fog, Yi and Wu felt he was slowly finding a way and making progress. Sun Wukong had guided him and prevented him from going astray. And although very small, Yi and Wu managed to find a glimmer of hope. Transcendence. Of course, even though he was the alternate ego of the Black King, achieving transcendence would not come easy. Though his power level was already equivalent to a Wang level being, and even if he became the main ego of the Black King, it was still up in the air whether Yi and Wu would achieve transcendence. If he could achieve transcendence, Yi and Wu would be an existence that stood far above the framework of the Black King. Of course, reaching that state was near impossible. If any existence that was familiar with the Black King's status knew about Yi and Wu's thoughts, they would think that he had gone mad. Yi and Wu knew that this goal was a little far-fetched. This was why, even though he knew that there was a possibility, he did not really put much thought into reaching that pinnacle level. The beginning beyond the distant beginning, no, to become an existence that existed long before the beginning. Wasn't the Black King an existence that existed before the heavenly demon brought out the first light, created the universe, and turned the wheel? Yi and Wu was thinking of transcending all of that. It was hard for him to even envision such a position. However, I can do it. No, I must do it. Yi and Wu decided to reach that absurd position. Only would he be able to stop this never-ending cycle of the wheel with his own hands and continue this dream. So, Yi and Wu was essentially planning on becoming a carpenter to repair the spokes that make up the wheel, and repair the conditions of this dream. In this way, Yi and Wu would be able to continue living with his family. No, it was not just that. He planned to bring back all those he had lost and all that was lost. Starting with his old lover who died because of him, Brahm, who closed his eyes while still worrying about his granddaughter the Martial King, who had left the world with a warm, fatherly look. Yi and Wu was planning to put all those beings and things in their original places, and he would stand firmly within that world as well. This was what Yi and Wu meant by his expression, change. Of course, Yi and Wu knew well that achieving such a feat would not be easy. No, it was more likely that he would fail. Maybe after failing, Yi and Wu would just become another demonism. The demonisms lost most of their memories and even lost their identity. Only their instincts remained. They too were existences that at one time pursued their own goals with a fervent passion and objective. Perhaps it would be better to become a spirit. Still, however, no matter if he failed, Yi and Wu was determined to try. Even if I attain my objective for just a brief moment. Fortunately, Yi and Wu had a path, Li's fragment. If he could utilize Li's fragment and obtain the heavenly demon's power. By doing this, perhaps he could be freed from the restraints of the Black King, which was omnipresent. Have I ever wanted to continue living like this before? Yi and Wu suddenly had this thought and smiled. He could confidently state that he had never had this yearning feeling before. He had lived his life as a ghost that just did not die. After his father disappeared, his brother went missing, and his mother also died. Yi and Wu had become an orphan and entered the army to run away from his troubles, and he was subsequently sent to Africa. On many occasions in Africa, Yi and Wu pushed himself to the brink of death. At that time, Yi and Wu felt that death was reasonable. He did not dare to commit suicide because of what his mother taught him. If he continued to live such a brash lifestyle, he would soon be reunited with his family. Even after he found out the whereabouts of his younger brother and entered the tower, Yi and Wu lived his life the same way. If it was for revenge, throwing his life away was always on the table. Even if he died in the process of trying to achieve revenge, he wanted to make sure that he could at least drag one other being with him. However, when his brother was awakened, when he realized the truth about his father, and when he was reunited with his mother, Yi and Wu's thoughts slowly started to change. A seed of hope sprouted from within him. Now, Yi and Wu wanted to live. He wanted to live a happy life with his family and have his own family with Adora. Yi and Wu's resolve became clear. Now he felt like a real, living person. Open corner bracket. So, you're going to become the Black King and bring us back to life. After hearing Yi and Wu's explanation, Patron made an exasperated expression. He knew what kind of existence the Black King was. Although he had never met the Black King in person or encountered anything related to him, the Black King's lore had been passed down from generation to generation within the tribe. With the being in front of him was stating that he would become such a lofty being, Patron could not help but feel flabbergasted at Yi and Wu's nonsensical explanation. No, Yi and Wu shook his head as if Patron misunderstood something. I'm going to reach a level beyond the Black King. Open corner bracket. Crazy. The Black King is a confined existence. Yi and Wu's low voice was full of power and vigor. The Black King is tightly bound to things like the wheel, or dream. And without those things, the Black King cannot do anything. So, I'm planning on doing away with all those things. After objectively analyzing the wheel and dream, I'm going to deconstruct it and put it back together. Open corner bracket but. Patron was about to say something but stopped in the middle. Yin Wu's eyes shone brightly and a corner of his mouth curled up. Well, if you don't like it, there's nothing I can do about it. Open corner bracket. What does that mean? What sort of a question is that? Even if you don't like it, I'm still going to take the soulstone. Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. Yin Wu's words meant that he would just ignore Patron's opinion, essentially ridiculing Patron and the others. They did not have a choice in the matter because they did not have the qualification to decide anything. So, choose. Yin Wu's smirk grew larger. Are you just going to perish and be annihilated like this, or will you grab onto a sliver of hope? Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Patron and the others were thoroughly at a loss. Valdebik and Naratsu, who were observing the situation, opened their mouths in shock. In particular, the shock that Naratsu received seemed to be very large. He was shocked because he firmly believed in Valdebik and Yin Wu as being the saviors in the prophecy. However, the image of a savior was thoroughly shattered after hearing Yin Wu's unequivocal statement. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. Sun Wukong found the situation so funny that he started laughing out loud uncontrollably. He then started speaking to Yin Wu through divine speech so that only Yin Wu could hear his words. Are you another face of the heavenly demon? Open hollow corner bracket. What do you mean? Open hollow corner bracket. Your refreshing temper is similar to the rest of us. Open hollow corner bracket. I don't like being compared to your crowd. Open hollow corner bracket. Hey, your temper is just as bad as ours if not worse. Open hollow corner bracket. No, it isn't. Open hollow corner bracket. I think it is. Open hollow corner bracket. No close hollow corner bracket. Sun Wukong broke out into a smile. It seemed like Sun Wukong was now making fun of him, but Yin Wu decided to not pay any attention to Sun Wukong. Open hollow corner bracket. If you're not, do you plan on joining us? Open hollow corner bracket. Can anyone just join? Open hollow corner bracket. If a face of the heavenly demon can become the ego of the Black King, then why wouldn't the opposite also work? Open hollow corner bracket. I guess that makes sense. Open hollow corner bracket. Also, wasn't that what you were aiming for? There was still a sense of playfulness in Sun Wukong's voice, but on the other hand, he was being as serious as ever. Just like how Yavilk is leveraging both the Heavenly Demon and Black King to achieve his objective, you're trying to do the same, right? Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. The only difference I can see is that Yavilk is trying to create a rabbit hole to hide in while you're planning on sitting atop the food chain and do whatever you wish. Yin Wu gave out a sigh. You're somewhat correct. I did get the idea from Yavilk. Open hollow corner bracket. Good. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. I'm saying that you made the right decision. Even if it's just a small possibility, it's good that you're pursuing it at full force. That's the most important thing. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Yin Wu felt strange listening to Sun Wukong complimenting him. However, Yin Wu was even more convinced that he had chosen the right path. Sun Wukong had guided him towards this path. No. If you simply teach something to someone, one may lose resolve and crumble in an instant. But if one concludes something on one's own accord, one will be able to stick it out and push forward. Thinking this, Yin Wu could feel his heart calm down. Since becoming the alternate ego of the Black King, he had lost the unyielding resolve to pursue his goals. Yin Wu now felt like he had reacquired that passionate resolve. Yin Wu turned to the giants, who were unsure of what to do. I'm not telling you to trust me. Trust Valdebik. Does that work? In an instant, Valdebik turned to Yin Wu. All the giants turned to Valdebik. And then, open hollow corner bracket. What? Open corner bracket. I want to meet my family. A giant on Patron's side broke the silence. The giant's voice was filled with sorrow, but it also contained a tinge of hope. My father, mother, and sister, will I be able to meet them again in your recreated world? I will try my best. Open corner bracket. Me, too. I don't want to continue living in this depressing place. I want to open my eyes to fields of gold. Open corner bracket. I want to be popular with girls. Shit, I wasn't popular with girls in this lifetime. How long do I have to live as a single? My next life is the answer. Open corner bracket I want to be filthy rich. Open corner bracket I. Open corner bracket I. Once one person spoke up, the floodgates opened. They expressed the hopes that each had in their hearts. However, currently, they could not fulfill their hopes and desires in the world that they were currently living in. Only frustration and despair bloomed. Yi and Wu could feel a wave of new faith rushing into him. You have acquired faith from the giant race. You have acquired faith from the giant race. You have succeeded in acquiring the faith of all giants. You acquired a new title, the giant's only god. Patron closed his eyes as if he had nothing more to say, and Naratsu gave a relieved smile before tapping Valdebek on the shoulder. Squinting one eye, Naratsu spoke out, open corner bracket don't forget about me, alright bro. It was good to see you. Poof. After stating that line, Naratsu shattered and scattered. The rest of the giants soon followed. They became particles of magic power and rushed into the soulstone. Patron, who remained until the end, still had a serious expression on his face. If you really are our savior, we will meet again. If you don't find us, I'll make sure to come find you. As you please. Open corner bracket I hope that damn prophecy is true. Stating this, Patron disappeared. You have acquired the soulstone, diligence at diligence. Now, there was only one soulstone left. Chapter 772 Lee's Fragment 6. On the planet, Fomalhaut, the farmers were engrossed in plowing their fields under the scorching heat of summer. However, they soon turned their attention to a different matter. Really, this weather. Didn't they say that it was going to be cloudy today? Meteorologists are all such liars. It's not like they only get 1 or 2 days wrong, right? Dang, it's hot. We have to do all of these within today, is this even possible? Even with magic tools, there are limits. HMPF. The farmers collectively let out a sigh as they looked at the fields. Recently, they had been putting off their fieldwork because of the unusual heat, but after hearing the news that the weather was projected to be cooler, they planned to work today. Unfortunately, rather than being cool, they felt that the sun's rays were getting hotter, so they felt crazed and dazed. They could not help but feel that they would not be able to finish their work before the deadline. Although old man Jiju seemed like a good person in regular times, he was very strict when his orders were not completed on time. And as peasant farmers, they had to do what their landlord requested. They wanted to just throw their plows on the ground and run away, but they knew that they would not find another job with as good conditions. Moreover, there were no landowners who took care of the welfare of the fieldhands like old man Jiju, thus, they had nowhere else to go. In the end, everyone sighed deeply at the thought that they had to work another tireless day. By the way, Tun, that guy is something, no? Yeah, everyone else seems to be on the cusp of collapsing, but that guy has been working non-stop all day. He was like that yesterday as well. It wasn't just yesterday and today, right? He's been like that all month. I'm wondering if he's going to waste all the energy he has as a young man at the speed he's going. One must take it easy to last a while. The farmers looked worriedly as they saw a young man plowing a field alone in the distance. Probably about a year ago, their landlord, Jiju, introduced the young man as a new field hand. The young man had not gotten close with anyone, as he was on the quiet side, but since he was always working the hardest, the other field hands were concerned about his health. It was thanks to that young man that the field had been cultivated to this extent, even in this scorching heat. In fact, if he were to ever collapse from heat stroke, the other field hands would be at a loss to figure out how to meet their quotas. Hey, Tun, take a break. In the end, someone shouted out loud and suggested that Tun take a break, but the young man only nodded before getting back to work. If there is such a thing as a past life, that friend must have been a cow. How can a person live like that? I mean, it's amazing. The peasants had no choice but to shake their heads. They knew that the young man was stubborn and headstrong. He would never follow their suggestions. Would it be too much to ask for a deluge of rain? If that should ever happen, I feel like I wouldn't mind working. HMPF. As one field hand raised his head up to the sky, the others followed suit. However, the sky was clear. Not a single cloud could be found. The heavenly demon stares at you silently. Nocturne, who the other field hands called Tun, silently devoted himself to plowing. He knew that the other field hands were chatting quietly with each other and talking about him being a cow or some such nonsense, but, as always, he pretended not to hear them. The heavenly demon stares at you silently. Nocturne continued to ignore the message that appeared on his retina. If others knew about him receiving such messages, they would be terrified. However, for Nocturne, it was just an obstruction that obscured his view. The heavenly demon stares at you silently. If possible, Nocturne wanted the messages to disappear altogether. He had no idea why the heavenly demon was constantly focusing his attention on him. In addition, Nocturne also felt a distant gaze placed upon him. The gaze was from a place so far away that Nocturne could not fathom its distance. I knew there were beings who could gaze from afar, but this is an extreme, no. Once the martial king passed away, Nocturne recognized the heavenly demon's gaze fixed on him. At that time, after losing his one and only teacher, Nocturne failed to exuviate and transcend, so he wandered around the universe aimlessly. In the meantime, he helped Yan Wu bring down the tower, but that was only because Yan Wu was a fellow disciple. Nocturne had no interest in world affairs. His powerlessness and aimlessness were to the point that Ice King and Twice eventually left his side, which illustrated the extent to which he wandered aimlessly. Then, by chance, Nocturne realized that the heavenly demon was observing him. He felt dumbfounded at the attention and felt that it was absurd. Was the heavenly demon trying to relieve his aching heart after losing his son by vicariously living through Nocturne? Whatever the reason was, it was unknown. However, as Nocturne, there was no reason for him to act favorably towards the heavenly demon, so he just ignored the heavenly demon's attention. He did not ask why or get angry. He just acted like the heavenly demon's attention did not exist. It was always the same message, that the heavenly demon was staring at him silently. Nocturne acted as though the message did not exist. The heavenly demon also did not show any other reaction. Then, things changed a bit after I arrived on this planet. The heavenly demon's message seemed more explicit, more emotional. Nocturne felt, though very weak, a sense of emotion mixed in the heavenly demon's gaze. It was a feeling that Nocturne knew all too well. Longing, lament, a sense of feeling sorry. It was the same feeling that Nocturne had toward the martial king. The heavenly demon openly longed and lamented for Alpharon to Nocturne. For Nocturne, the heavenly demon's reason for doing so was somewhat understandable. Is it because of the memories that remain in my subconscious? Obviously, this place is very similar to the world where Sun Jae-won was first summoned. No, I'm sure it's the exact place, though a lot of time has passed since then. After coming out of the tower, Nocturne wandered aimlessly around the universe and occasionally had a recurring dream. To be precise, it was a daydream. While puttering forward, Nocturne would suddenly recall fragmented memories. The daydreams were so vivid and influential that Nocturne sometimes felt confused about his identity. In one daydream, Nocturne was surrounded by a weird family with everyone laughing aloud together. On other occasions, Nocturne would be suddenly overwhelmed with emotion and psychological shock. It was to the point where he had to crumble onto the ground and cry. They were all Alpharon's memories. Precisely, they were memories of the days when Alpharon went through life as Sun Jae-won, before the time he became Vivasvat. It was not just one or two times that Nocturne felt confused about his identity. Even now, he felt unsure what his true identity was. In those daydreams and memories, there were memories of the planet where Nocturne was now. This was the world where Sun Jae-won first came to when chasing after his father, a savage world where human sacrifice was commonplace. At that time, Sun Jae-won had been pushed to the brink of giving up, but eventually, Sun Jae-won was able to defeat the monster who wanted to become a god and succeeded in taking the monster's spirit energy. It was also the moment when Sun Jae-won started harboring a grudge against transcendents, beings who played around with mortals for their own benefit. The reason why Sun Jae-won cried so much in the tower was because of the memories he had of this place, a place that left a very deep scar and trauma on Sun Jae-won. Nocturne had arrived at such a place. In this vast universe, where there were seemingly infinite civilizations and planets, Nocturne could not understand how he stumbled onto this exact place, but, regardless of the reason, Nocturne could not help but feel a sense of shock. It was because everything felt like déjà vu. It was also the reason Nocturne remained on the planet for over a year. Of course, there was a significant time difference between the time Sun Jae-won was present versus now. The nonsensical custom of human sacrifice had long since disappeared. Also, even though the civilization on the planet was not very developed, atheism was very widespread and mainstream. It was not just atheism. There were a lot of people who had a very negative stance on interpreting abnormal phenomena with gods or other supernatural beings. Don't rely on unproven beings like gods. Stand up on your own and make your own way in the world. The world Sun Jae-won once dreamed of, a world where the division of heaven and earth was taken for granted, was here. No matter how much time had passed, it was rare for a civilization, which had been so thoroughly controlled by divine beings in the past, to change so drastically. Was this the influential mark that Sun Jae-won had left on this place? The strange thing was that, if such an influential hero had come and gone, he should have been revered as a legend and remembered as a mythical figure, but here, Sun Jae-won's tales remained in only heroic stories or fairy tales. Nocturne, who was slowly recalling Sun Jae-won's memory, could not help but feel strange. And the more memories he recalled, the more intense the heavenly demon's gaze became. This was the reason why Nocturne had been feeling strangely frustrated lately. I have to leave this place soon. Nocturne did not forcefully block or refuse Sun Jae-won's memory. In the past, he would have been fed up with these foreign memories, but since Master had told him to live his own life, Nocturne regarded these memories as one of the elements that made up his being, so he decided not to neglect the memories. Nocturne decided to just go with the flow. That was the life Nocturne longed for. A guest has visited. Having and practicing these thoughts, Nocturne tilted his head at the sudden message. A guest? What is this about? His gaze turned in a completely different direction from the other farmers. You are. It's the first time we've met like this. Yes. Heaven Wing, have you been completely revived? Nocturne looked curiously at Cha Jung-woo, who had the same appearance as Yi In-woo, but a completely different temperament and aura. It's similar. By the way, Cha Jung-woo quietly nodded and tilted his head. He also felt a similar gaze peering down into this place. And it seemed to Jung-woo that Nocturne felt the same way. Smile. Nocturne laughed lightly. Somehow, it seems that a certain someone who's famous for being insensitive to worldly affairs has suddenly become interested in something recently. Cha Jung-woo fell into thought for a moment. He became the new leader of Day, so it was obvious that he would always feel the heavenly demon's gaze, but he wondered if the heavenly demon's gaze was also on Nocturne. It did not seem like the gaze had just appeared after Jung-woo decided to bring back Nocturne. This meant only one thing, that the heavenly demon's gaze on Nocturne had been on him for a long time. Was Nocturne a part of the heavenly demon's larger plan all along? Although he could not quite put his finger on why, Cha Jung-woo felt confident that his guess was correct. Nocturne, I have something to ask you. Yes, I'll go. All right, will you come with me to Cha Jung-woo stopped mid-sentence. He was going to try and convince Nocturne to come with him, but Nocturne had already nodded and agreed before Jung-woo even asked. Jung-woo could not help but widen his eyes. Nocturne did not ask where they were going. Actually, Nocturne did not ask any questions. He just replied as if expecting Jung-woo's request. Cha Jung-woo expected to take a considerable amount of time to try and convince Nocturne. Jung-woo had met with Ice King and twice while searching for Nocturne, so he had come to the planet with the firm resolve of convincing Nocturne with whatever it took, so he couldn't help but be surprised by this outcome. Regardless of Jung-woo's shock, Nocturne spoke in a comfortable voice. Master's last words: there are only 2 disciples left in the world now, so he did not want us to fight between each other. He wanted us to live our own lives and be well. I can't say I have a good relationship with my fellow disciple, but you're going to go and help him, right? Cha Jung-woo opened his eyes wider and then nodded heavily. That's right, I need your help. Fine, but just wait a day. A day? Cha Jung-woo did not understand Nocturne's words and tilted his head. Nocturne responded with a very natural tone. It'll take me a day to properly restore my skills. Nocturne will regain his skills. The Martial King had once mentioned to Jung-woo that Nocturne's skills were comparable to Jung-woo's. Hearing Nocturne's explanation, Cha Jung-woo bowed his head with a grateful heart. Chapter 773, Lee's Fragment 7. Okay, so, you couldn't convince him? No, he said. Regardless, you couldn't convince him. Right. That. The Flood Demon King had trouble thinking straight after receiving the Macaque King's rapid-fire questions. He wanted to make excuses, but the Macaque King's piercing gaze showed no signs of relaxing. In place of the Flood Demon King, who acted immature most of the time, the third among the siblings, the Macaque King, was actually in charge of the administrative operations work within the 7 Demon Kings. Because of her strong personality, the Macaque King was often feared by her other brothers and sisters. The Macaque King scolded the Flood Demon King for failing to bring Sun Wukong. And the more the Macaque King's scolding continued, the more the Flood Demon King felt the urge to hide in a mouse hole. It was not like the Flood Demon King wanted to go in the first place. The Flood Demon King wanted to shout out this point, but as he glanced at the Macaque King's bitter and domineering gaze, he could not help but bite his tongue. He looked over at the Sage Lion King, hoping for a glimmer of hope and salvation. Quote, Whip. The Sage Lion King whistled and quickly turned his head to avoid the Flood Demon King's imploring gaze. This action made the Flood Demon King feel a deep sense of betrayal. It can't be that you came back after the youngest said he found it too bothersome and tiring to come back, right? You know that the youngest is the most important key to your older brother's plan, right? Ha ha ha, of course, I know how important it is to bring the youngest back. But the youngest said he was on break and needed some time to digest the order and organize his thoughts. So, you didn't know the importance of your task at all. Why did you even come back? You should have just gone off and killed yourself. If that happened, I might have at least considered shedding a tear. As the Macaque King's venomous words continued, the Flood Demon King's face became wet from perspiration and tears. But the more pitiful the Flood Demon King looked, the more the Macaque King sighed. A deep trough formed on her forehead. Ah, this is a big issue. What can we do? Before having a chance to finish her words, the Macaque King raised her head. At the same time, the Flood Demon King and Sage Lion King also looked in the same direction. Sun Wukong is coming. Boom. Suddenly, the barracks where the Demon Kings and their troops were stationed were blown away as a being came down. It was a being with long gray hair, Sun Wukong. Everyone put on a forced friendly face. However, Sun Wukong's older brothers and sisters hardened their expressions. Whoosh, because there was a lot of fighting aura emanating from Sun Wukong. Brothers and sisters, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I've come to collect some soul stones. Please understand that the soul stones will be used for a very good purpose. At that moment, Sun Wukong's brothers and sisters all opened and released their powers at once. Then, they quickly looked at each other. They had never mentioned to the youngest that they were in possession of any soul stones, so the youngest should have been unaware. However, since Sun Wukong knew that they possessed soul stones, it meant that someone had told him. As if knowing what his siblings were thinking, Sun Wukong wryly smiled. Oh ho, I just made a random guess. I guess you guys really have some. Anyway, my brothers and sisters, are you all always so naive? Anyway, I'll take some of the stones off your hands. I have a good use for it. Sun Wukong slammed down hard on the ground. Boom, whoosh, wait, stop him, damn it, what trouble is he planning to start this time? Except for the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong's other brothers and sisters had been tormented by Sun Wukong for time immemorial, so they reflexively got into a formation to defend themselves. It seemed their teamwork had been honed from a considerate amount of practice. But once he started moving, Sun Wukong did as he pleased. He was like a runaway locomotive. Rumble. As lightning strikes and flame wheels exploded one after another, all his brothers and sisters were pushed away. As the remaining barrack structures collapsed, several pillars of fire soared into the sky. Boom, 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 rumble. Infighting has occurred between Pandemonium and the 7 Demon Kings. What else is going on? The present 7 Demon Kings location was not very far from Li's tomb. Naturally, the members of the Jia sect decided to set their camp nearby. The demons belonging to Jia sect turned their heads towards the 7 Demon Kings camp and shook their heads as if they were tired. Since many of these Jia sect members had battled and quarreled with the 7 Demon Kings in the past, enough times that their legends were intertwined with their struggles against the 7 Demon Kings, the Jia sect members did not feel that the sudden internal conflict was anything strange. While they were all having this thought, this is the Sage Lion King, who was quietly retreating to avoid being beaten up by Sun Wukong once again, was shocked when he looked down and saw his shadow fluctuate like a wave. The alternate ego of the Black King is descending. I was wondering why the youngest was acting so weird, so Sun Wukong has decided to join hands with you. I guess this makes things easier. When he saw Yi and Wu descending, the Sage Lion King shouted out and laughed aloud. His utter fright had given him an abundance of unsubstantiated confidence. The Sage Lion King's divine domain was battle. To be precise, it was battle maniac. The Sage Lion King was addicted to fighting. This was so much the case that he started piling up legends related to battle, and once he faced off against the Bull Demon King, who he could not defeat, he had faithfully submitted to him and became part of the 7 Demon Kings. The Sage Lion King had faced off against Sun Wukong numerous times, so he could not get himself worked up to battle him, but Yi and Wu was a different case. Though the Sage Lion King had bumped into Yi and Wu once a long time ago, and after that, crossed paths a few times, they never had a proper battle, so the Sage Lion King felt an urge to battle Yi and Wu. So as soon as the Sage Lion King saw Yi and Wu, he immediately flew towards him. Like a lion lunging onto its prey, each strike the Sage Lion King subsequently shot out toward the surrounding space apart. Whoosh! Bam! However, before the Sage Lion King's fist could reach Yi and Wu, it was blocked by a sudden rising shadow. Out of my way! As if there was no time to spend on a worthless insignificant being, Yi and Wu lashed out violently as he continued moving forward. Shadow domain has greatly expanded. Night Nox is coming down. The fate of the opponent continues to turn like a wheel. When a great constricting power was applied to the shadows that surrounded him, the Sage Lion King took in a large breath of air before fully releasing his divine power. The divine wind power of the palm leaf fan is being implemented. The power of the wind has failed to properly operate as it has been forcefully interrupted. What? Boom! The Sage Lion King was flung away like a rag doll after his palm leaf fan, which had essentially become a part of his being, had failed to properly operate. He wondered if Yi and Wu already knew of the palm leaf fan. Since Yi and Wu had already come across the palm leaf fan in the past, Yi and Wu had ample time to draw up countermeasures, so the Sage Lion King's closest resources turned out to be a poison. Hey! No! The other Demon Kings discovered Yi and Wu late and tried to stop his advances somehow. You dare turn your back on me? Why, youngest? Please, just stop. Sun Wukong smiled wickedly as he swept away his siblings. In the end, Yi and Wu was able to reach the place where the Macaque King was. The Macaque King was at a loss. Her shadow had already gone against her will. It bound her whole body and held a sharp blade to her throat. And now, Yi and Wu placed his hands atop the sharp blade. The Macaque King's gaze trembled slightly at the menacing posture Yi and Wu took while holding onto the blade that could easily pierce her neck at any moment. What do you want? Give me the Soul Stone. Just because you're doing this doesn't mean that there's a chance you can stop the Black King from. I'll take care of my own job, thanks. So, give it to me. For a moment, the Macaque King felt conflicted. She wasn't too concerned about death or annihilation. Unlike the opportunistic Flood Demon King or the simple battling madman Sage Lion King, the Macaque King truly understood and agreed with the Bull Demon King's plan and was wholly invested in participating in realizing the Bull Demon King's vision. That was the only way she could save the youngest, Sun Wukong, and the Heavenly Demon. The Macaque King believed this firmly. Even if she were to die while pursuing this purpose, she did not really care. However, what concerned her and caused her to hesitate was the youngest's actions. As far as the Macaque King knew, though Sun Wukong often acted in a playful and insincere manner, he never did anything meaningless. While she was having these thoughts, thud, that guy, he just got stronger. Are you really a living thing? Two of Sun Wukong's siblings cried out as they fell helplessly to the ground after being thoroughly beaten by Sun Wukong. Seeing Sun Wukong wiping his hands after finishing off the two, the Macaque King glared at him and shouted out. What are you thinking? I'm thinking of surviving. Do you think that the path your older brother is taking won't work? I want to pursue something similar in principle. I don't think it's possible to rebuild this damn universe from scratch. If you continue, you'll die. There will be no end. Rather than watching the wheel turn like this, I'd rather just fix it, even if it's ruined. Even the kid would appreciate that. The Macaque King wanted to stop Sun Wukong, but she knew well that once he made up his mind about something, he would never listen to anything else. She had to give up the Soul Stone in the end. On the other hand, she also felt a sense of relief, as if this conclusion was not all that bad. She had never felt comfortable joining hands with the Jia sect people, who she had always detested. You have acquired the Soul Stone, Humanitas Kindness. As soon as Yi and Wu retrieved the Soul Stone, he immediately raised his head up. Night Nox is spreading all over the place. The demonic society, Jia sect, has fallen into great chaos. The Sea of Time has been ambushed and is in danger of destruction. An unidentified beast-like opponent writhes in pain. An unidentified beast-like opponent writhes in pain. Harbinger announces destruction on those who dare defy its father. Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young wants to inflict a curse on those who refuse to submit to the rule of the Night Nox. Source of Uncleanliness presents a gift of plague to its old enemies. Green Flame wants to purify everything in sight through incineration. Dis Pluto spreads death. The demons of Jia sect and the beast-like opponents left behind by Yvilk were caught in the shadows spread by Yi and Wu and devoured by Yi and Wu's familiars. The world shook with the screams of the demons and the cries of the beasts. A large portion of your law of causality is being consumed. Remaining law of causality, 41, 40, 39, 38%. From the moment Yin Wu decided to fully open his power, no one could go against Yin Wu. The only reason he gave them the impression that he was inferior to them was only for the continued operation of the dream and wheel. However, now that he threw those pretenses away, Yin Wu was essentially stating that he would now personify the will of the law of causality and the deterrence force of the universe and the world. This was because the Black King represented and possessed all of this. Rumble. And just like that, Yin Wu reached the front of a certain cave after passing a number of howling enemies. He could sense traces of Yavilk, the Bull Demon King, and Tongtian Jiaoju leading into the cave. Furthermore, the magic energy of the sin stones that comprised his philosopher's stone wriggled in the cave's direction. Yin Wu felt that he was near Li's tomb. However, just when Yin Wu was about to enter the cave's entrance, he stopped. Step, step, someone was walking out of the cave. And once Yin Wu saw the being's face, Yin Wu frowned. I thought an uninvited guest would come, but I didn't know it would be my nephew. It must be the first time we've met each other face to face, right? Nice to meet you. Oceanus greeted Yin Wu with a wave of his hand. Chapter 774 Li's Fragment 8. Draconic Eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Philosopher's eyes. Eye of the heavens, is trying to access the other party's data. Ear of the heavens, is analyzing the other party's processing capabilities. The other party cannot be analyzed or identified through the current system's processes. Data interpretation is not possible. Updating the system. Identification and analysis failed. Updating the system. Identification and analysis failed. Updating the system. Major updates have been made to the system. The system is attempting to identify and analyze the other party once more. Yin Wu wanted to analyze Oceanus through the system first. Oceanus was someone who defeated Vimalasitra with overwhelming martial power and forcefully detained him on Earth. Yin Wu, who had received much help from Vimalasitra, felt a sense of duty to avenge him. If Yin Wu was successful in transforming the current, wheel, and dream, through repair after his transcendence, he would possibly be able to bring Vimalasitra back to life. However, regardless of that possibility, a grudge was a grudge. Yin Wu was unwilling to give Oceanus a pass. Furthermore, all analysis has been completed. Outputting the results. You seem to have been seriously injured. Did you even fight the resident of the border or something? In a very short time, Yin Wu grasped almost all information about Oceanus. Once he was able to analyze the many vestige thoughts that surrounded Oceanus, Yin Wu was able to tease out a considerable amount of information. Thus, through this trove of information, Yin Wu found that Oceanus was in a badly wounded state. Oceanus looked unharmed on the outside, but he had much less divine power than when Yin Wu saw Oceanus through Vimalasitra's vestige thoughts. Furthermore, his spirit body was full of wounds. Each one of those wounds contained telltale signs of the resident of the border. This most likely meant that Oceanus had a fight with the resident of the border. It doesn't seem like you came out on the winning side. Yin Wu did not know exactly what happened between Oceanus and the resident of the border. However, seeing that their fight pushed Oceanus to the cusp of annihilation, it seemed that they both knew of each other's power levels and decided to go all out for whatever reason. Perhaps Oceanus was attempting to do the same thing to the resident of the border as he did to Vimalasitra. The thought made Yin Wu's heart a bit uneasy. Although the resident of the border had delayed giving his loyalty to Yin Wu, the resident of the border was still a member of the Knight, which Yin Wu led. Yin Wu could not help but feel bad about someone trying to harm his future familiar. Ha ha ha, it's a bit embarrassing to have you see everything about me as if I'm naked. In embarrassment, Oceanus scratched his nose with his index finger. Yin Wu did not know if Oceanus' friendly demeanor was because of his caring personality, as he was originally known to be very caring of others, or if it was just a facade or mask that he had built up over time to hide his true nature. I never thought that my nephew would show any interest in this uncle of his. How about chatting for a while? I'm not interested. I know my nephew is very busy. Also, I know that there are many complaints and rumors about this uncle of yours. But you can probably spare a little bit. I've already said it once. There's no need for that. Not interested. Yin Wu raised the corners of his lips and gave Oceanus a cold smile. Once I throw you into my purgatory furnace, you'll be telling me everything I want to know, so why should I bother wasting my time chatting with you? Open corner bracket ha. Our master is so cool. Isn't it amazing that you possess a personality and temper that doesn't allow you to even hear the other party's words? For a while, Yi and Wu could hear Shannon giggling. Bam! Yi and Wu made his move without any hesitation. Shukuchi has been used. The moment Yi and Wu took a step forward, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Oceanus. He was wielding his sword made from his shadows. By elongating the shadows on his middle and index finger, he was able to recreate a copy of Scythe. This temporary sword was based on Scythe's data that Yi and Wu acquired from Kronos while they were connected through Unity. Since the Scythe copy was made with darkness, and as Yi and Wu's many powers were imbued onto it, the Scythe copy boasted a hard and sharp cutting power that was not far behind the real Scythe. Boom! However, as if Oceanus was proving that his overwhelming victory over Vimalasitra was not a fluke, Oceanus swung his body to the side with great ease and threw out his own sword strike. As Yi and Wu's sword and Oceanus' sword collided, the shockwaves from the impact reverberated out in all directions. You have entered the Instance Dungeon, the vast open sea. As Oceanus, illusory world opened, their surroundings suddenly changed into an endless sea of blue waves appearing without a speck of land in sight. Oceanus' divine domain was the sea. To be precise, it was the primitive sea. It was the sea where all divine beings and creatures originated from. Oh my, even if you don't like me, you should still show enough respect to listen to a few words. Aren't your actions too harsh? Haven't I already told you multiple times? Yi and Wu pulled his sword inward. If you have something you want to say, you'll have more than enough chances to say it once you're in the purgatory furnace. Black-red Gubatera. Yi and Wu launched one offensive strike after another. Every time he wielded his sword, sword thunder strikes shot out. His sword thunder strikes, which should have been capped at the limits of the 8 extreme level, had continued to advance. Hence, Yi and Wu was now able to continue growing and multiplying his powers exponentially. 9th extreme of Sword Thunder, 10th extreme, 11th extreme. At the 10th extreme of Sword Thunder, Yi and Wu was able to output a Sword Thunder strike that carried 24 times the power of a basic Sword Thunder strike. However, without even batting an eye or showing any visible strain, Yi and Wu continued to throw out Sword Thunder strikes. The force of Yi and Wu's last strike was enough to gobble up and wipe out an entire galaxy. The Sword Thunder strike not only dried up the seawater that made up the illusory world in an instant, but it also reached the inner and outer barrier of the illusory world, causing the entire world to tremble and shake to the point of collapsing. The Sword Thunder strike left a crack on the barriers, which were growing larger as Yi and Wu shot out more Sword Thunder strikes. Additionally, the shockwave from the strikes were rapidly quickening the spread of the cracks. Of course, outputting this amount of firepower was burdensome for Yi and Wu, who had to also maintain his polymorph state. However, based on his current expression, it did not seem like he cared. Your fate as the executor is accelerating. The end of days apocalypse is fast approaching. Armageddon is unfolding far ahead of schedule. The wheel is quickly turning and spinning. The dream is quickly coming to an end. Yi and Wu's use of his remaining law of causality was that much. The sword strikes he shot out were more effective than before, as he received the black-red Gubatera as a parting present from Vimalasitra, and because his body reflected his position as the alternate ego of the Black King. Of course, his overload status did not go away, but Yi and Wu did not care. If he did not defeat Oceanus now, there would be nothing left anyway. Boom, rumble, rumble, bam. Whenever Yi and Wu's sword thunder strikes flashed, Oceanus was pushed further back. I didn't think that you'd be this strong, this might be a problem. Each time he was pushed back, Oceanus gave out an exasperated chuckle. The difference in their strength was so overwhelming that Oceanus could not even give an excuse that he was only losing out to Yi and Wu due to the wounds he suffered when fighting against the resident of the border. Oceanus prided himself on being strong, as he thought he would never lose out to anyone other than Yvilk. He thought that this was just too big of a difference. Of course, Yi and Wu did not pay attention to whatever Oceanus was feeling. Rumble. Eventually, Oceanus was pushed to his limits. Instance Dungeon, the structure of the vast open sea, has reached its limit. The essential being of Oceanus, which maintains the vast open sea, is shaking. Legends are crumbling, shards are pouring out. As the illusory world started to collapse, the legends that made up the existence of Oceanus also crumbled little by little and were thrown into the air. Eye of the Heavens retrieves the fragments of the legends. Ear of the Heavens analyzes the fragments of the legends. Through the fragments, Yi and Wu was able to read, to some extent, into Oceanus' past. From one of the fragments, Oceanus was a child. R1 doesn't act much like a child. Is it because he's the eldest? He has no desire or motivation. He doesn't even whine. You don't know how proud I am because of those qualities he possesses. Oceanus was different from other children. He did not cry or fight like other normal children. He looked as if he had transcended the history of the world, and everyone said that he was an old man trapped in a young person's body. Nevertheless, almost everyone praised him and expected Oceanus to become Olympus' next true king. However, Oceanus possessed a secret that he could not tell others. Am I remembering my previous life? To be precise, he possessed memories of his life in the previous dream. It was the memory of an existence called Oceanus, who lived in the past dream, which had now become completely non-existent. The memories of his past dream life remained in the young Oceanus. Because of this, Oceanus was confused about his identity and suffered through a lot of hardship growing up. Just as how the other dream Thor that Yi and Wu met was completely different from this dream's Thor, the previous dream Oceanus was a completely different person but with the same name as the current dream Oceanus. Because of this, Oceanus was not able to gain complete consciousness even after being reborn. Though people around him praised him for being virtuous, the truth was that Oceanus did not really care for world matters and values. He did not have much affection for this world. The world he saw through his eyes was completely different from the world he remembered, so where was he supposed to lead his heart and mind? All the facts he remembered were obsolete, and even the beings he remembered, who had the same names, had completely different faces and personalities. This clash of worlds bothered the young Oceanus. However, his suffering did not stop there. As he became older, new memories emerged from his subconscious. As expected, they were memories that were made from an Oceanus, but not the Oceanus that he was now. He possessed memories of various separate Oceanus. Some versions of Oceanus were utterly villainous, while others lived the fate of an opponent in their respective dream. Some Oceanus saw the end of their respective dream firsthand, while others did not even understand the basic concept of a dream or wheel. The problem was that all these memories of different Oceanus were in the young Oceanus' mind. Furthermore, each of these separate versions of Oceanus clearly revealed their different identities and shouted out to him to follow them. Oceanus was able to quickly gain strength and power beyond what was expected for his age and became wise beyond his years. However, his reclusive nature also started to show. And, at some point, the young Oceanus asked himself, why am I experiencing this? These are all facts that have obviously disappeared into oblivion. Why did these memories remain intact and get passed on to me? It may have made sense if he shared the same soul as the previous Oceanus, but that was not the case. He and the other Oceanus all had completely different souls. They were separate beings, separate existences. Then, Oceanus had an idea. Are you all asking me to stop dreaming this damn dream? Is that what you all want? To be honest, it was a fatalistic thought. Oceanus could only survive if his current dream continued. By pursuing the end of this dream, he would be taking away his own life. Oceanus came to the conclusion that, as long as he could delay the ending of this dream, he would be able to live. Once he came to this conclusion, from that point forward, Oceanus did not run away from the other Oceanus. He began to talk to the other Oceanus who were asleep in his mind. He wanted to hear firsthand the life they went through and hear their thoughts. There were countless options, and Oceanus thought that if he put them together well, he would somehow find a way to prevent the end of the dream. Oceanus soon realized that two conditions had to be met to prevent the end of the dream. One was to find the executor. The other was to cover the eyes of the Black King. However, it was difficult for Oceanus to get the timing right since no one knew when the end of days apocalypse would start. Some dreams ended so quickly that they disappeared before a proper civilization was even established, and some dreams only ended after the universe lost all its laws and slowly declined into oblivion. Oceanus thought that he should tell other people about what he knew and seek their opinions. He knew that Olympus stood at the forefront of the day, so one day, after much deliberation, he met his father, Uranus, for a consultation. However, it was on that day that Oceanus met Kronos. "This is your new brother. Why don't you say hello?" Upon meeting a very young Kronos, Oceanus intuitively knew that this child signaled the beginning of the end. Chapter 775 Lee's Fragment 9. Because Oceanus already had the memory of being an executor, he was able to smell the thick scent of darkness on Kronos. At first, this realization put Oceanus into a bind. Should he kill his brother? Or should he just observe and wait? Although the scent of darkness permeated Kronos' being, Kronos was not an executor. No, to be precise, he had not, yet, been designated the executor. Originally, being an executor was like a fate that was suddenly given to one after carefully sifting through several successor candidates. So, the most convenient manner of delaying the end of days was to get rid of those who could be successor candidates in advance. However, this did not mean that one could totally prevent the real end of days apocalypse from occurring. This was because the laws of the world, which the heavenly demon called the wheel, would keep turning no matter how hard one tried to stop it. Additionally, Kronos tilted his head and looked at Oceanus in an affectionate manner. Oceanus could not dare harm a being with such innocent and admiring eyes. Moreover, he had this thought: if I just kill everyone who gives off the scent of darkness, what difference would there be between the executor and me? Additionally, Oceanus recognized that Kronos had not yet gone astray. Since nothing had happened yet, Oceanus decided to wait and see. Once he came to this conclusion, Oceanus began to look at Kronos from afar from that point forward. He put the discussion he was going to have with his father, Uranus, aside for the moment because Oceanus did not know how Uranus would react to the unsettling news. Thus, Oceanus intended to proceed as quietly as possible. The problem was that Kronos did not live a quiet lifestyle at all. Ha ha ha, Prince, please stop. That's very dangerous. Kronos, who had been a troublemaker since childhood, gradually grew into a bigger troublemaker as he got older. It had become so bad that Oceanus once thought that Kronos may be hastening the end of days. But at the same time, Oceanus wondered if his special gift and ability was given to him so that people like his troublemaking brother could live in a world where children could just be children. And as he traveled around the universe, Oceanus met numerous successor candidates who smelled of darkness, and as he went through big and small events with them, that thought of providing a world for these people grew even larger. To become an executor, one had to harbor a grudge great enough to lead the world to the end. If Oceanus could relieve their pain, could he not fundamentally change the course of the universe and avoid the end of days altogether? Thinking in this manner, Oceanus seemed to have found the answer to his long-held question. He felt as if he had come down with a revelation, and he was convinced of what he had to do. However, what happens if the opponent possesses the qualities which you're afraid of? Just as Oceanus felt that he found his answer, he met Yvilk. I didn't want you to hear my story like this. Oceanus laughed as he watched his legends scatter before his eyes. Although most of his shattered legends were those of Oceanus in his memory, Yianwu read, among other things, the legends that made up Oceanus' soul. However, Yianwu did not show or give a response. Actually, he became colder. In the end, you just found another way to run away from your problems. What? I've felt it for a while. The safe haven paean or whatever that Yvilk is trying to make for problematic beings to escape to isn't much different than just providing a rabbit hole for those beings to hide in, no. What? Did you think that I'd join your side if you shared these stories with me? Did you think that I'd empathize with you? Damn, I feel nasty. Yianwu snorted. Do you guys see me as a being who is as problematic as you guys? Open corner bracket. Wow, our master is so good at spewing venomous words. But you should really stop. That problem child might start crying if you continue beating him up. Shannon's giggles and words clearly rang out. Though his words seemed to state that Yianwu should stop pushing Oceanus around, it also had a tinge of mocking and jeering towards Oceanus. Oceanus' face soon flushed red. It doesn't matter what backstory you guys have or what circumstances you've lived under. But I know one thing all too well. Yianwu guessed what objective Oceanus was pursuing from the legends he had peered into. Oceanus' legends were stating that there was a limit in preventing the end of this dream. It would be much easier to just create a separate world, a safe haven. In that world, there would be no gods or demons, no heavenly demon or black king, so, theoretically, one could live one's life without the threat of the end of days. Oceanus was going to talk about those things to Yianwu, since he had been persuaded to that side. Even if he did not agree to join the safe haven side when they asked, he would have eventually hit his limits in preventing the end of days from becoming reality. The group in which everyone called each other brothers was no different from a group of problem children who were gathered by Yvilk. What is the one thing you know all too well? That your side isn't qualified. Yianwu put down his sword. The ravaging and destructive sword thunder strikes, which were about to explode the teetering illusory world, vanished immediately. I feel bad for Vimalasitra. He lost to such a nonsensical guy. He's probably glad that his soul has been totally annihilated. If Vimalasitra was in the underworld and heard the bullshit that the being who confined him spewed, he might have felt too embarrassed and ashamed to continue living. I have endured you because of the promise I made with Vimalasitra. However, I can't endure it any longer. Since you've gone missing for a long time, I thought you may have a couple hidden cards up your sleeve, but it doesn't seem you even have those. Ah, such a waste of air. You, Oceanus could not contain his anger when Yin Wu cast off all his thoughts and judgments in an uncaring manner. Open corner bracket. I understand how he feels very well. No matter how wise and liberated one may become, even a being who reached nirvana would feel a few screws getting loose after mixing a few words with our temperamental master. Oceanus, body burned red as if it was about to burst. Even if he died, he wanted to do something to Yin Wu, so he stretched out his hand and released his power. However, Cernunnos, rumble, Cernunnos, is descending. A rift has been established that connects the illusory world, the vast open sea, to the outside world. A thunderbolt slammed in front of Oceanus and easily deflected Oceanus' attack. Although his eyes were barely visible, as his face was half covered by his unruly hair, Cernunnos gave off an overall sharp temperament with a skinny figure. Cernunnos is exuding killing intent towards the target named Oceanus. You've been dying to come in here since the beginning, right? I don't want to mix myself with this guy any longer, so I'll leave it in your hands. Cernunnos declares war on the target named Oceanus. Cernunnos conducts his offenses. Cernunnos did not respond to Yin Wu. Rather, Cernunnos immediately flew towards Oceanus. Cernunnos had been associated with Vimalasitra for a long time. They shared a common interest in Yin Wu and shared a friendship with each other. Vimalasitra had been steeped in embarrassed anger after being treated like a ragdoll by Oceanus. And when Yin Wu met Oceanus, Cernunnos had constantly sent Yin Wu messages to participate in the fight. Yin Wu had been ignoring the constant messages because he did not want to give up the prey that he had designated for himself. However, now, Yin Wu felt so thoroughly annoyed with Oceanus that he did not want to sully his hand with Oceanus any longer. This was why he now called upon Cernunnos. Open corner bracket. If it were any other god, they'd be jumping up and down in anger stating that our master had looked down upon them. But Cernunnos doesn't seem to care at all. Actually, he seems to be thankful. I thought he was just another cold divine being, but I guess he's a useful pony. Shannon grinned as he poked his head above the shadows. Yin Wu had to look down with an exasperated expression at Shannon because of his ridiculous interpretation of the situation. Can you be here? Yin Wu was asking if Shannon did not have to join the other familiars who were fighting on the outside. Open corner bracket. There are others, after all. I don't think much will change with little old me not present, right? Actually, isn't it better that your loyal servant stay by his master's side during the last moments of this universe? If others overheard what you said, they'd think I'm dying soon. Open corner bracket. Well, it's not much different, no. Yin Wu burst out laughing. Open corner bracket. Still, I'm glad master seems to have returned to his normal self. There were many times when I felt frustrated at having to look at your constant serious and depressed state. Yin Wu did not respond. He was able to read the long brewing concern and relief in Shannon's voice. Cernunnos would get rid of Oceanus anyway, so Yin Wu was going to continue on his way towards his objective. Seeing Yin Wu like that, Shannon exclaimed, Your temper is going to explode again. The son of Day Eros is coming down. When Cha Jungwoo appeared in front of Lee's tomb along with Nocturne and the others, Jungwoo saw the Jia sect and various beasts engulfed by night. Hung, you've really flipped the table quite well this time around. The executor's fate is quickly progressing. Jungwoo had rushed over after seeing that Yin Wu was unconditionally using up his law of causality. Apparently, the situation was much more serious than what Jungwoo had imagined. In fact, on the earth, the darkness was blooming like a haze, and it was in the midst of searching for a new prey. Oh, you're here. At that time, Erlang Shen found Cha Jungwoo and smiled. He and the other heavenly world gods kept a distance from the battlefield, as they feared that they might be attacked and overcome by the night in the heat of battle. As soon as Cha Jungwoo saw Erlang Shen, Jungwoo quietly pointed scythe towards him. Would you like to have a battle? Is it a family characteristic to threaten people once you see them? Erlang Shen gave a dumbfounded expression. Cha Jung-woo smiled mischievously. To be precise, I'm like this because you're a potential enemy. I can smell my brother's scent and aura on you from here. Isn't it obvious that I'd come out this way? Ah, really, you inherited the personality of the king of gods, Kronos. Hearing Erlang Shen's words and the sigh that came afterward, Kronos could not help but make an appearance. Hey, why the hell are you bringing me into this? Are you saying your son is not like you? Open hollow corner bracket, of course. Although I was a bit hyperactive when I was young, I was never at this level. If I explain in detail, it'll take up more than a day. Are you okay with that? Open hollow corner bracket arg. For a moment, Kronos could not reply and backed off. What the hell is everyone talking about? Stop talking about the old days like old folks. Open hollow corner bracket. Hey. I'm still much better than that guy over there. Don't treat us like we're alike. Are you going to stop us? State your position clearly. Cha Jung-woo ignored his father's shouts and stared at Erlang Shen quietly. Erlang Shen raised his hands. No way. I have no intention of meddling in internal family affairs. Though I have a relationship with the Death King, my heavenly society is firmly on the side of Day. If you stab me in the back, you know what will happen, right? Yes, please stop threatening me. Erlang Shen did not even consider attacking Jung-woo, even though Jung-woo was scratching at his sore spots. Erlang Shen had seen firsthand just how mercilessly Yi-and-woo bullied his enemies. Thus, there was no way that he would want to make himself an enemy to these brothers. Cha Jung-woo walked past Erlang Shen and the other gathered gods. For a moment, Nocturne and Erlang Shen met eyes, but the two did not talk to each other. Tap. Once he landed in front of Lee's tomb, Cha Jung-woo saw some new beings. You're Cha Jung-woo, I heard you're twins, but you two really do look exactly alike. You're both very ugly. Cha Jung-woo did not know much about them, but through draconic eyes, he could tell that the two were Sun Wukong and Cernunos. Sun Wukong smiled softly. Cernunos was sitting silently. For a moment, Kronos looked at Cernunos and his gaze trembled slightly, but Cha Jung-woo did not see it. Jung-woo then asked them, I'm much more handsome than my brother. What difference can there be between twins? There is. Even if one shares the same soul, the heavenly demon looks much better than you, Sun Wukong. The heavenly demon nods his head contentedly, saying that the being speaking is telling the truth. In an instant, Sun Wukong's eyebrows twitched. How do you know that? You've never even seen the heavenly demon. One just knows without having to see something in person. The heavenly demon continues to nod as he agrees with the speaker's words. These bastards. Sun Wukong felt annoyed as he looked at Cha Jung-woo, who acted in the same manner as Yi-and-woo. He felt further infuriated at the chuckling heavenly demon, who had his eyes on the area. However, Sun Wukong just sighed. Fine, let's just say you're more handsome. It's not, let's just say, since it's the truth, but alright, let's move on. Damn, you must really think you're all that. I think the two of you are together with my older brother. Are you going to stop us? No, then. Sun Wukong smiled and stepped aside, opening the way to Lee's tomb. To guide you, your brother is waiting inside. Chapter 776 Cha Yi-and-woo 1. You have entered Lee's tomb. Connection to the outer world will be cut off. Defenses are released. Blessings are released. Graces are released. You are in a new environment. SSSSSs. Yi-and-woo felt as if his physical body was shaken up from the moment he entered the tomb. At first, he ignored it, thinking it was a silly joke, but he soon realized his attempts to break through didn't work here. You cannot be protected by the system. Your existence is denied. Your existence is denied. Yi-and-woo had power over all the powers of the system, and he had experienced most dreams, but none of that worked here. His polymorphed form, his giant demonic divine dragon body, and his connection to the Black King were all disconnected, only leaving behind the existence called Cha Yi-and-woo. This feels a bit unpleasant. For a moment, Yi-and-woo wondered just how he could describe this experience. And after a short moment of contemplation, he reached an apt word: disbandment. What's going on? Everything that made up Yi-and-woo was falling off one by one. The fact that he was the alternative ego of the Black King, the fact that he was the King of Dragons, the fact that he was the leader of Olympus Death King, Shadow King, Hoarder, and his appearance when he entered the tower as if his clothes were being removed layer by layer, all the legends that comprised his existence fell off one by one and disappeared. Along with them, his divinity and holiness naturally disappeared as well. All that remained was me before I entered the tower. Yi-and-woo looked down at his palms. His hands were covered in scars and burns. They were injuries that had disappeared after he became a god and his body was newly formed, injuries made from his time running rampant in Africa. He'd returned to his original state. Or not. Then, Yin Wu felt his legend as cane, that was weakly holding on being snipped off as well. He seemed to have become shorter as well. The outfit he had on wasn't the black coat he frequently wore either, but was made up of a white shirt and striped pants. It was his school uniform. With that, Yin Wu instinctively knew that he most likely had a very young face without even looking into a mirror. He was, again, the young high school senior Yin Wu who had become rebellious after his brother went missing and his mother fell very sick. How suffocating. Powerlessness filled Yin Wu. His body felt extremely heavy. The senses that spread through the entire universe were all gone. It was absolutely suffocating, as if someone was tightening their hand around his neck. Was this how the gods, who roamed multiple universes and worlds, felt when they were trapped in the limited space of the heavenly world? Yin Wu felt like he was in prison. Whoosh! Just then, a cave appeared in front of Yin Wu. It revealed a long twisted path in front of him and was connected to countless other caves, resembling an ant's nest. Just as he wondered what he was expected to do after being stolen of all his power and dropped inside a weird cave, a system message popped up to seemingly answer his question. Ding! A hidden quest only one me has been created. Hidden quest only one me. Description: the tomb that you are currently in is a secretive place that has been passed down from the beginning of the beginning. In the tomb lies the one who created light, for the first time before the wheel started spinning and dreams began. This is why everything in this location is returned to its original state. You also must have returned to your original state after entering. However, do not feel wronged or confused by this situation. Rather, this is an opportunity for you to place down everything you've achieved so far and take a break instead. Now that you have this chance, why don't you have peace of mind and reminisce about the memories of the past? Time limit. Qualifications. Entrance of Li's tomb. Conditions for success. 1. In this place are countless other participants who resemble you. 2. Eliminate or ally yourself with them. 3. Safely escape the maze. Rewards. Just when Yin Wu was wondering what kind of bullcrap this was, a hard voice resounded from behind. Excuse me, young man. Do you know where this is? Yin Wu reflectively turned around and laughed in disbelief. He could see a familiar face, a face just some years older than him, on a man standing there. From the short-cut hair to the military uniform, the man was obviously him from back when he was Kane. I don't know who created this stage, but this is a nasty hobby they have. However, unlike Yin Wu, Soldier Yin Wu seemed quite taken aback. Unless he was a fool, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed that the Yin Wu standing in front of him was a younger version of himself. But does he have no memories past that? I guess he only has his identity as a soldier. Yin Wu thought to himself. It appeared parts of the legends that were cut off had combined to create another individual being. Then that means, Yin Wu knew what he needed to do here. Sir, what is this place? Thinking his voice sounded very young and unfamiliar, Yin Wu pretended to be fearful as he trembled. He chose to act like this after thinking of how he would have acted if he was his high school self. I'm weakest here anyway. Yin Wu didn't even think about fighting the soldier Yin Wu. He could hold his ground in fights at this age too, but that was only when throwing fists with other high schoolers his age. There was no way he could defeat soldier Yin Wu, who was very fit and led a special unit in the military. Moreover, if all the legends that were snipped off had created their own identities, there was nothing he could do here with how powerless he was. The weak needed to work together. Reminisce. Is that what this is? Yin Wu scoffed, recalling the description of the quest. Then, his gaze turned serious. Fortunately, even though I was crazy when I was a soldier, I wasn't crazy to the point of touching a young civilian. Rather, Yin Wu had always tried to protect civilians as a soldier. That had been the cause of many fights with his higher-ups back then too. He was often threatened when terrorists hid among civilians. Still, he wasn't able to touch civilians because of his longing for his missing brother and dead mother. And just as Yin Wu thought, Soldier Yin Wu tried to approach and calm him down despite his own sense of wariness. Don't worry too much. I don't know who kidnapped us here, but I'll make sure you get out of here no matter what. Soldier Yin Wu even took off the bomber jacket he was wearing and handed it to Yin Wu. The cave's cold, isn't it? Wear this for now. Thank you. Yin Wu gingerly accepted the jacket and hung it over his soldiers. Then, he thought, so this guy thinks we were kidnapped. No, Soldier Yin-woo could be trying to deceive Yin-woo as well. Saying the wrong information and checking how others reacted was a habit he already had when he was a soldier. The phrase, distrust in others, was probably what made up his identity from back then. Thank you. It's a relief I was able to meet you. I had no idea where this was. Yin-woo pretended not to notice Soldier Yin-woo's bait and looked around. First, young man, let's look for an exit instead of just standing around like this. Huh, oh, okay. Yin-woo nodded, pretending to be taken aback, and began to follow Soldier Yin-woo. The cave looked just as complicated as an ant's nest, just as Yin-woo had thought. Thankfully, it was just long and winding. There didn't seem to be any traps in particular. Do you have memories of how you got here? Soldier Yin-woo looked around at his surroundings warily while glancing at Yin-woo from the corner of his eye. Yin-woo didn't miss how Soldier Yin-woo's hand lightly rested on his leather belt. Knowing Soldier Yin-woo was probably preparing to pull out the sword that was located there if anything happened, Yin-woo replied politely, I don't know. I was hanging out at an internet cafe with my friends. I was leaving when I suddenly became dizzy and this is where I was. What about you, sir? Me, I'm a soldier, as you can probably tell. I was just training when I suddenly got here. I have no idea what happened. He's lying. Yin-woo had already seen the epaulette on Soldier Yin-woo's shoulder. It was a mark only given to the UN's multinational forces. The guy was clearly, Kane, from Africa. He probably had no intention of telling the truth to an unfamiliar high schooler with the same face as him. Then should I toss some bait too? So you don't know either. Ha, I want to see my mom. Yin-woo's shoulders drooped as he pretended to be on the verge of tears. Soldier Yin-woo's eyes brightened momentarily. Your mother? Yes, but actually, she's really sick. Soldier Yin-woo's eyes flashed again. He took the bait. Oh no, if you don't mind me asking, can I ask why she's sick? My mother was also very sick too. I was wondering if we have anything in common. I'm not sure either. The doctor said something, but I didn't understand what he said because I'm not exactly smart. Something about an undiscovered incurable disease. That might be it. Yin-woo raised his head to look at Soldier Yin-woo. What do you mean? My mother also suffered from an undiscovered illness. That might be why we were kidnapped here. What does that have to do with this? Most undiscovered illnesses are passed down through genetics. If this is an illness that isn't well known, they might be trying to gather people with these genes to do experiments. Isn't that stuff that only happens in movies? There are lots of crazy people with money in this world. If there was someone among them who has the same illness as our mothers, they might be willing to do anything. That's. And don't you think we resemble each other quite a bit? Why yes, I might be stretching it a bit, but that could have something to do with this too. Ah, Yin-woo responded to Soldier Yin-woo's logic while trying to hold in his laughter. He's really trying to have me make weird speculations. Since high schoolers of this age had wild imaginations, it was easy to trick them, but Yin-woo thought that Soldier Yin-woo was just too much. Well, I think I've appealed my foolishness to him enough. His guard is slightly lower now, and he probably thinks I'm dependent on him. Since Yin-woo continued to act reliant on him, Soldier Yin-woo's gaze seemed to be softening a bit, despite the fact that he still appeared to be a little suspicious. Isn't it about time for another Cha Yin-woo to appear now? Having walked on for quite a distance, Yin-woo started to wonder about this question. His senses were so dulled that he couldn't feel anything. He felt beyond frustrated. Just then. Stop. Yin-woo stopped in his tracks as Soldier Yin-woo ordered. He could feel in his gut that something big was behind this corner. Was it the Shadow King? Or Death King? If it was him when he had transcended, he'd be done before he could do anything. What could he do? Wait here for a moment. I'll go see what it is. Soldier Yin-woo didn't even wait to listen to Yin-woo's response and peeked behind the corner. Then, he spoke in a surprised voice that was very unlike himself. Damn it, what is that? It's not like we're in some game or anything. Yin-woo tiptoed and peeked behind the corner without Soldier Yin-woo's permission. Then, he laughed in disbelief. Filling up a giant and lofty pace was a sleeping dragon. He could see the giant demonic divine dragon, his real body shrunken to a mini version. Of course, even if it was a mini, it had a massive body that was hundreds of meters wide. I feel like I met the final boss from the beginning. Chapter 777 Cha Yin-woo 2. Yin-woo felt a bit flabbergasted, wondering why it had to be the giant demonic divine dragon he met first out of all his many legends. He hadn't wanted to meet a divine being yet, so he wasn't exactly happy with the situation. If the dragon in front of him ran rampant here, everyone would die. I was planning on falling back and joining in when everyone else is fighting each other. What should I do now? Quite frankly, Yianwu was confident he could regain his divinity if he really wanted to. If the many divine beings who'd suffered from losing their powers heard, they'd have expressions of disbelief. However, as he'd once reached the emperor level, he didn't feel it was too difficult to become a divine being again. As long as he made achievements that were worthy of being a legend, he could exuviate and transcend easily, couldn't he? But even if it was easy, it would take some time to actually attempt it, so Yianwu had planned on preparing while buying himself some time, and swallowing them all when they were all exhausted. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a mere creature, so it'd be easy for him to get by them without being noticed. So, Yianwu couldn't help but become tense after seeing the demonic giant dragon right after seeing military Yianwu. That guy could eliminate Yianwu with just a blink of his eyes. But, then, Yianwu felt something strange. Why does he seem so weak? Compared to the giant demonic divine dragon's massive size, the dragon in front of Yianwu was clearly quite shrunken. However, his power seemed to have shrunk as well. There was definitely a hot magic power flowing in the air, but that was it. The dragon did nothing, just sleeping with his two eyes shut. Taking into consideration how Yianwu was very untrusting of others, the dragon shouldn't have been acting like that. If he was also a part of the legends that were disconnected from Yianwu, the dragon should have been wary of why he was trapped in here. It could be a strategy to grasp the situation, but he looks too at ease for that. It feels like he's dead, not sleeping. What is this? Why is he like that? Yianwu contemplated for a moment and something occurred to him. Is it because he's only the legend of the giant demonic divine dragon? There were various causes for how the giant demonic divine dragon was created. Absorbing the factors of multiple transcendent races was part of it, but it was also thanks to harmonizing all those factors together after becoming the Black King's ego. There were many components intricately tied together, so if the legend of the giant demonic divine dragon had just been snipped off alone as Yianwu thought, the identity in front of him was possibly nothing more than an empty shell. That provided an explanation as to why the dragon's aura was drastically weaker and why he looked listless. Then are the other legends like that too? Yianwu thought it was possible. If everyone here were individual beings who all had their unique legends, had separate identities without sharing any memories, the difficulty of this stage would become more complicated. Then why do I still have memories of the past despite becoming high schooler Cha Yianwu? The question struck Yianwu, but he decided to think about it after taking care of what was in front of him. Great, I was chasing after Yvilk, but what the heck is this? The difficulty of this stage was something that even the strongest divine beings probably couldn't pass. No, the difficulty became harder the more legends one had. Dealing against a legend that had too wide a gap in strength as Yianwu would be anything but easy. Perhaps the reason why he wasn't hearing anything from Yvilk, the Bull Demon King, and the Tongtian Jiaozhu who had entered before him was that they were struggling as much as him. Whatever was going on, one thing was for sure, Yianwu needed to clear this mission to catch Yvilk. While he was thinking to himself, Yianwu realized that military Yianwu was staring at him intently. He could guess what soldier Yianwu was thinking as he saw his dark eyes. You don't seem too surprised, young man. Soldier Yianwu was now outwardly suspecting Yianwu. Of course, Yianwu pretended not to know anything this time around as well. What's there to be surprised about? It's strange why there's such a huge doll here, but I think it's even stranger to be scared of it. A doll? Yes, I've seen something like that in videos before. The nice carnival, I think it was. They did parades with a bunch of dolls like that. Isn't that something like that? Quote. What is it? You're scaring me. Yianwu stepped back with shaking shoulders like he was scared of how silent Soldier Yianwu was being. Still, Soldier Yianwu's cold gaze didn't change. Yianwu pondered about what he had to do to get this damn suspecting guy to let down his guard or not abandon him all of a sudden. Just when Soldier Yianwu was about to say something, intense tremors suddenly came up as if the tomb was going to come crumbling down. Crash. Do. Particles of rock dangerously fell from above in great abundance, and light flashed. When a hot wave of heat came breezing over, Yianwu and Soldier Yianwu turned to the direction it was coming from. Two sources of light, one that shone in red and one that shone in black, were attacking the giant demonic divine dragon. It was an intense flash of light that almost blinded him, but Yianwu could tell who the lights were. As the red the king of gods, and the black the death king. They were the legends of becoming Olympus' supreme god and the absolute ruler of the underworld, respectively. If comparing the two, the king of gods was technically stronger. But there probably isn't too great a difference. If it was only the legends that had been snipped off as Yi and Wu guessed, there likely wasn't too great a difference in their strength. The weight of the ruler of the underworld definitely wasn't second to the king of gods of Olympus. The problem is that they're up against the giant demonic divine dragon, who they probably can't defeat even if they're working together. Yi and Wu could tell, just as he and military Yi and Wu had, the king of gods and the death king had met each other and decided to work together to hunt the giant demonic divine dragon before they fought each other. That was what he would have done. But of course, their alliance won't last for too long. Even if they all had different identities, the two were probably exceedingly suspicious of the other, like soldier Yi and Wu was to Yi and Wu. They'd no doubt try to stab each other in the back if either showed any weakness. Still, at the moment, they were using all the power they had to fight against the dragon. Black lighting struck down, and red columns of fire shot above. Grr. Starting to become annoyed by the combined attack of the two gods, the dragon opened his eyes and growled. The atmosphere quaked. Yi and Wu felt dizzy and pained, like his insides were twisted. If he stayed here any longer, he might really die. I need to start getting a move on now. Yi and Wu glanced at soldier Yi and Wu, who seemed to be trying to judge the situation logically. However, soldier Yi and Wu's eyelids trembled, with various emotions flashing by his eyes: disbelief, surprise, shock. Since the guy only had memories as a soldier, a scene like that probably went against everything he knew. Yi and Wu wouldn't have believed any of this if it wasn't for the pocket watch Jung Woo left behind either, so the realistic soldier Yi and Wu was probably the same. And that was enough to get rid of military Yi and Wu. Slice. PWAK. What? Before soldier Yi and Wu could do anything, Yi and Wu pulled out the sword on the man's belt and slit his neck. Soldier Yi and Wu had a shocked face. Even if his attention was on the fight between the two gods and the dragon, he had been positioned in a way that put him at an advantage just in case something happened with him and Yi and Wu. Sorry, but my experience wasn't taken from me. Yi and Wu smiled coldly and stabbed soldier Yi and Wu in the forehead. Puke. Like that, soldier Yi and Wu fell back. SSSS's. As his body was disbanded, it was absorbed into Yi and Wu. The legend, Saran, has been recombined. At the same time, some strength returned to Yi and Wu's weak body. This is enough. His high school body was so weak that he was tired after moving just a little, but that wasn't the case for his soldier's body. Yi and Wu quickly avoided the two gods and dragons, and escaped as quietly as possible. Of course, he probably couldn't deceive their keen senses, but he knew they were too busy focusing on their fight to be concerned with him. They probably think they can eliminate me anytime. Yi and Wu quickly left into another cave. This place is made up with a similar system to the Heavenly Demon's Tower stage missions. Then, in addition to the legends being separated, there are probably hidden pieces around that will let me turn the tides. And Yi and Wu could guess what the hidden piece was. The Fire of Origin. The power from the beginning with Li's fragment would be more than enough to defeat the other legends despite their difference in strength. I'm being asked to prove whether or not I'm worthy of having that fire in here. When he came to a conclusion, Yi and Wu began to scan the tomb's ceilings and walls. There were most definitely clues as to where the hidden pieces were. Simultaneously, upon feeling the magic power flowing in the atmosphere, he forced it into his body and circulated it. Since this was a path he had already traveled, it wasn't hard to sense mana. The only hard part was refining it with magic power and establishing a magic circuit for it. Magic power is circulating in your body. Magic circuit has been created. The circuits have increased by 2. The circuits have increased by 3. Swish. As the magic circuit began to take form, Yi and Wu's clothes turned black. His muscles were torn and healed, his bones were broken and stuck back together again. He grew taller, and his body was newly rejuvenated. The skill, Magic Circuit, has reached a perfect form and been changed to Atman System. The skill, Draconic Eyes, has been created. After repeating this several times, no impurities remained in Yi and Wu's body, just the thick magic power flowing within him. Of course, this wasn't enough for him to say he has regained his power, but he didn't attempt anything else. Found it. Through Draconic Eyes, Yi and Wu was able to spot the faint imperfections splitting through the cave. It was an opening that he wouldn't have noticed unless he was looking carefully. He was about to extend a hand toward it when he heard a voice from behind him. Stop. Yi and Wu turned to see the Death King exuding a black light. I was wondering why there was a rat in here, but I didn't know you'd find something like that. Yin Wu looked at the Death King, who had the same face as him yet exuded an aura that tightened around his heart. The Death King should have been attacking the dragon with the King of Gods, so Yin Wu wondered if the hunt was already over and if this guy was the final victor. But Yin Wu couldn't sense anything to the Death King for that to be true. However, as if he had no intentions of answering his questions, the Death King immediately began his attack. The skill, Sky Wings, has been created. Yin Wu circulated his magic power and flung his body in the air. Chapter 778 Cha Yin Wu 3. Sky Wings was able to amplify all effects to the maximum. Yin Wu used everything in his capacity to deflect the black lightning the Death King struck at him. His two wings enclosed around him, creating a large barrier. However, Yin Wu's body wasn't able to handle the impact and was shot back. Crash, cough. He was only able to stop after being implanted on a cave wall that had been far behind him. Is it too much for me to handle? Yin Wu gritted his teeth. It had only been a single attack, but his entire body was screaming in pain. It felt like his muscles were destroyed and every single bone had been crushed. His organs were a bleeding mess as well. Magic circuit has been damaged. The extent of damage is severe. You must act quickly to recover. You cannot create any magic power. You cannot circulate magic power. Impressive. So you can at least take a punch, huh? I guess you really weren't just a simple rat. The Death King had a cold smile on his face as he approached Yin Wu. SSSS's. His shadow moved on the ground like ink and took over Yin Wu's shadow. I don't know why I'm here. There are too many parts still missing. But I have no idea why I'm missing those things or what they were. Clack, clack. The Death King's shadow opened widely and revealed its sharp teeth. Like a shark targeting food on the water's surface, the shadow rambled about beneath Yin Wu's feet. The concept of death was targeting him. There's a bunch of concealed stuff as well. It seems like those things over there are a part of me, but there's no way of knowing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. However, the Death King's eyes flashed in gold. Since you seem to know something, I can take my time asking you. The Death King had many powers. Of those, Purgatory Furnace was one Yin Wu had often used to trap and torture enemies for answers. But the Death King now intended to use it on Yin Wu. Yin Wu felt this situation was absurd. He smiled coldly. Should I teach you something? What? Sorry, but I don't talk as much as you do. Quote exclamation mark quote. Realizing this wasn't the time for him to take his own sweet time, the Death King attempted to make a move, but it was too late. Boom. The wall next to the Death King exploded and a hot wave whirled around him. You dared to attack from behind. You'll regret what you did. Between the falling rocks, the King of Gods appeared with a missing arm and dashed towards the Death King. The Death King's backstabbing must have taken quite a toll because the King of God was gravely injured. Aside from his missing left arm, his entire body was riddled with injuries. The way his face was discolored and black also suggested that the concept of death was eating away at his body. The resolve felt with the heat wave was filled with murderous intent toward the Death King. Crack. On top of that, behind the King of Gods was a bloodied dragon that came speeding for the Death King as well. How? The Death King was surprised. They had been attacking the giant demonic divine dragon, and he had succeeded in turning the dragon's rage to the King of Gods. When the King of Gods had his hands full, the Death King had planted a knife in his side and thought it was over. He was confused as to why they were coming here. Open hollow corner bracket. You're not the only one who can pull tricks. The Death King spun toward Yin Wu, whose voice rang in his ear. There was a very familiar scent coming from Yin Wu, so the Death King murmured, Mother Earth. Open hollow corner bracket. This scent will make someone seek where it's coming from. After defeating Persephone in the past, Yin Wu had forced open a channel with Mother Earth to kill her. The title he earned at the time was Apostle of Mother Earth. Of course, the title he gained from that time had disappeared with all his legends, but that didn't mean Yin Wu had forgotten its traits and how it worked. What I learned while reassembling my soul to complete Yin Sword is useful here. With the experience he had from back then, Yin Wu set appropriate countermeasures, and the dragon, who only had instinct, came here after sensing it. Most of the dragon's factors are Mother Earth's. And the legend of defeating Mother Earth was with the King of Gods. So you do know about this place. The Death King became more assured of his thoughts about Yin Wu, but he didn't have the mind to focus on him right now. The King of Gods was dashing toward the Death King with killing intent, tearing his shadow with red flames, and the dragon spewed an onslaught of breaths toward him. The Death King was overwhelmed with trying to protect himself. Thud, thud, thud. Pow! The many walls of the cave exploded as the Death King, King of Gods, and the dragon clashed together. Admin system has successfully been switched to emergency mode, and some magic power has been circulated. Current efficiency rate, 6%. Yin Wu was already short on magic power, so he was appalled that this was all he could use. But he didn't waste any time and spread open his palms, slamming the wall next to him. Boom! Points along the ceiling that were barely holding on due to the clash of the divine beings shook. Rocks poured down and separated the space between the other identities and Yin Wu. Yin Wu knew this was only a temporary measure, and it would be easily broken through if the divine beings started moving. With his draconic eyes still wide open, he punched the location he had just found. Your efficiency has suddenly decreased due to the abnormal usage of magic power. Current efficiency rate, 3%. Bomb, bomb. The efficiency of your magic power has decreased again. Current efficiency rate, 1%. Crash. When Yin Wu punched the wall about 3 or 4 times, it exploded, and an empty space behind it was revealed. Whoosh. A red orb piece was floating in that space. It was a Li's fragment like the ones he had seen while collecting the soul stones. Yin Wu stretched his hand toward it. Whack! The fragment broke, and golden light was absorbed into his hand. You have succeeded in retrieving a fragment. A sudden quest Hidden Fragments has been created. Sudden quest Hidden Fragments. Description: you are currently in Li's tomb. Spread throughout this tomb are fragments that symbolized Li. Li's fragments contain the fire of origin. The more fragments you obtain, the closer you will be to the fire of origin and the owner of this tomb, Li. Now, find all the hidden fragments in this stage and combine them as one. This is the only method for you, who has lost all his legends, to defeat your other selves. Everything that happens in the process will also be an opportunity for you to reassemble yourself. Time limit. Qualifications. Entrant of Li's tomb. Owner of Li's fragment. Conditions for success. Find Li's fragments. Currently discovered fragments 1/5. Rewards. However, contrary to Yin Wu's expectations, the Li's fragment he retrieved didn't give him any immediate power or anything. It was still too much for him to face other divine beings directly. But deep inside his soul, he could feel something filling up. Yin Wu thought he'd be able to use the strength he wanted only after retrieving the remaining fragments. This is still good progress. My guess was right. He racked his brain again. The skill, time difference, has been created. Time slowed, and Yin Wu's mind became more vast. The fight between the 3 divine beings was becoming larger. The heat Yin Wu could feel through the makeshift wall felt like it could burn his soul. The place with the next hidden piece is. Yin Wu chased after the flow of imperfections with his draconic eyes and drew a map of the cave's structure in his head. Yin Wu had carefully scanned his surroundings while moving with Soldier Yin Wu. With many calculations, he was able to infer the location of a fragment in the complicated maze-like structure of the cave. And the closest one to him was. Is this it? Yin Wu spread his sky wings apart and flew down the right forked path. Swish. You have succeeded in retrieving the second Li's fragment. Now there's only 3 left. But I was lucky until now. The other guys will have started to catch on. Yin Wu didn't think he'd find the remaining 3 fragments so easily. His other selves might have already found them. They're probably not divine beings. Yin Wu did feel this when fighting the Death King, but although these beings had similar faces and temperaments, it wasn't enough to call them Cha Yin Wu. It was probably because their memories as a human, which was Yin Wu's main foundation, were cut off, so these beings considered themselves more like gods. This was why the Death King had been tricked by Yin Wu. This was a significant discovery. The further I get from my human self, the more I lose my identity as Cha Yin Wu. The divine beings had less of Yin Wu's reason and ability to make judgments. However, the non-divine beings like the Hoarder and Shadow King had Yin Wu's human identity. They'd have to make sharp decisions to survive in a place filled with divine beings. I should ally myself or finish off all the non-divine beings first, right? If Yin Wu didn't, there would be no way to take victory amid the threats of the divine beings. Yin Wu was certain the Hoarder and the Shadow King had come to the same conclusion as him. Where's a good place for the non-divine beings to meet secretly away from the eyes of the Death King and the others? Yin Wu knew that the place had to be not too large or small and far off from the divine beings. And it is a place where the paths of multiple caves cross in case a quick escape is needed. Yi and Wu considered the most important factor in deciding where to meet his other selves was whether or not he could secure an escape route. Then, he had another thought. At the same time, it needs to be able to stop others from retreating. A common location all of us will think in the middle of this complicated ant nest. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. There, the place he found the first fragment was the location where the Death King and the others had clashed. Wouldn't the other non-divine beings easily think of that place as well? He was sure the battle of the three divine beings was either over, or they had moved to another location to find him. He was going to use the fact the beacon didn't shine on its own base. And when he returned, "You're finally here. What a slow guy. What kind of legend do you have for you to be so late?" What awaited Yi and Wu was a masked hoarder and a disdainful Shadow King. Chapter 779 Cha Yi and Wu 4. Yi and Wu was greeted with gazes of wariness and suspicion the moment he entered the common location. "I have no idea what we're doing." They had been staring at each other for 30 minutes now. They were observing how powerful each other was, whether they were holding weapons, the kinds of skills they had, if they had blessings, whether they were working with anyone else, what kind of legends they had, their weaknesses, and how to attack their weaknesses if any. They sharply searched each other, prepared to work with each other if one of them showed any weaknesses, so Yi and Wu couldn't become at ease. If this was going to keep up, it would be better to leave. However, none of them were leaving, most likely because they knew they needed each other. These annoying paranoid morons. Yi and Wu knew he wasn't in a position to be thinking that because he was doing the same thing, but he couldn't help being annoyed. Enough time had passed that the other legends were probably done realizing the situation and had started to make their moves. Perhaps a few of them had allied themselves like the King of Gods and the Death King had. And if more than two divine beings had really started working together, there was no chance for those here to be victorious. Yi and Wu believed the Hoarder and the Shadow King were also well aware of this fact. The reason why they weren't able to take action here was probably that they knew each other too well. Just then, the Shadow King spoke up first. Keeping this up is a use of time too. He probably thinks he's strongest out of everyone here. And he judged he could take control of this atmosphere. Yi and Wu thought, knowing that the Shadow King was right. Why don't we start with a simple introduction of what we each remember? That'll help in deciding whether or not we should work with each other or not. The Shadow King turned to Yi and Wu. He meant for Yi and Wu, who seemed to be the weakest here, to go first. Yi and Wu looked back at the Shadow King with a smirk. A player. Good. The Shadow King's eyebrows twitched. Everyone here had originated from player Cha Yi and Wu. By saying he was a player, Yi and Wu had pretty much just mocked the Shadow King, suggesting the idea was foolish. Do it properly if you're trying to sound us out. Do you think anyone will be upfront if you tell us to reveal information you won't? The Shadow King's eyes darkened, but Yi and Wu snorted in response. Talk. Just then, the Hoarder, who had been quiet all along, clapped his hands and began to speak. Let's not waste any more time with this war of nerves or trying to feel each other out. Regardless, our mission is all the same, and we can work together until we accomplish that goal. But the important question is whether or not you're qualified to be here, isn't it? He must have thought the situation was advantageous to him because tensions are high between the Shadow King and I. Yi and Wu discerned the Hoarder to be the most dangerous here. The Hoarder's strength might have been lacking compared to the Shadow King, but that was when Yi and Wu had been most doubtful and mistrusting in others. Yi and Wu pulled out one of the two Li's fragments he had retrieved. Here. I have one too. With this, it's become clear that we all each have one. Well, even if someone has two, they wouldn't reveal it. Right. The Hoarder added words here and there that would make them doubt each other while pretending to take lead as the arbitrator. To start off sharing some information, the giant god has one of the remaining pieces. Yi and Wu and the Shadow King tensed. Are you sure? How did you find that out? Business secret. I barely came out of it alive too. The Hoarder shrugged and continued. His eyes flashed under his black mask. Anyway, I want to suggest working together until we take it from him, but since we're so doubtful of each other, we'll just fight among ourselves. Let's approach this in a different manner. Ding! The Hoarder moved his hand through the air like he was tapping something. A pledge of mana has been suggested. An alliance to catch the giant god. Only those with fragments can participate. And the time frame is until the giant god's last breath. The penalty will be the deletion of your legend. How about it? Yi and Wu and the Shadow King silently looked sideways at each other. They were calculating whether it would be advantageous or not to accept the offer. The penalty of having your legend deleted was very severe. It meant you'd immediately be disqualified from this competition. There was no way to counter it either. A pledge on mana was like an absolute restraint that even transcendent beings couldn't avoid. Fine, I'll do it. Yi and Wu and the Shadow King nodded. Yi and Wu thought it wouldn't make any difference no matter how bad the conditions were since he was the weakest, and the Shadow King thought he'd be able to take control if he needed to. Both lost in their own thoughts, they agreed. Good. With faint laughter from the hoarder, the two could feel something tightly restraining his heart. A pledge of mana has been made. Invisible chains tie your souls together. If the pledge is broken, the penalty will commence. In addition, aside from the penalty, your soul will lose credibility from mana, so take caution. Losing credibility with mana meant you would lose your access to the mana stream. The stronger you were, the more fatal it would be, so the pledge had to be upheld. Then I'll briefly give an explanation on the giant god. The hoarder adjusted his mask and began to speak of the information he had gathered. The giant god asked himself a question as soon as he opened his eyes. Who am I? The reason for him asking was very simple. He had no name. Why don't I remember it? Did I even have one? The giant god probably did. He could faintly remember it as .. However, everything including the giant god's name was being eliminated, as if what he had was enough to keep his identity. It was like someone was telling him it was enough for him to have the legend of being the god of all giants. It was telling him to live like this for the rest of his life. The giant god disliked that. Who dares to tell me what to do? A giant's nature was to fight. It was due to this that gods and demons were hesitant to clash directly with giants. They were a crazy race that easily fought among themselves if they got too excited from a battle. However, this fighting wasn't just projected outwards. Sometimes, the arrow pointed inwards at themselves. This was the fight the giant god was currently experiencing. The legend of fight the giant god currently possessed was one of pressure and restraint. This situation where he lacked a name symbolized such pressure and restraint. More importantly, the voices of my followers, they're still there. The giant god recalled what the ghost giants used to say to him. Valdebek, was it? The chief priest giant had pleaded for him to become their savior, and he had said he would. There were so many followers who sought to be saved, so he couldn't pretend to not notice as a god. So from then on, the giant god didn't take a step from where he first woke up. He intended on finding what he was missing here. How could he save his followers if he couldn't even find himself? It wouldn't be easy, but something would come up if he kept on searching within himself. He could always start moving after that. It was the reason why he didn't take the fragment although it was right beneath his feet. This is a special object. If I take it, I'll be influenced by it. But there's no reason to let others easily take it either. Just then, something stimulated the giant god's senses. Another annoying fellow has come again. There were more than one beings who had come after sending the fragment. However, of those, there was a guy who had been the most bothersome. It seemed that being had returned with a group in tow this time. Chalk. The giant god opened his eyes upon hearing loud footsteps. Unmoving from his lotus position, he looked at the hoarder who stood at the entrance of the empty cave. This is a strange object. You don't need it, but you've still returned. I'm sure I told you I'd be the judge of whether I need it or not. The hoarder pulled out 2 daggers from behind his belt and took one in each hand. Then, he dashed for the giant god. The raid against the giant god has begun. Current party members, 3. You're still foolhardy. The giant god smiled bitterly as he lightly stood up. Next to him was a very long bone sword. Since he didn't have any weapon, he had taken out his own rib to create one. Thanks to this, he currently lacked a rib, but it wasn't that painful. Also, it was best to use some part of his body to make the most of his holy power. Crash! The giant god struck down his sword. It was a strength that could tear apart most creatures with just its pressure. The giant god believed the hoarder would never be able to win if he faced this head-on. However, clang, the hoarder crossed his daggers and was pushing the bone sword back. He fell behind in strength, but he was still blocking the giant god's attack. The giant god made consecutive strokes of his sword, wondering what was happening, and the hoarder moved oddly each time, blocking his attacks, even attempting to counterattack. I see. Have you obtained a fragment in that time? The giant god realized what the purple energy surrounding the hoarder was and burst out in laughter. It wasn't strange to display the strength of a divine being with that object. However, being able to control it was another matter. You'll lose it soon. The hoarder's gaze turned cold under the mask. What do you mean? Precisely what I said. You'll be bewitched by the strange object and soon lose it. And not just the object. You'll also lose your mind, life, and legend. Nonsense. It's not nonsense. Do you think someone who doesn't even know their name would be able to use a strange power properly? The giant god laughed at the hoarder. Do you think the other legends didn't retrieve the pieces because they're idiots? Quote exclamation mark quote. Seeing as how you only seek power, I suppose you don't have anything. No comrades, lovers, friends, nothing. Strength is your only remaining identity, is it? Shut up. Crash. The hoarder swung the daggers in his hand. As magic power exploded, their sight was blinded, but the giant god didn't move a step from where he was. Swish. Just then, there was another attack that aimed for the giant god's blind spot. That's futile. The giant god lifted another bone sword in his left hand and swung it. Clong. The Shadow King's vigor was stopped by the bone sword. Tisk. The Shadow King clicked his tongue and released consecutive attacks of the sword. 8 extreme swords was activated, and the hoarder divided the giant god's attention from the opposite side. Bomb bomb bomb. Rumble. However, although the giant god was dealing with 2 people at the same time, he seemed to be pushing them back with ease. Yin Wu spread his sky wings, opening space to appear, attempting to attack the giant god's lower body. Why can't you understand? Flies are just flies no matter how many there are. The giant god smirked as he spoke in a teaching tone, striking his bone sword on the ground. Rumble. Then, like a tsunami, the ground was turned over, blocking Yin Wu's approach. Like I said, I don't have any intentions of fighting around with any of you. I don't know what you're after, but none of you seem worthy, so leave. The giant god shouted with indifference at the 3 who stood far away from him. His voice contained so much holy power that the cave quaked as if it was coming down. He acted just and confident, not showing any weakness. The moment Yin Wu saw the giant god, he thought the giant god was quite different from what he was imagining. What is this guy? Chapter 780 Cha Yin Wu 5. All the legends that Yin Wu had seen so far were noticeably missing something, and they were looking for opportunities to swallow other legends to somehow fill what they were missing. This was the reason why the King of Gods and the Death King had fought each other, and why the Hoarder and the Shadow King were working together under the safety net of a pledge of mana. However, from what Yin Wu saw so far, the giant god seemed to have none of that. Rather, he was displaying his pride as a god clearly for everyone to see. Every one of his actions and footsteps were filled with dignity and elegance, as if he wasn't missing anything. He seemed to have established his identity himself. Yin Wu felt like although the giant god had his face, the being wasn't him. What's this worthiness you're talking about? Yin Wu had initially intended on taking action while the battle was taking place, but the giant god's attitude changed Yin Wu's mind. He wanted to know what the giant god was thinking. At Yin Wu's question, the giant god made a surprised expression. The giant god had thought all the creatures with that face would ignore the words of others in order to carry out their purpose, but this being was asking him for the reason. Isn't that obvious? One's attitude as a god. The giant god stated his opinion with assurance. Yin Wu's eyebrows furrowed. A god? Yes, a god. You must also be a part of the legends from the memories of a mysterious being .. Why don't you be more confident in your attitude as a god? I don't know if someone who hides himself behind a mask to trick others, the giant god looked at the hoarder then turned toward the Shadow King. Or someone so beastly they only know how to show their temper can be a god. Lastly, the giant god looked Yin Wu up and down. And you seem to be standing alone without crutches but you don't show an attitude as a god either. I don't know about you. Yin Wu became certain. An attitude as a god. In the first place, gods were beings who shredded all restraints and limits and could become independent. Gods were pioneers who led the way for his followers. Yin Wu knew that was what the giant god meant. I see. You're not human. Yin Wu muttered something to himself as if he realized something. Just then, the Shadow King stepped up with an annoyed expression. Hey, player, why are you asking such useless things? From his perspective, it was bothersome because they should all be focusing on the battle, but Yin Wu was exchanging small talk. Of course, Yin Wu pretended not to hear the Shadow King. How annoying. However, the Shadow King didn't do anything to stop Yin Wu despite the displeasure he was feeling. Causing internal strife in this situation would be suicide in this situation where they needed to defeat the giant god, and the pledge of mana bound their relationship. After the giant god is eliminated you guys are next. The Shadow King had already organized what his next steps would be in his mind, and the next step was to commence his plan when the giant god was near collapse. The restraints of the pledge of mana would take a toll, but it wasn't absolute. I can always find loopholes. The Shadow King lightly tapped his shadow, which then wavered in response. The things in his shadow could sweep away everything here after the giant god was taken down. His pride, the Shadow Army, was composed of ghosts who only moved out of submission and obedience for him regardless of any pledge of mana. He believed he could overcome the side effects that came from breaking the pledge with the legends he gained from killing the giant god and the hoarder. The masked guy probably has some trick hidden up his sleeve too, but all I have to do is eliminate him before he can use it, the Shadow King thought. If the Shadow King had to choose someone he was most wary of, it wasn't the giant god, who was the strongest, or Yan Wu, who was spewing useless nonsense. It was the hoarder. The sharp gaze beneath the hoarder's black mask was no different from that of a beast that was targeting its prey. However, in the end, strategy and tricks had to surrender in front of overwhelming strength. That was what the Shadow King believed. Whoosh! As if he had no need to contemplate any longer, the Shadow King spread his sky wings apart with vigor in hand and sped towards the giant god. Whatever cards the others had, defeating the giant god came first. I don't know what it is, but you didn't think I'd realize you had some other plan. Idiot! The hoarder snorted as he looked at the Shadow King attempting another attack. He only had memories of climbing the tower with the diary from the pocket watch his brother had left behind, so his world was filled with distrust. He'd needed to strategize and realize others' intentions to include them in his plans or leave them as variables. As soon as the hoarder opened his eyes, the first he did was examine the Shadow King. Just by looking at his actions, speech, tone, the hoarder could tell what kind of memories the Shadow King had, and what his temperament and identity were like. The first being the hoarder met was the giant god, but the being wasn't one he could handle alone, so he only noted references for later. However, while the Shadow King was someone he needed to work with, the hoarder thought they'd clash the most. In this stage requiring an impossible mission and with divine beings at every corner, to become the final victor, the hoarder needed to maintain a relationship with others and become divided at the end. Of course, that didn't mean he was able to know everything, but inferring could be a lot of help. What he concluded was that the Shadow King had a hidden card he believed would be absolute, but he didn't know what it was. It could be a skill that allowed the Shadow King to make shadows of himself, or he could be working with another legend who was hiding himself somewhere nearby. But the hoarder believed it didn't matter. I can just keep tied the hands of this helper so they can't do anything. The hoarder fiddled with the dagger in his hand. It wasn't the magic bayonet or Karshina's dagger he often used. SSSS's. This dagger was similar, but it had a different color to it. I hope the Death King does his job well. Before the hoarder met the Shadow King, he had met the Death King first in the process of obtaining a fragment. You take this. Instead, let's work together. At the time, the Death King had shared the Lee's fragment with him. Since he was filled with suspicion, the hoarder was naturally wary of the Death King, but he didn't seem to care. None of us can trust each other anyway, so we should just work toward a common goal. I don't care what you do with the non-divine beings. I just need the memory of another divine being. I have no interest in anything aside from that. Why are you making me such an offer? Since I met you first, I thought you were useful. Is that good enough? The Death King said the dagger could tell him the location of its holder. He'd be able to join the fight if needed. Of course, the hoarder didn't trust the Death King. But he believed in the Death King's power. If he used the dagger at an appropriate time and summoned the Death King here, this place would be pandemonium no matter what assistance the Shadow King summoned. The hoarder planned on eliminating the non-divine beings in that chaos. If possible, he wanted to take care of the Death King and the giant god as well. There's a reason why the other divine beings haven't taken the fragments yet. The hoarder recalled what the giant god said as his eyes flashed. Idiots. If I thought I'd lose control over myself to some strange object, I wouldn't have entered a place like this in the first place. If you can't use a tool for what it is because you're scared, you can't do anything. The fragments, the Death King, the giant god, and the other legends, even his own life, they were nothing but tools to accomplish the hoarder's mission. The only thing I'm worried about is that guy. The hoarder glanced at Yan Wu, who was inputting magic power into a sword that had fallen to the ground after the hoarder used it. The hoarder could see faint sword chi appear on the blade. I don't know what he's thinking, but I don't need to worry about a guy who can only produce that much aura. The hoarder thought Yan Wu was himself from when he was a student or soldier. Or it could be from when he passed the tutorial after entering the tower. Yin Wu was using magic power with more ease than expected, but the hoarder thought that was only because Yin Wu had absorbed 2 of the fragments. The Shadow King must have realized this too. If the guy has draconic eyes, he can probably copy what the other legends are doing since he's quick on. Since the normal-looking Yin Wu was also from the same being as the hoarder and the Shadow King, it was possible he had something hidden up his sleeve. No, he definitely did, and he was going to stab them in the back if he could. But could someone who had just learned magic power go against the pledge of mana? Even if he could, it would greatly affect Yin Wu, and the others could eliminate him if he attempted anything that was what the hoarder thought. However, since the hoarder couldn't ignore Yin Wu completely, he'd cast another safety net. After the raid's somewhat done, I'll have to do something. Since the conditions of the pledge are only to uphold the alliance, cutting off the hands and feet of the Death King won't matter since he's not a part of the pledge. All pledges had loopholes. The divine beings probably thought the normal Yin Wu wouldn't be useful for anything, so he probably didn't have anyone assisting him. The hoarder would make his move when the giant god was near eliminated. Thinking the same thing, the hoarder and Shadow King spread their fire wings apart, kicking off from the ground to attack the giant god. Meteor Sword Art, Sword Thunder, is activated. Creation of the skill has failed. Aura explodes as a penalty for failing to control magic power. Quote exclamation mark quote. The hoarder suddenly felt hot air. It was so hot he felt like his entire body would melt. Then, with an intense flash of light, the hoarder's vision turned red and he lost all consciousness. Rumble, do-do-do-do, crack-crack-crack. The sword thunder that Yin Wu had failed, swept everything away as it stretched out around him. The original form of sword thunder, Meteor Sword Art, was one that combined all the attacking skills Yin Wu had, so it was impossible for Yin Wu's current body to handle such a skill. Eventually, Yin Wu's magic circuit went berserk, and the explosion that arose as a result, unintentionally, made him sweep everything away. The pledge of mana has been upheld because it was an accident. You have retrieved the legend of the Shadow King. Identity restoration begins. SSS's. Yin Wu, who had been taken in by the explosion first, was able to open his eyes after he was restored to a message of the system judging that he had eliminated the Shadow King. Now, he had the legend of the Shadow King following the military Yin Wu. You mother. On the other hand, the hoarder, who was luckily able to somehow stay alive, looked at Yin Wu with disbelief. Although he was alive, his body was destroyed, and organs were spilling out of his stomach. It wasn't strange for him to fall dead at any second. Half of his mask was now gone too. The hoarder realized that Yin Wu had used a loophole that none of them had been able to think of. No, it wasn't a loophole, but a flaw of the system, and Yin Wu had taken advantage of it. He did think Yin Wu had something up his sleeve, but who would have thought he'd attack when the giant god wasn't near eliminated yet? The hoarder cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Caching. Yin Wu picked up a dagger on the floor and sliced the hoarder's neck, uninterested in what the hoarder was thinking. You have retrieved the legend of the hoarder. Feeling the power building up in his body, Yin Wu approached the giant god, who was near buried under some rocks. Cough, cough. Although the giant god was coughing blood after sustaining a critical injury, he had a relieved expression. You were the real me. Kekeki. I knew I would fall someday, but I didn't know it'd be like this. Yes, my lost name. Can I ask what it was? Cha Yin Wu, Cha Yin Wu, Cha Yin Wu. Haha, the name's a bit strange. The giant god guffawed and nodded. Yin Wu's eyes darkened. There's something I want to ask. It's so painful you should send me off quickly. You're quite cruel. Yin Wu didn't laugh at the giant god's joke and asked in a serious manner, am I still not worthy? The giant god widened his eyes as if he hadn't been expecting this question, and he grinned. No, you're not. Why do you think that? Gods are all lonely, but you're not. Am I wrong? Quote, you're searching for something. It's different from how we're searching for something we're missing. You're definitely missing something too, but you're not trying to find it within yourself. You're trying to find it someplace else. The god's eyes curved in a smile. You're human. Something he was missing, and something he was searching for. The moment he heard these words, faces flashed across Yin Wu's mind. Cha Jung Wu, his father and mother, Ananta, Sesha, Fant, the Martial King, Shannon, Hanryong, Rebecca, Bu Faust, Laplace, Lam and the Army of Death, Valdebik and the Ghost Giants, the Summer Dragon and the Dragons of Death and the Last Face. The one who always waited for him and greeted him with a smile without ever expressing any resentment. Adora. Yi Yanwu covered his face with his hand. The giant god's laughter rang in Yi Yanwu's ears. Kekeki, I told you, gods are lonely. You seek your friends and family, so you're human. A while later, when Yi Yanwu brought his hand down, the giant god's eyes were closed, a smile still on his face. You have retrieved the legend of the giant god. Chapter 781 Cha Yi Yanwu 6. Clack. Yi Yanwu felt the last of the giant god's legend filling his soul. His body suddenly felt like it had become bigger. No, to be exact, he was simply regaining the power he temporarily lost. However, although it had only been a few hours, the time Yi Yanwu spent without his power felt like an eternity. It was probably because the words of the giant god still echoed in his ears, that he was still human. Those words were deeply engraved in his heart. But I feel lucid. Yi Yanwu's mind was more awake than ever, like someone had splashed him with cold water. It was as if he was suddenly released from tight binds that bound him. Yes, I was human. Yi Yanwu once again became certain of his identity. Although many things had happened and he had gained divinity, even if he had gone through many obstacles to get here, he realized he was human in the end. Always left wanting and longing for family and friends, Yi Yanwu was human. What a cute little mess you've caused. Yi Yanwu turned around to see the being who chilled the heated air with his sudden appearance. Yi Yanwu's injured body was done recovering, and magic power gathered as aura at his fingertips. The Death King was looking at Yi Yanwu with a face of disbelief. He had come as soon as possible after the hoarder summoned him, but all that greeted him was boiling magma. The twisting turns of the ant's nest were all blown away as well. He couldn't even begin to imagine how large an explosion it had been. The caves here must have been durable enough to hold up no matter how much divine beings beat at it. The Death King wasn't a fool, and he knew Yi Yanwu was the one behind this. The fact surprised him even more. When he first saw Yi Yanwu, who seemed to be just a little rat, he never knew he'd grow to swallow the others in that short time. I see. The Death King thought it was impossible, but he soon realized how. Are you our origin? Annoyance laced his voice. But all of us were missing something. How come I don't see that in you? The Death King was furious. He and the other legends were fighting because they wanted to. If only they had complete memories and identities, they wouldn't have tried to kill the other legends to fill what they lacked. In the past when they were in the tower, they hadn't fought like this although they were divided into hundreds of separate beings. Rather, they had cleared through the stage much easier than others. Because they knew precisely who they were quick at making their decision. However, they weren't able to do that here, so they had to find themselves until the end. If only they knew their own names they wouldn't have had to go through this. The Death King couldn't help but feel angry that Yi Yanwu had a complete memory and identity just because he was their origin. He was jealous of him, an envy that came from not being able to have what he wanted. No, sorry, but there's no such thing as an origin. But Yi Yanwu just shook his head. The Death King's face crumpled. What kind of bull? The legend of being human. I think that was mine. Quote. The Death King frowned in confusion, but Yi Yanwu just looked at him with eyes void of emotion as if he had no reason to respond. The Death King didn't like Yi Yanwu's lax attitude, but he swept his hair to the side as he tried to maintain composure. Fine, whatever. Since things ended up like this, everything will be solved after someone becomes the final victor. So. The Death King suddenly broke off mid-sentence because Yi Yanwu began to explode the aura at the tips of his fingers. Crash. It was a strike that couldn't be ignored. Pow pow pow. Now that Yi Yanwu had swallowed the giant god, who possessed the domain of fight, he wasn't an easy opponent. The Death King extended his shadow to deflect the attacks and shouted angrily, "You dare interrupt me when I'm talking? If you're trying to offer an alliance, I refuse. I never work with people who have a history of stabbing others in the back." Yi Yanwu soon approached the Death King and attempted to slice his neck with aura. The Death King had a disbelieving expression, but he prepared to attack upon realizing Yi Yanwu couldn't be persuaded. Just when shadow and aura were about to clash, the two stiffened. The legend of the giant demonic divine dragon has been deleted. The legend of the supreme god of Olympus has been deleted. Quote. What? Who's died? The king of gods was acceptable, but the giant demonic divine dragon, who has been among the strongest, has died. Questions ran through the minds of Yi Yanwu and the Death King, and they reached the same conclusion. They knew the last legend had appeared. The alternative ego of the Black King appears. Darkness began to stain the ground following the system message. It was a thick abysmal blackness. Yi and Wu and the Death King quickly flew up upon seeing the darkness that wouldn't allow anyone who touched it to escape. Keek. It's food. Something to eat. Hurry and come here. Play with me. Come inside my stomach and play. The evil intent and thoughts exuded from the darkness made them dizzy simply from looking at it. Damn it, I was wondering why I didn't see him yet. Yi and Wu realized that was how he would have looked after he had finished his destiny as an executor. The legend looked exactly like the many egos of the Black King had seen in the abyss, the demonisms. Only greedy instinct remained after they lost themselves when they became a tool for the Black King to use. The being in front of Yi and Wu and the Death King was like that too. Just as the being had swallowed the giant demonic divine dragon, he seemed to plan on swallowing Yi and Wu and the Death King as well. I thought the giant demonic divine dragon would provide some resistance. I suppose it was too much. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue. He guessed the dragon must have had his limits without the motivation to do anything. What in the world? On the other hand, the Death King was shocked by the alternative ego of the Black King. Gods and demons alike exuded their energies. Even emperors emitted some sort of aura, but nothing could be felt from the creature in front of him. Moreover, the creature was different from the other demonisms he knew. The ego felt like a great wall, no, like a swamp that couldn't be resisted. The Death King was so shocked he couldn't defend himself when Yi and Wu's aura came exploding from behind, swallowing him like the giant god. As it swept through the Death King, the aura reached the Black King's alternate ego. Crash, crash, crash. Krrrrrr, rumble. Ticklish, you're tickling me. Stop and come inside my stomach. You can get along with your other friends. Of course, the attack didn't affect the Black King's alternate ego in the slightest, just itching a ticklish spot. Rather, the creature acted more ferociously, as if he was enjoying Yi and Wu's resistance. However, Yi and Wu didn't think he could defeat the creature with his current state. He had to absorb any remaining legend and needed the time to combine the fragments. You have retrieved the legend of the Throne of Death. You have successfully retrieved the third piece. All fragments have been retrieved. You have completed the quest. You are being rewarded with Li's light. Whoosh. Yi and Wu could feel a golden light shining from himself. The light was a different power than anything he had. This is the heavenly demon. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. The heavenly demon's power. The light of truth that overcame all darkness and created the universe warmly embraced his soul. Play with me. At that moment, the Black King's alternate ego dashed up and ate Yi and Wu. Gulp. The sound of something being swallowed rang out in the air. Keek. I ate it. I ate it all. Now I'm the real hash. But, what is this? Why is nothing coming up? Why don't I know my name yet? As countless thoughts buzzed like a cluster of flies, the Black King's alternate ego was flustered. He had swallowed the last remaining legend, Yi and Wu, but nothing was coming up. Because the creature only had instinct left behind, he couldn't help but have the greatest desire for an identity. The ego was frustrated because he still didn't know anything. He's gone mad with anger. Yi and Wu slowly opened his eyes inside of the Black King's alternate ego. All he could see around him was a thick darkness. But it was familiar to him. He felt like he was meeting an old friend. This was where he had fought countless demonisms and won in the end. The creature must have thought he could melt Yi and Wu in the abyss after swallowing him, but the being was now faced with an unexpected standstill. I didn't even need this. Yi and Wu laughed in disbelief as he looked at the golden light still surrounding him. Li's light. Rank. Immeasurable. Description. The fire of origin. This is the first spark that was created when the universe was born. It will shine the light on your path whenever and wherever. Yi and Wu understood why this light was given to him. Even if he was surrounded by many legends, as long as he didn't lose his identity, he'd have the chance to counterattack. At the same time, he understood why divine beings had balked from this light so much. Like the giant god had said, gods were beings who walked alone. They needed to create their own paths. But Li's light illuminated their paths for the gods. From then, they wouldn't be worthy as divine beings. A god who couldn't walk his own path and was guided by others was no longer a god. It was why the divine beings had instinctively avoided retrieving the fragments, and mortals had wanted them to be shown their paths. On the other hand, it was useless to Yi and Wu, who had only wanted the power the fragments would give him. It was just a tool to clear this quest. Well, since I think I'm starting to understand what Li is, I guess it's not meaningless. The power that was opposite from his power of the Black King was a bit strange. Feeling the odd sensation, Wu spread apart his hand. The skill, Hades, spirit-eating sword, has been created. Then, dark lumps appeared along Wu's palm and sharp canines were revealed. It was time to go back out. Devour. Wu rammed Hades, spirit-eating sword into the abyss. Crunch. Chapter 782 Brotherhood 1. Kiak. I am possible. To a mere human. I can't be defeated so easily. I'm .. I. The Black King's alternate ego let out a shrill scream and was sucked into Wu at a rapid pace. The ego was furious. The human he thought would naturally be crushed with just a flick of his finger was overtaking him. Of course, compared to the ego, Wu was still a tiny dot. No matter how many beings he swallowed, he couldn't surpass the cosmic being the ego was. However, the ego felt threatened in his gut. His confidence was now gone, and he began to act recklessly in front of Wu. Let go, let. The ego hysterically tried to force Wu off, but the sharp canines only dug in harder. Hades' spirit-eating sword never lets go of its prey. And soon, all darkness was bound to Wu. You have retrieved the legend of the alternative ego of the Black King. You have retrieved the vanquished legend, supreme god of Olympus. You have retrieved the vanquished legend, giant demonic divine dragon. You have successfully retrieved all legends. All your missing egos are restored. Swish. Wu felt his soul and body return to their original state. His power was coming back to him. No, it's more than that. To be exact, Wu's power was being reassembled. The other legends were neatly organized under the victorious identity of human Wu, and they became a sturdy foundation that would never be broken. The caves the legends had run rampant in disappeared, and a gigantic precipice appeared in front of him. What lay at the bottom couldn't be seen because of all the clouds surrounding it. However, the golden light within Wu shot up to the sky and slowly settled back down, revealing the stairs that were hidden in the sea of clouds. Li's light illuminates your path. The stairs sparkled as if telling Wu to come their way. Another message popped up. Ding. You have passed the 99th floor, the gate of Li's tomb. Would you like to be transported to the 100th floor? What? For a moment, Wu thought he was seeing things. Messages like these were ones he frequently came across in the tower when he was moving between floors. But he had made the tower come crumbling down, so why was this? And the 99th floor? Questions consecutively arose in Wu's head. However, with all things considered, it didn't seem impossible. The 98th floor, the heavenly world the gods and demons lived in, was a world ordinary players were familiar with, but nothing was known about the 99th or 100th floor. The gods and demons had attempted to ascend to them, but it was blocked due to an unknown reason. However, a few great divine beings had hypothesized this could be the heavenly demon's territory. It was well known the heavenly demon was recovering after losing much of his power from trapping them all in the tower, but no one knew where he was. The divine beings thought it was possible he was on the 99th floor where no one had stepped in. Wu had only taken into thought preventing the Black King's rule after taking down the tower and defeating Alpharaon. He had no idea what was on the tower's top. If it really was the heavenly demon's territory, like the great divine beings said, it would still be remaining in some form after the tower was destroyed. And these floors were ones the heavenly world hadn't been able to access, so that meant the Bureau wouldn't have been able to touch it either. Wu understood why Yvilk could be trying to go to the heavenly demon's territory. The 100th floor. Wu looked to where the stairs led. No matter how much he spread his field of recognition, he couldn't read what was at the end of the stairs. He only saw fog like it was really covered by clouds. Would you like to be transported to the 100th floor? Wu gazed at the message for a while, then turned around in the opposite direction and plopped down. He could move on to the 100th floor, but there was something he needed to do before that. I told you, gods are lonely. You seek your friends and family, so you're human. The words continued to loop in Wu's ears. Wu intended on waiting until his brother and family, who were following him, arrived here. The heavenly demon chuckles at the Black King's alternate ego. How cute. Wu felt like he heard laughter. The heavenly demon closely observes his visitors. That annoying bastard is doing his stalker shit again. Hey, get down here, now. Sun Wukong was guiding Jungwoo and the others when his face crumpled at the message that popped up in front of him. Then, he shouted at the sky, cursing with a shake of his finger. The heavenly demon uninterestedly says he doesn't want to go down. What, you idiot, that mannerless bastard, The heavenly demon says he's so jealous Sun Wukong is such an old boomer while scratching his butt. Arg, you couldn't even take a single punch from me in the past. Sun Ji-ho, you grew up a bit, huh? The heavenly demon aggravates Sun Wukong to attack if he's mad. Cha Jung-woo, Kronos, and Rhea looked bewildered as they wondered if the sight happening in front of them was really happening. Father, is there another god who uses the moniker, heavenly demon, that I don't know about? Open hollow corner bracket. There isn't to my knowledge close hollow corner bracket. But there could be, right? Open hollow corner bracket. It could be divine being who was born at I fell to earth, but wouldn't the heavenly demon have crushed any who dared to use the same name as him? Right. Open hollow corner bracket. Of course close hollow corner bracket. Then what is that? Open hollow corner bracket. I've been asking myself the same thing for some time now. They knew the heavenly demon had a mischievous personality, contrary to his infamy and ill repute, but it was surprising that he could argue back and forth with someone like that. They wondered if this was truly the heavenly demon. In particular, Rhea, who had seen her son Zeus lose to the heavenly demon and watched Olympus being trapped in the heavenly world, felt strange. However, Cha Jung-woo felt more sure now that past this location called Lee's tomb was where the heavenly demon was. Nocturne, who was thinking the same, pressed his lips together and was silent for some time. Just then, Sun Wukong stopped irritatedly in his steps. If you go straight from here, you'll see Cha Yi-and-woo. Cha Jung-woo tilted his head. You're not coming with us. I am. I'm just gonna be separated from you for a while. Cha Jung-woo's eyes brightened. Is there a mission or quest of some sort? Sun Wukong nodded in annoyance and pointed at the ceiling. The guy there is quite picky. He won't open the door otherwise. Cha Jung-woo nodded in understanding. Like in the tower, they probably had to pass the given missions. Can you tell us what the mission is? Sun Wukong shook his head. All of us will be chased out if I do that. This is hard. All right. Cha Jung-woo moved past Sun Wukong with a nervous expression and entered the dark cave. Kronos and Rhea hastened their steps, wanting to see their son as soon as possible. A quest has been created. What's this? What's this? Who's this good-looking guy? Whoa, so good-looking. Nice proportions too. Wanna be a model? Cha Jung-woo faced multiple beings that had been divided from him. Student Cha Jung-woo, Heaven Wing, the tower's common enemy, ghost of the small wheel, successor of Choir-Anale, master of day arrows. The legends that made up Cha Jung-woo all had separate identities and thoughts, but while they stood wary of each other, Sky Wings prepared for action, they didn't clash against one another. It wasn't as if they were given a battle of some sort, and Cha Jung-woo's thought process was always ruled by reason. It was a habit formed from his younger days because he didn't like fighting. Name, Cha Jung-woo. Height, 181 centimeters. Whoa, I'm gonna be over 180 centimeters. So I'm still growing from here. Hurrah! That noisy bastard, someone push him off to the side. What about everyone's legends? I'm a student. Since I have memories of unfurling sky wings, I'm probably Heaven Wing. Each of them began to speak of their memories. While they stood tense at the fact anyone could stab each other in the back, they worked hard to fill what each other was missing. What was our final goal? Beating up King Temper. What are you talking about? It was stabbing King Temper in the back. I want to cage that stupid temperamental bastard in somewhere. I want to slap our god Temper on the mouth. His words are always so insufferable. Everyone let out the words they'd been hesitant to say when the youngest-looking student Cha Jung-woo carefully raised his hand. They all turned to him, who said, I don't care if I only get a single chance to do it, but I want to fight my brother and win. Quote quote, quote quote, quote quote. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that it seemed like they had a common goal, one of them stepped up with a clap. Even if our memories are pieced apart, it seems our thinking is the same. Does anyone have any objections to our current decision? No, let's hurry since we're short on time. Cha Jung-woo's legends quickly finished their discussion and turned around to make their own exit from the stage. Light flashed, then it soon settled. You have retrieved the legend of Heaven Wing. You have retrieved the legend of Tower's common enemy. The particles of light were absorbed into student Cha Jung-woo. They all had their own differentiable identities, having gone through many obstacles and Herculean tasks, but they had decided their true identity was the young Jung-woo who entered the tower for his family. With that, student Cha Jung-woo became the real Cha Jung-woo and successfully finished the 99th floor's mission. The caves disappeared, and he saw Yi and Woo standing at the edge of a vast precipice. Cha Jung-woo had come all the way here to catch Yi and Woo, so he was about to scold his brother for making them so worried. Whoosh. But for some reason, Yi and Woo was running at Jung-woo scarily with an expressionless face. You wanted to fight? Come at me. Wait. That's not it. Stop. Cha Jung-woo shouted frantically, but Yi and Woo's fist was already headed for his face. Crash.